I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Sending money, and then she sold the wedding ring, so whatever. And now she acts like she's some, I love it. Oh, he damaged me. Whatever. I have no kid with you. I don't got to explain myself. Fuck you. You know, life is too short. She will never, we've been through it. You know, I'll give you space. She gives me outer space. Fuck, 2 days later, it's you got somebody, you got somebody. You know what? I got somebody now. Hey, Dexel, now I have somebody. I'm living my life. I wasted a lot of fucking money over there. You guys, I'm not mad. I can just laugh about it now. Because she's the one, everything, the loudest guy in the room that talks about other people, I'm not talking about her. She was a hard worker. But don't fucking, you know, fuck, not even a sorry or, you know, he worked his fucking ass off, sweating balls, sending $2,000 a week sometimes. More than $2,000 a week. Some people can't even.
100% correct and right about being a prisoner in your own home. When I came here first, they go, oh, it's too hot, oh, the streets are dangerous. I came from Dublin City, the most dangerous city, streets. There's violence every day. Well, what's going to happen here? Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm bulletproof or anything. No, I'm human like everyone else, but I'm more streetwise. I can see targets or if there's going to be a chaos fight or there's someone's going to approach me, you know. But
yeah.
It's too hot, or you can't go here. And one time I wanted to go to 7-Eleven at around 11 in the night. Oh, you can't go, it's too dangerous. I'm so used to walking in the dark. I'm so used to walking in the night. I came from the streets.
Me too.
Well, you take.
Good morning. Good morning, world. I'm here to say good morning to you today. Hello, Robert. Yeah, get that bottle of gin out, Robert. I got a show for you. I always do. What a boob. What's this morning's subject here? We'll talk about it. Let me wake up a little bit here. Well, I've actually been up. Good Lord, I woke up at 3:45. 3:45 I woke up. Not intentionally. Damn. That's a little too early for me. Okay, we got one of the kids leaving the nest today that was visiting. It's all good. Let's see, 16 aboard. Not always that early. I don't know, maybe I needed to take a piss after all. Oh, you know. Boys getting old. Oh, look at that sky. Lordy. Look at that beautiful fiery red sky. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? A new day. My Brethersns, a new day. A new morning. Man, all the babbling that's going on YouTube, it's in hyperdrive. What the fuck is going on? The old swallow a stupid pill or something, I have no idea. Jim, of Asian Adventures with Jim, is babbling on with his Dubliner friend. I got a little clip on there if you want to look at it already on my shorts, so take a look at that one. I don't know, man. You know, they leave their country and come to, I don't know, here, Southeast Asia. And all they do is cause havoc no matter where they go. Makes you wonder if they're ever going to be happy. You got Jim bitching about his wife, Dexel, constantly, religiously. And I don't know, what is he doing with his life where he is visiting? I mean, isn't it like counterproductive? Would you not say it's counterproductive when you move to another country and you're just like, I don't know, following yourself? Making probably the same mistakes you made prior to moving out of your country? I know, it doesn't make sense, but what does on here anymore? Just gets better and better, doesn't it, guys? Hello, hi. Up with the goddamn roosters, man. The only time I hear them is in the morning over here. Thank goodness for that. There are people that live in areas in the provinces where it's like 24/7. Good morning, Snappy Tom. Snappy Tom's been a regular lately. Good morning to you, Mr. Snappy Tom. How are you doing? I don't know if you're in the Philippines. I think you said you were. I'm not sure. I don't remember all. I'm getting old, remember? Yes, Popeye. He totally lost his sense of reality years ago. I think I'm slightly older than him, slightly. God, it just seems that like everybody's fucking losing it completely. They're so either upset with somebody, jealous of somebody, envious of somebody, that they got to go on and they got to put these shows on. Well, like the Popeye regular special. It's like the early bird special with him, and Popeye has to simulcast my shows all the time and always has a little something to say at the end of it. He's upset with me. He's very upset with me. And why? I don't know, I guess you have to really ask him. I guess it could be something to do with it. You know, I don't have any mobility issues, and I'm even a little older than him. Oh, he likely is right now. I put a couple of, I snuck in a couple of shorts this morning there. Not the kind I wear, but a couple of clips of Jim. And please notice the videos they did the other day, or yesterday actually, of some crazy ass motherfucker who is just as bad as fucking Trump and just happens to be a Trump follower. My portfolio is up. It don't matter if Trump had people killed. It don't matter if Trump was sucking Epstein's dick. There's no president we're talking about of the United States, remember now. Keep that in mind. Okay, that he's involved with the biggest scandal in history with child pedophiles, rape, and child trafficking, and this guy supports him. You can't make this shit up, you know. And this guy supports him. Popeye doesn't leave the house at all. I get the feeling, truly get the feeling, that I don't think he does. Maybe his mobility issues are a little more intense. And maybe that's why he's got the kind of time to simulcast me and all that, you know. Well, that guy lost his noodle years ago, but it's because I think he truly wants to live in the Philippines, but his situation only allows him to live his life vicariously through watching other videos, especially mine, because personally, seriously, I have a feeling that that guy is attracted to me. Now, if he was some great-looking woman, you know, if I was single and all that stuff, I mean, I'd be flattered, you know. Oh, by the way, my girlfriend, Zumba instructor, just by the way, happens to be female, not a male. So that kind of blows your theory, Popeye, that my girlfriend is getting the sausage buried, you know, in her by a Zumba instructor. Well, perhaps if the Zumba instructor, you know, wore a dildo, that's possible. And if my girlfriend was not faithful to me, I mean, that would be possible, but highly improbable. uh, yeah. Oh, we got 13 aboard here. Welcome. No, I haven't even made my tea. I'm not even starting yet. I will. Give me a little bit. You know, they love my tea. And so do I. I don't even know where the hell to start this morning, but I guess I have already started. Poppy just, okay, then we go. Yeah, we got that. We got that. I was pretty serious yesterday. I did a show about a troll, a very narcissistic, controlling, power-hungry troll who follows the Trump administration, is a very, as I like to say, a staunch Republican. And I don't know, maybe you find it hard to believe or not, but it's really not. Knowing the character, know what I know about him, actually supports Trump's behavior with all the files coming out, and Trump was playing the trombone with Epstein, and seems to be supportive of child trafficking and defiling young women, girls actually, rape. Wow, that don't say something about this guy's character, man. I'm not sure how I can make that any better, the statement, really. Bruce Monroe, Bueno Cano, how did the staunch Republican get money? Is he a... Yeah, it's, you know, that's my theory. Yeah, that's my theory. I don't think he's a self-made man, but I think the key words on a video that he put out himself, I didn't doctor up his video or nothing, you know, is that he's so happy that he got a 26% increase in his private portfolio, financial portfolio, because of the Trump administration. He didn't care that Trump, you know, fucked little girls. He didn't care that Trump is part of a, not kept secret anymore, little organization that trafficked children. I don't know, he found that attractive or something, I guess. I don't know. Goes to say, you just don't know these people as well as you think you do. I mean, a man that actually supports it. He didn't care that young children were getting fucked by grown-ups, were being passed around like a morning biscuit or something and just, were raped and you know, humilified and used and abused. No, didn't affect this guy at all. All he cared about is, I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm good with whatever he does. Ah, it's all good. Why is it all good? You mean to tell me that you support that kind of behavior? Ooh, you don't think so? You don't know anything. Oh, you must be a Republican. Oh, I see now. You don't think Trump was involved with Epstein's little nefarious organization? It's on the files. Files ain't going to lie. It's from Jeffrey Epstein himself. Come on now, Snappy Tom. You're going to tell me you're another Republican? Why is it that all the trolls are Republicans? You see the connection here? Sick Mind and Soul are all Republicans. And they're all right here on YouTube. All right here. Little girls, you don't think so? Apparently you're not paying attention to the news, Snappy Tom. Apparently not. It's all coming out. Trump is just losing it. Well, physically he is. He has a lot of shit going on with him, apparently. But his mind is gone. Local YouTubers' minds are gone. Jim is falling apart from Asian Adventures with Jim. He's losing it. The steroid usage of 20 years has finally caught up with him. Muscle over mind? I don't know. Yeah, a 13-year-old is still a little... Of course the 13-year-old is a little girl. A 17-year-old is a girl. We use a magical number of 18. That doesn't mean that, a fucking 67-year-old guy should be with a, an 18-year-old either. They're still developing. They're not a full-fledged woman yet. Oh, just because what? They have a period? Means they've entered womanhood. Is that the excuse? Come on, it's sick for a 60-year-old man or something or more to be with or having sex with a girl of that age. But, yeah, of course a 13-year-old is still a little girl. You got that right. She's barely had her period. I can't believe some of the things I'm actually hearing and learning. And learning, that's the word. And learning on here. Quite incredible. But I must admit, we have Mr. Wallet on here who controls the people around him, lets them know that, hey, I got money. And people, it sounds like, man, is it not a Trump twin? When you think about it? A Trump twin. Maybe they're related. Imagine even Trump's wives got involved with all this nefarious shit going on. The wives. Sinking sausage in their mouth from Epstein and others. Trump even giving a blowjob to Epstein. And you voted for this guy. That's what makes it more hilarious. But yeah, things are really getting interesting, I must say. Politically, even right here on YouTube. Brings it right into your living room. Turn your phone on. You want some drama, you want some entertainment. You want to see people actually in real time losing their mind. Right here. Right here on YouTube. Where else could you get But, there should be no mercy on anybody who would support Trump's behavior. He's actually threatening people. He's even threatening the troops. Threatening what is Argentina, Africa, Nigeria. Anybody who steps in his path, he's attacking. I mean, the guy lost his fucking mind. This is unprecedented. There's never been a president in this nature, to say and do the things that he's doing. But like I said, all the red-faced Republicans now, hiding their MAGA hats. A president that's actually trying to destroy America and the world is in office. It's a real deal. Well, now he's just going to get him out of office, and that's going to happen. I have absolutely no doubt that's going to happen. His approval ratings they went down the fucking tube. Sorry, MAGA. Sorry, MAGA. It's a done deal. Hey, expat. Oh, we're just talking about how people's mental state are just going downhill on Capitol Hill, on the Hill, and right here on good old-fashioned YouTube. In our lovely Philippines genre, G-E-N-R-E, by the way. For those calling it genre, and I could name several. Wow, Trump is now on the attack. Even the own military is attacking them. He's saying people should be hung and killed. No, anybody that doesn't agree with him, just like any narcissist would think. And we know a few narcissists right here. One of the biggest ones is pretty regular. One of the biggest narcissists that's ever been on YouTube history is supporting Trump and saying, I don't care what Trump does. He could fuck little girls. He could destroy United States. But as long as my financial portfolio has gone up 26% since the guy's been in office, I'm happy with it. Oh my God. Like I said, guys, just when I thought I've heard it all, seen it all, it turns out not to be true. That more to come, These people walk around. They try to fit into society. I'm just a normal guy, I'm raising a nice family. I'm instilling wonderful values into them. But at the same time, I approve of pedophilia. I approve of the leader of the free world defiling children, killing people, sucking the cock of other men, sex trafficking. Just when I thought I heard it all, I didn't. It just gets better and better and better and better and better. Well, according to what you want to call better. A lot going down in Funky Town, I gotta tell you that. Whole lot going down. And that's where's the latest statement? Oh, Popeye saying that Gilda was having the affair with her Zumba instructor, and her Zumba instructor just happens to be female. What a sickness on here. It's just growing. Oh, I'm sure he's doing a simulcast, yeah. You gotta admit, though, it is entertaining. Anyway, I've been following pretty much anything to do with Trump, and I'm getting such excitement from his demise as his mental illness grows and becomes more and more apparent. He's attacking everybody. I heard that he even wants to buy CNN because they're in opposition of him and his administration. Buy your enemies. Buy your enemies. Well, does that sound familiar on social media here? Buy your enemies? Who does that apply to? How about a good guess? How about a good guess? Buy your women, buy your enemies, buy everything. Give me a little recourse on this, folks. It's too early for me to carry out a monologue here, although I have no problem doing that whatsoever, never have, but take the load off me a little bit here. Haven't even had my cup of tea yet, for God's sakes. You know, class has nothing to do with how much is in your pocket. The poorest people in the world could have class. We define class in a wrongful way. We don't define class properly. It's those involved with money. If you got a lot of money, then you're classier than the poor schlep that doesn't have any money. But there's a lot of people without money to have a lot of class, and class has really nothing to do with your bank account. Although some people believe, because they have money, that they're classy. Well, far from. What's that song we sung in elementary? If I ruled the world, every day would be the first day of spring. That's the lyrics I remember on that. If I ruled the world. Well, rulers have always had their downfall, remember that. You know, when Nero fiddled, the world burned. So when you're going to fiddle and you're going to diddle, your world could burn around you. Guys, you're starting to bore me here if you're not going to create any dialogue. You got to give Popeye some material here. Or what's the purpose of him simulcasting? So I'm just going to hang in there, put this on mute while I attend to my tea. Then I'll come back here and see if anything's worth a dialogue on here. Captain Thornton, could you turn down that background noise? No, I can't. Gilda's listening to her phone. She has every right to do so. Tune out if you don't like it. Sound that loud? Really? Is that loud? Oh. Now listen to a little Filipino language. Maybe you'll pick up something on it. Maybe I'll pick up something on that. She's listening to some drama. I always told you want drama, just go listen to YouTube. You don't need to listen to these Filipino trauma videos. Damn right I do. It's one thing nobody else could run but me, but my show. Shit, if I want to get on the toilet and take a shit while I'm doing a show, I'll do that too, but I'm not that classless. That's right. That's right. Snappy's got it right. Snappy Tom. So Tom, why are you snappy? And where did you get that handle, Snappy Tom? Do share. I like knowing my viewers a little bit about them. Catherine, I thought you were the one who had a hearing problem. I do. And maybe that's why what she's playing her cell phone is not bothering me, because I got a hearing problem. I do. I most certainly do. I've had it since I was maybe 13. I don't know. I had a long time, brother. The background sound is distracting. Well, we all need a little distractions in life, don't you think? It's good to be distracted from the usual crap. Well, I hope you guys have been checking out my videos. Oh, that is a little too loud, yeah. I can see that's disturbing my show. I'll have to move to the dining room because she's continuing to play this thing as loud as she possibly can. Which I think is a little bit rude, but whatever, I understand. I think everybody tries to drown each other out. They all got their cell phones out. It's kind of a competition. Well, if you're going to play yours, I'm going to play mine, but I'm going to put the volume louder. I'll show you. Nah, she could do whatever she wants on there. It's her phone. I'm doing a live show, and she has to listen to me. She has every right to be on her cell phone and do her thing. Come on, gotta respect that. Well, you don't have any background music at the moment. Or not music, but background chatter. Okay, you feel better now? Much better? There you go. Popeye, was that too distracting for you? Okay, everybody happy now. I don't know if it's a good thing to listen to. Like, Jim has been in the genre news a lot lately, and we're actually watching something happen. We're watching somebody actually lose their fucking mind on camera and live a lot now. Someone doesn't want to face the reality of their life, that their wife, Dexel is her name. They want anything to do with him. Although he'll change the scenario a bit and say, no, it was her that did all these terrible things. Well, you got to know this guy's personality, the drunkard he is, how belligerent the guy is, and, whose story are you going to believe? I'd have to go to a court of law and I have to say, who's really the culprit in that relationship? You know it's going to be Jim. It's like some people just can't help themselves. Well, you can't help being who you are, that's what it is, and it shows out, especially if you're on social media. People see different aspects of your personality. Hear it, see it. The guy that's in love with his muscles and his testosterone shots and his 20 years of doing steroids. Might affect the brain. I would think it probably would. I don't know, no specialist in that field, but I would probably venture to say that his steroidal usage has probably not been the greatest thing. Maybe for his muscles, but let's face it, folks, muscles are not everything. You gotta have a brain to match it, but unfortunately, it may increase the muscles, but it decreases the brain matter, as in Jim's case. But now Jim's got a new sidekick that he talks to now and then. Did a couple of lives. I know at least one. I think there were two. And that's this crazy Dubliner guy, this Irish guy. You can barely understand his accent. And this is a guy who's been living in the Philippines apparently quite a while. He got his little pedigree, he's got his SRRV, whatever, but the guy comes on and all he's doing is complaining about the Philippines. I mean, don't people still have choices? I mean, you don't have to be here if you don't want to be here. You got choices to make. But why spend your life going on social media and totally bitching and whining about the Philippines if you're apparently not happy here? You don't like the culture. Apparently you haven't had any luck with the Filipinos, so maybe that's why you got some bees in your bonnet. Perhaps. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just speculating. Don't be anywhere that you don't like if you got that freedom of choice. Especially don't be here if you don't like it in the Philippines. You got that much freedom to do that. Pick up, pack your bag, and go. Instead of just bitching and whining because you can't get no action out here. Here's what happened with these guys that are moving to the Philippines. Southeast Asia, and that fact. It's not the promised land as people think it is. It's not the promised land. You just heard a lot of chatter on social media that, the Philippines was this, the Philippines was that. You're a rock star when you get off that plane, you're going to get all these women. That's not true. That's not true. That's far from the truth. If you're a shithead before you came to the Philippines, you're probably still going to be a shithead. And if you think you have that kind of ongoing personality disorder, I might say, add another disorder, personality disorder, it's going to show out right here in the Philippines. You're not going to get a woman, man. You may meet them, but when they figure you out, well, it probably doesn't take a very long time. Then boom, and you're scratching your head wondering, what am I doing wrong? They can't secure a relationship in all places of Philippines where there's so many single women running around and, ripe and ready to go. But you got to play it right. You got to play it right. You don't play it right, I mean, it's a recipe for disaster. You're going to be alone as you were in the country you came from. And that's a fact. And when you keep on making the same mistakes over and over and over again, I mean, when does it come that you actually, get a clue? I mean, I'm going to tell you, get a clue. If you're having a hard time, well, chalk it up to something that you're doing wrong. I mean, you're obviously doing something wrong. It hasn't worked for you, no matter how much you tried. So maybe you need to re-examine, I would think, what is it you're doing wrong? Something to think about. I'm just saying, you can rectify these situations, I mean, possibly, unless you're that far gone. But I really don't suggest really spending all that money on the air trip all the time and everything else. Say you're just going to visit here because you want to play around, because you heard about all these Filipino women are supposed to be so easy. Like that movie, Earth Girls Are Easy, but in this case, they're saying that Filipino girls are easy. Not necessarily. You find the right girl, they're not that easy. They're decent people. They're not all whores, as some people try to label Filipinas as being all whores. That's because maybe they kind of having a hard time securing one, even for a date. Even presenting money to them. There's some Filipinos that don't want anything to do with some of these foreigners. You ever think of that? That actually does happen? Smelly, dirty, hairy chest, bad breath, no teeth, horrible personality and disposition. Yeah, I'm sure there are Filipinas, professionals, freelancers, bar girls, whatever, that, well, still have a little bit of taste, that they're only willing to go so far for the money. Some of them, yeah, they actually do force themselves to be with people like this. But, we've got some regulars out here. I can think of one in particular that, uses his wallet as an aphrodisiac. And to some Filipinos, that would be an aphrodisiac. Hey, show me the money, honey. Give me that good life and 5-star dinners, and let's travel around. Let's have a great old time on his peso, on his dollar. Shit, if I was an upwardly mobile type of Filipino, yeah, I'd jump on that gravy train too. Why not, right? The gravy train. Choo-choo. The gravy train. So you just can't, put Filipinos into one classification. It's like anywhere else, really. Yeah, no, they label us a third world country. They figure there's a lot of poverty out there, and any Filipino is willing to jump in your pants, or allow you to get in their pants. But that's not always the case. There's a lot of guys that have been rejected out there. Boy, we have a lot on YouTube. One in Florida. You guys have been in fucking Philippines in 40 years. Imagine not being laid for a couple of decades because your wife left you and you just can't seem to find a woman. Maybe they have mobility issues, but their mobility is just not their legs. We call these guys tripods. They got the third leg, but, there's a little seal or washer in there that is not allowing movement. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't even made my freaking tea, which is unusual. Maybe I got distracted a little bit this morning. Or maybe that's it. I gotta admit, I've been at my best since I took a hiatus from YouTube for several months or so. And my comeback has been very enlightening for a lot of people. And it's been actually very enlightening for me. I've been hearing some new stuff on YouTube. It's not like I'm in a state of awe, like I've never heard this kind of bullshit before, and being witness to the pathetic disposition and life of these losers who dare to come on camera and expose themselves for the desperate simps that they are. Now the word simp, that's, highly defined. I mean, you have to understand what a simp is. A real simp anyway. Buying a woman, well, that's unfortunately, you're not going to find real love doing that. Oh, don't get me wrong. There is love there. Love for the guy's money. About as far as it goes. Just think about it. Let's give an example. Oh, just fictitious, You got a guy that's not exactly good looking, has a pretty fucked up personality and his view of life. The guy's a power freak, flaunts his money around to get attention, supports someone who's leading the country of the United States, who is now known to be in cahoots with Jeffrey Epstein, who has committed the most horrendous crimes. He's now dead, who have defiled young girls, sex trafficking, rape, and you're going to support that guy. Hey, need nothing more to say. If you support that kind of behavior, I don't know. Maybe you have something in common. I don't know. I don't know. Because the only people that will support a behavior like that, ever since the expression, takes one to know one. Well, I don't know. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. Maybe there is truth to that. But I wouldn't know this. And I'm not actually into the personal lives of these people, but it's what you put out is what people see and hear, and they can make their own conclusions on that. They have the capacity to do so. It's your opinion. Or it's the evidence that's presented by the person that, makes you believe that. It's quite a good possibility that what they do with their life is not what they try to show you on YouTube. That if you could support, imagine, the leader of the free world, Donald J. Trump, and you approve of what he does, threats to kill people, firing his staff if they don't believe in him, fucking little girls, and you support that. And you support that. Man, that speaks volumes right there. Volumes. Anyway, go look at a couple of the shorts I got out there. You might have a laugh. I can't say that I get not necessarily enjoyment from watching somebody lose their fucking mind. It is entertaining, though. It's according to who they are. Like you got Asian Adventures with Jim. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. He's the poster child for steroid abuse. Look what it's done to him. Oh, he's proud about his muscles. Muscles don't make the man. Keep that in mind. I always loved that commercial they had out, showing some eggs frying in a frying pan. And they said, "This is your brain on drugs." I always remember that commercial, that, advertisement or public message, anti-drug campaigns. This is your mind on drugs while the eggs fry up in that pan. Brilliant, I'd say. That's what happens with drugs. I know it. I know it very well because, unfortunately, I've had a family member that got involved in that kind of shit. Drugs, 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 drugs. How fortunate I am that I don't do straight drugs. But Popeye, wait a minute. Popeye said that people who take prescription drugs are bad people. Well, we know that Popeye probably takes at least 5 or 6 of them at least. Probably having to do with his mental condition. I'm sure most of it is probably associated with his mental condition. I think he lost it when his wife left him for a black man. But, good for her because what I heard, she's got her own little food business now. She's happy. She's not going to be slapped around by Robert. And she's a happy camper. So kudos for Popeye's ex-wife. Yeah, he used to beat the shit out of her. I told you, he's a ginny. Gin and camels. What did Popeye say? What does he normally say? Should I go through a list? Although my girlfriend is fucking a Zumba instructor. When her Zumba instructor happens to be female. She hasn't even been to Zumba that much anyway, but her Zumba instructor just happens to be female. So unless the Zumba instructor uses a fucking dildo, and my girlfriend was actually unfaithful to me, which is not the case. I just don't think that's happening. That's the best part. Oh, the question really should be, Snappy, is what exactly did Popeye not say? That's probably a better question. Restructure it. Yeah. Yeah. There's not much that he hasn't said. Oh, let's see, I'm a draft dodger, I'm a pedophile. See, my girlfriend's fucking Zumba instructors. I never graduated college and got a bachelor's degree. Oh, the list goes on. And I think of a lot more than that. You got another half hour, you know. But from, his perspective, it's a very sick perspective. I mean, Papa's been on for years. He doesn't go anywhere. Oh, sure. Would assist, he'll go to the supermarket in his mobility scooter. Occasionally he'll go to the casino. Regularly he goes to the bingo parlor. Just admit, you're old. You're old. You're older than old. Didn't catch me going to a bingo parlor. Shit, my parents occasionally would go. Not even that often, but they'd go. I went to see them in these bingo parlors sometimes, smoke in the air, everybody hoping to get, all those ducks in a row on a bingo card, and bingo, bingo, B-I-N-G-O, 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 and bingo was his name. Oh, a revelation. I got a good name for Popeye. This has a nice ring to it anyway. Let's call him Bingo. Sounds like dingo, but we'll go with bingo. Both work, but yeah. Snappy Tom says, I heard from a reliable source he does zero maintenance on his house. I don't know. I'm not there to witness it. I mean, would that surprise me? No. Probably because he can't, and he doesn't want to spend the money. And maybe he just can't afford to do maintenance on his house. We're doing maintenance on my house all the time. There's always something to do. It's over 13 years old, the house, which is not ancient, but there's always something. The gutter will leak sometimes, windows need to be washed, I don't know, electrical outlet may go out, you have to replace it. Oh, hell. You might have to clean out your split air conditioners, have a cleaning job done. You have to rake your yard, gotta get rid of the trash. A light bulb burns out, you gotta replace it. There's always work you gotta do on a house. You gotta repaint something, retouch something up. Now, if you can't do that on your own, there's something wrong with your brow, That's the one thing I'd never want to be, though, is immobile. That would rock my world. Now, I don't know how long he's been using a mobility scooter. I have no idea, but we know he is. Now, he won't go on camera because he's afraid to show what he currently looks like. And we had some visions of him. We've seen some photos of him that were taken maybe back 10 years, and he was still looking like he was a lot older than his age, looking weathered and haggardy, sickly. Well, 10 years have passed. God knows what he's looking like now, what shape he's in. It's all dried out, smoking his corncob pipe, bottle of gin on his side, pack of filterless Camels. John Smith, Frank, your BFF Popeyes. Of course he's simulcasting me. We already know that. You're not telling me anything new. He does it every time I come on. I mean, he's not living the most exciting life. I'm living rent-free in his head. No rent to pay there. And he knows it. This is just a daily thing. As long as I'm on, he's going to simulcast me. If it's the right time of day, he's still awake. And it's only about, 6 o'clock p.m. where he is, where it's about, I don't know what time it is, if it's close to 6 over here. 5:18 p.m. in Florida. Yeah, he's still up. He doesn't go to bed till 6:30. 6:30. The old boy's got to get his rest. It's been a hard day's night. But he loves listening to me, and I think it's a little love affair. I always questioned if the guy was AC/DC or something. I'm almost convinced of it now. Well, look, you can't get a woman. You want to try to get a man. But if you can't get a man, I mean, at least you could maybe listen to a man that you're attracted to his voice, his stories. So much so that you have to simulcast him. That's mental illness right there. That's desperation. It might be a little bit of, I don't know, as far as the sexual preference goes and all that. Maybe he kind of turned the key the other way in the doorknob. Well, there you go. There's a word. Loneliness. That's it. That's pretty much the definition, really. Better use that. Loneliness. Well, loneliness will drive you to do these things. Look at Michael Fazio. Rest his soul. That had to be. I don't know if it really succeeds Popeye. But that had to be one of the loneliest people on YouTube ever. It was so imperative for him to speak to somebody on the phone or through Skype or something because he needed the human voice. He needed somebody to communicate with him, and he went out of his way to do that with Warren, Scott Del Fuego, and anybody who was willing to talk to him. Oh, he couldn't get off the phone. Even tried to charge Warren $1,500 because Warren didn't answer his phone when even Warren got to a point that didn't want to have to listen to Fazio babble away. Snappy Tom says, well, it's not exactly like Popeye wakes up next to a girl. He does wake up to a girl. You're wrong. He's got a little bitch dog. He wakes up with his little bitch dog, little ankle biter like him. Popeye is an ankle biter, actually. Good description. Just thought about it. That works. That works for me. An ankle biter. It's all he could is bite ankles. It's like the Chihuahua with the big bark, but has absolutely no bite at all. Okay, what else is new on the YouTube front besides Jim in Asia going out of his monkey-ass mind in public view? I don't think things are going to turn out very well for this guy at all. It's in the cards. Listen to him. Listen to him. He's going to get in the level of Popeye, and that's pretty bad. God, I don't know. I just could not see going on life like Popeye does. I don't mean to make him a topic matter here, but since he's simulcasting me, let's give him what he wants. Let's just give him a little something to suck on. Besides, his own dick, if he was able to be that dexterous, he probably would do it. Yeah. Allah will say he's busy. Not really understanding that statement. Allah will say that Popeye's busy, or Allah will say that he's busy. No cryptic sentences on here. Explain. Where is Allah today anyway? He's been on my show pretty regularly lately when I do my lives. I think that Popeye actually has all these bells and whistles that go off. Now, normally, you put a notification on, right? You got the notification bell on somebody's show that you like to follow, but I think it goes beyond that. I seriously do. I think he's got a little alarm system set up. No matter where he is, he's in a fucking shitter or something. When Frank goes live, he'll even jump in. Ever hear of jumping ship? This guy jumps shit. The minute he hears that my show is going live, because he's got to simulcast it. That's pretty sad. You know what? I wouldn't, if I was even offered reincarnation, if such a thing existed, and you could choose to come back whether you wanted to or whatever reason, I certainly wouldn't want to come back as this guy. I'd rather be dead and leave it be. Leave me dead. I don't want to be reincarnated. If I had to come back as this guy, I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be dead rather than given life. Well, Aloe is kind of both sides of the fence, shall I say, It's according to, the barometer level or something, He'll go either way. Like people into AC/DC. He goes with the flow. Aloe goes with the flow. I know secretly he doesn't like Popeye at all. I know Aloe thinks Popeye's on the list of some of the biggest losers on here. He has his own list, but I know Popeye is on that list with Aloe. Don't matter if Popeye was on his hate show in the past. They've had some skirmishes too. But you have to have been around here long enough to know that on YouTube. I've heard it all, seen it all. So I'm at the point where I'm getting a lot of enjoyment from listening to the news lately. Watching Trump's demise, this is fascinating stuff. It goes to show you that, how power can be corrupt, and how being corrupt could equal power in some people's minds, but they all wind up falling against the sword. Happens all the time. That crazy love of mine. My goodness. I appreciate the entertainment on here. Don't get me wrong. If I've ever had a moment where I didn't think high of myself for one reason or another, all I have to do is listen to these boobs, these babbling boobs. And it makes me feel so much better about myself. I don't know how else to put it, really. It does. It's my own ego booster, my endorphin booster, GABA booster, never mind the meds. I get a natural high just from listening to these babbling boobs on here. No medicine could surpass that. It just can't. But I like watching how people are basically setting themselves up on here for disaster, when certain things could be prevented, in fact, But watching them go down like a plane that's just been shot down by a missile, and watching the fiery crash when it hits the ground, right here on YouTube, right on the Philippines genre, right here. Come and get it. If you want it, come and get it. It may not last. Man, I'm sorry to be repetitive, but I was listening to this other babbling boob, the one with the fat wallet. And I knew this guy was really corrupt in his mind, but all I needed was that one show from him, and that really defined his character. I'm going to say it again. 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 That if you support somebody that engages in certain behavior, chances are you might have something in common, perhaps, or it just shows how sick your mind is. Take your pick. I don't know about you guys, but I can't support anyone, whether it's a president or not, that is going to do the things that he did. They think that money is so empowering, and it can be to a certain degree, but having more money than another does not make you better than somebody. And a lot of times you could lose that money and then lose the so-called power that you felt that you've achieved with having this money. So basically, money is not everything, apparently. Oh, ants. I'm gonna have a banana here before I have my tea. That's right. You got a problem with that, anybody? I'm gonna have a nana. I'm gonna have a nana. There we go. Oh, okay. You know, if you peel back the skin on these online idiots, you're going to reveal the real nature of the fruit. There you go. Open up, troll. Open up, Popeye. Popeye does a lot of hand action, don't you, Popeye? To my voice. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's probably jacking off right now to my voice. Oh, that's a sickening thought for me to even think of. But he probably does. Sorry to be so graphic. Okay, anybody else have anything to contribute to this morning's show before I get off here? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Well, you got to give Popeye something to talk about. He's kind of running out of material. Besides his opening statement, well, there you go. I could also say something similar to that. No matter where you go, there you are. Think about that, Popeye, what that means. That you can't change for the positive. If your dick is limp, sometimes Viagra's not going to even go to help. But you got the firm grip of your hand. And that could work for some men that are not getting any real action. But you see, that's not real. I know in your mind you're jacking off while you're stroking. You're thinking about me and my velvet voice. Keep the show open for what? If I'm not getting much dialogue, it's turning out to be one of Popeye's famous monologues. Right, Popeye? Monologue. He didn't like the word. Soliloquy. It had a nice ring. I'll call it whatever I want. Monologue, soliloquy. In defining a monologue is not different from a soliloquy. I don't know where you get that information. You talking to ChatGPT or something? Where are you getting that information? Where? Where? Uh-oh, a little chism from Popeye. Uh-oh. How nasty, Popeye. How fucking nasty. Get out of here. You're disgusting. Oh my God. This calls for a fucking smoke. Want one? Oh, that's right, you're a camel. I'm a Winston, you're a camel smoker. Okay, what else do I have to do here? I'm at least going to get my cup out, and I'm going to at least try to get the tea going. I'm a little late on the tea this morning, but I got up a little earlier than normal. So forgive me. Hey girls. Hey girls. go, wherever you. I'll be waiting there for you, right, Popeye? No matter anytime I come on, you're gonna be waiting for me. It's good to have a big fan like Popeye. It's flattering, to say the least. It flatters me. It flutters me and flatters me. But you know what? With all being said, I give some meaning to his life. No purple heart for Popeye. Yeah. Yellow, perhaps. Yellow is mellow. Let's get this puppy going here in that micro. Let's see, she's already got her coffee water ready. She's ahead of me. Let's give this puppy 3 minutes. Whatever you do, I'll be out there waiting for you. Just like Popeye is waiting for me. Every morning I do a show on there. He's out there waiting for me. Popeye, you know what? Even a humanitarian effort. You know, sorry I had to move to a different area. Sorry I had to move to a different area. I can't, it's really hard to witness somebody like him. I don't advise that to anybody. At least secure a relationship with somebody or make a, if you're like you're not into men, you're into me, you know. But I'm just saying that at least find a good friend or something you could hang around with, go out and have a beer with or something like that in America. I'm sure there's a lot of bars out there, but Popeye can't afford to spend the money on a drink. You move around if you have to. Yeah. Now, you guys think I'm not serious. You think I'm just, sending missiles and RPGs at Popeye. Maybe he can relate to that, missiles and RPGs, but he's never been around them. Although I think he said he was a gunner's mate, too, on top of everything else. Yeah, right. Is that a tool in your pocket, Popeye, or are you just happy to see me? Well, that's right, he can't get it up. Okay, end that statement. Got a million of them, Popeye. Got a million of them. And you know I do. I don't know the last time he's ever had a sperm that was a swimmer. He managed to pop out one. I think it was probably in vitro. Because he couldn't fucking get it up if he tried. Had to be in vitro with his wife at the time. Only thing I could think of. Did they have in vitro at that time? I don't know. I'm killing it, Popeye. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. How brave Popeye is, calling me a pedophile and everything that he shoots toward me. Do you think there's a little bit of projection going on here? Even just a little bit, folks? I would think so. Little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. What you mean to me? To ABC. Just a little bit. Come on, Popeye, sing along. Just a little bit. He's got to get a little bit of me before he goes to bed at night. He goes to bed about 6:30 p.m. You got to be pretty ancient to go to bed at 6:30 p.m., first of all. But he has to listen to my voice because it's very soothing. As people told me, I got that velvet voice, right? So he's got to listen to me before he goes to bed. He'll have his dinner, probably while I'm doing my live. He'll watch some reruns of General Hospital. Or actually, I am his reruns, actually. He's probably listening to all mine. You're such a sad sap, Robert. But, there's going to be a day of your demise. I mean, for all of us. But the thing about you're not going to be missed by anybody. That's the sad part in life. When you get to the point that when you're gone, nobody's even going to miss you or even remember that you fucking existed. That's sad. That's sad. That's sad. Is there any reason for anybody to miss Popeye? I don't know. Maybe his daughter actually loves him. Well, he's providing a house for her to live in. What's not to love, right? Let's be real. He's always got his daughter hanging around. That's his company, and of course his little foo-foo dog. He's got his little foo-foo dog that licks his balls. He puts a little peanut butter on there. I can't get no satisfaction. I'll use my little doggy to create some fun. Da-da-da. How sad. So sad. Okay, I gotta read this while I'm doing my tea. Frank wakes up each and every day next to a woman. I sure do. Something Popeye does not get to experience. Oh, yeah. Somebody help this guy out. Anybody live around Florida area anywhere? Remotely near Florida? I gotta get this guy a fucking woman. I mean, come on, serious guys. Let's be serious. Who needs your help? Where is my turmeric? My God, there we are. Can't go without my turmeric in here. Are you out of your fucking minds? There we go. Oh, forgot my lemon. Here we go. Can't forget my lemon. Call it a lime. Call it a supersized calamansi or whatever you call that shit. It's all the same to me. This time it's going to be a big lemon or lime or grossly huge calamansi. Look at that. You got any balls, Popeye? I think your balls are that big, actually. Thing is, you can't use them. They're useless. They're atrophied. Let's cut this puppy up, shall we? Oh, I can smell it already. My God. You ready, folks? The moment you've been waiting for. I did it my way, yeah. Watch this. Look at that juice. It's as clear as Popeye's fucking semen. He ain't got no fucking sperm. They all up and died on him. Look at that, folks. Squeeze it out, Popeye. Come on, squeeze one out for me. To my voice. There you go. There you go. Got any more juice? Oh, you got a little more? Have you been saving that up for me? One more, one more. What do I smell? In the sink, oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, the juices are flowing, Popeye. You turned on? Were you turned on? Tell us about it. Got some eggs boiling here. Okay. There it is, proverbial tea. The icon of my channel. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I got a couple of seeds in there this time, though. The seeds of destruction. Popeye's seed. Infertile, of course. There was one point, although after they shot out one kid, him and his wife, the wife told him, please have a vasectomy. I'll pay for it because I know you can't. I don't want to create anything from you, sir. Okay. I hear Lady Gaga in the background here, actually. Are you enjoying this morning, Popeye? It's made for your entertainment. I do think about you in a sense, at least giving you a little entertainment, because I got to spice up your life somehow. Nobody else can. Nobody else will. Well, anyway, this is not the Popeye show, but why not have a little fun? It is morning time. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go here now because I'm actually getting hungry. It's early to eat, but I don't know. I could wait a little bit longer to eat, build up my appetite. I'm not sure. Shall it be oatmeal? Shall it be a couple of eggs? Shall it be some vegetables? I don't know. Got to think about it. It's still a little bit too early to eat for me. I don't mind having a tea at this hour of the morning, but I usually have a lot earlier than this. Popeye, do you want to know what brand of toilet paper I use too? He wants to know everything about me because he wants to be me. He wants to be me. That's what I figured it out to be. Not just stalking, that he does very well with me, but I think he actually wants to be me. Mini me. He wants my life. He'd love to have my woman. He may make fun of her with all these little skits he puts on. His little editing and AI, whatever he does. But in reality, it's a reflection of how he feels. In reality, it's a reflection of not having, it's not having what I have. That's the really sad part. I think anybody, really, if you make a little bit of effort, you could achieve certain things. Maybe, maybe not to the level some other people achieve, like me. And not maybe finding the greatest woman, but I think, put him in a position with a woman, a real live woman with blood pumping through her veins and, a real pussy, not a pocket pussy. And you'd be surprised how he could go through a change. He could start thinking more positively and thinking better about himself and not projecting so much as he does. He'd become a new man, I'll guarantee you. Well, to a certain degree, when you're not a man to begin with, if you know what I mean, unless you want to take hormone shots, you're never going to be a true man. Take some femorones. Might as well. You already know you're a fucking pussy to begin with. Why not just have one? Just get an operation, get it over. That's right, you can't afford that. And Medicare's not going to pay for that. But you could dream. And if you're going to act like a pussy, that's exactly what you are. Okay, now comes the cell phone here. All right, I think it's time. Okay. Great show by my standards this morning. Nobody's promised tomorrow. That's a good one. Nobody's promised a tomorrow, Popeye. For the last time, world end. I want to be next to you. You sing that song, Popeye? The world's going to end. You want to be next to me. Oh, that's so flattering. Pathetic, but quite flattering. Yeah. Somebody help this guy out. Anybody live around Florida area, anywhere remotely near Florida? I gotta get this guy a fucking woman. I mean, come on, serious guys. Let's be serious. He needs your help. Where is my turmeric? My God, there we are. Can't go without my turmeric in here. Are you out of your fucking mind? There we go. Oh, forgot my lemon. Here we go. Can't forget my lemon. Call it a lime. Call it a supersized calamansi or whatever you call that. need. They're waiting for their adopted daddy to feed them. That they are. All right. Now that I ate something, I had to give old Ginger a bath today. That's what I did. It's amazing the remnants. You could smell wet dog hair in the living room, and I have to mop with some vinegar. Now the other dog, I took out the special pet razor thing and gave her a little bit of trim around the neck, well, different areas. It's dog grooming day, although Sal didn't have her bath yet. Maybe later, or maybe tomorrow morning. They're kind of hard to handle, bringing her in the shower like that. Actually, Ginger was actually fairly cooperative, actually. Oh, God. Look, we may smell it. If somebody comes in here and smells that wet dog smell, it'll immediately knock you out. So my remedy is, of course, a good sweep up, and you want to take a wet mop, white vinegar, a little bit of dish soap. And once the smell kind of dissipates, it kind of takes away that notorious wet dog smell. And believe me, if I could smell it, somebody will walk in here is going to smell it right off. And it don't even need to be wet, because dogs tend to have a smell in their fur or skin. If they have any fungal shit going on, you'll definitely smell it. Things like that. So these are things you have to deal with when you have a pet. But we got like the cleanest dogs in the community, I can assure you that. And we do our best to take care of them. After all, they do spend a considerable amount of time inside the house, their choice, and spoiled, air conditioned, a whole bit, petting them, giving them attention, brushing their hair. The life of Riley, huh? It should be. Dogs are so underrated sometimes. They're much nicer than people. Well, okay, a quick topic here is how personal should you be on YouTube? I don't know, man. Philly in the Philippines, man. It was a while back, and he admitted or told people that he had to use a penis pump. And I'm like, what the fuck? All right, you're talking about some personal things, personal habits or something, but to a degree. But to tell people that you use a penis pump, that's a little bit TMI, too much information. Shit, that's not something you want to tell your viewers. I'm surprised they haven't hounded him about. Maybe at the time he put it out they did, I don't remember. I'm surprised he wasn't hounded about that. Oh shit. I don't know, you have the attachment and you pump it up or something. I don't know. Go look for an illustration. I don't think I even want to see what it looks like. A fucking penis pump? Seriously? Well, I guess it's a good thing. If you go back 100 years, we don't have to go back 100 years, but, before they had Viagra, maybe that don't work for him. He's got to have a penis pump. That's got to be pretty bad. If you need a penis pump to salute the flag, if Viagra doesn't work, like, what the fuck is going on there? If Viagra don't work for you, if you have that problem, a penis pump? I'm just saying. What are you doing? So, you're looking so pretty now. You're looking so pretty now. You still haven't had a bath yet. No, you haven't. Oh, Ginger heard that word bath again. She said, I don't want no part of it. I just had one. She needs to totally dry off. Well, the shampoo actually had some kind of supposed to keep it over 10 minutes though. Kind of antifungal thing in this tropical weather. She gets skin irritations here and there, It's pretty common out here with dogs. It may be common for some people too. You do got to shower at least twice a day out here. And by the way, you have to use antibacterial soap. That's probably the worst thing you could use. I was using that for a long time. I figured, shit, I'm in the Philippines. My well water, which I shower with, who the hell knows what's in there? Hello, Thai dog man. Oh, speaking of dogs, I was just talking about my dogs. And you use regular soap. You find some Dove or Ivory. You don't find Ivory much out here. You find some Dove. It's good for sensitive skin. It cleans the bacteria off. I mean, remember, your skin is the biggest organ in your body. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm going to tell you it anyway. It's the biggest organ in your body, actually, your skin. And, everybody gets bacteria. But when it gets too much, you're not bathing enough, or, you got the heat and moisture, and your skin's rubbing together between your crotch. Oh, damn. Shit. That happened to me one time way back in Seattle. I wound up getting a boil, kind of in the, not the inguinal area, but further back, and I had to go to this Checkers clinic. They're like 7-Elevens, had them all over the place. And that was excruciating. They had to lance the fucking thing. There was all kinds of bacteria, dangerous bacteria, and they said, holy shit, man. So, hey, if you're in the Philippines, I don't mean to gross you out, but if you're out here, keep it clean. Keep it clean. Because this is a place, if you're going to pick up something out here, you're going to pick it up. If it's there, it'll say hello to you at some point or another. So, yeah. Oh, I'm just relaxed. I've been kind of jumping around this morning here. First of all, taking care of the dogs, and a little grooming and all that, bathing, one of them. Some of the little smaller projects around here. And not to mention trying to sanitize my room. We go through this whole thing every day. We have to take the vacuum out or sweep or whatever combination of both. We mop. We try to because we live in the inside. We don't live in the outside. We don't live among Mother Nature out there. We live inside. And this has got to be the cleanest. But in fact, I want to buy, haven't found a really good one yet. Maybe next time I go to Cebu, the lovely Cebu, I want to get one of those air purifiers. It's got to be a HEPA 13, which has been recommended. A HEPA 13. You got to measure your room. That's why you got to know what model you want to get. How big of a room does it cover, and all that stuff. So, but it'd be kind of expensive to buy one for every fucking room in the house. We want to get something industrial. I guess we're going to have to ask our friend with the wallet out there who works in that industry. I'm sure he'll say something about it, because he has something to say about just about anything or everything. Okay. Oh, I think I got a cramp. I just ate something, and oh my goulai. Oh, we got a fairly nice day today. We did have a little rain yesterday overnight. It was pretty good. A good little dumping. We needed it. Today is, I can't say it's a lazy day because I've been keeping pretty active, but even got my exercise in. Maybe too much. It energizes me, but still I'll find myself, if I don't stay active, and if I decide to go sit in my favorite chair here, if I'm bored out of my mind, I'll start kind of nodding out a bit. Shit happens. I guess I'm getting old or something. It's a combination of different elements. I don't know, but as I said, I don't nap during the day. Maybe I should. What am I afraid of napping? I mean, I don't know. To me, it has to be dark out, curtains closed, everything quiet. Some people just, go to their bed and take a nap midday, and they just snooze right off, man. That's not really me, because I know in my mind it's daytime. I'm trained, as most people are, to go to sleep at night. That I don't take naps during the day. Hello, Mr. Len Whistler. And hello to Mr. Ty, the dog man. I don't think I'll be on here too long. I'm not too motivated here. I just ate something really quick, nothing elaborate at all. Oh, good Lord, I guess we're going to probably have roasted chicken again tonight. Cook one of the big birds. Gotta say it right. Say big bird, big bird. eat a lot of chicken. But it's a lot better than eating a lot of red meat. I do eat red meat. In fact, I had a little bit of, well, actually, this little meal I just had, there's some extra stuff was made from last night. It was made of like, cut up diced potatoes with hamburger beef in there, and some other vegetables left over. Didn't want to go to waste. You need that taste of meat now and then. Well, chicken is meat too. It's a different type of meat. But if you don't eat the skin, it's a lot healthier if you don't eat the skin. But yeah, they love the skin around here. If I don't eat my skin, it's like the sucker, like cannibals, it's like passed around. The kids love the skin. In fact, my girlfriend loves the skin. I can't always eat the skin. It's tasty. I mean, I admit that. If you want to eat an animal, what's the difference if you eat the goddamn skin? I'm just going to not eat an animal's nuts. I'm not going to eat their heart. I'm not going to eat their liver. I'm not going to eat their eyes. It kind of grosses me out. No, we just got, ambient chickens. No, there's a chicken that comes to roost right in the side of my house. It's an elevated area. And she's there for the second time. She's, off the ground and kind of got Gilda put a cardboard box there, open box, very shallow, that she could have a place to go and do that. I mean, I'm not encouraging that. And the chickens ain't going to last around my yard anyway because my dogs will definitely get it. She doesn't mind having chickens for eggs, but I just don't want to do that because, again, the problems with my dog. They'll definitely go after the chickens. Tell you what, they're chicken dogs or bird dogs. They'll go after. Even the cats. It's their yard. It's like, as far as they're concerned, this is their territory. And animals are very protective of their territory. They're protective of us, protective of the yard. I don't even need CCTV out here, really, to know somebody's out there because even Ginger, the older one, still has good ears. They hear everything. Where am I? I'm on an island in the middle of the Pacific. True. I'm what they call Bantayan, Bantayyan Island, in a town called Santa Fe, just like Santa Fe, New Mexico, but yeah. On one of the islands of the many, what is it? 7,100 islands or something like that in the Philippines. Yep, I could walk an 8-minute walk to a white sand beach. In fact, we're going to do that later. I think I'll do that later today before the sun goes down. Take a walk on the beach. Maybe I'll do some video on there. Yeah, I think I'll do that. We'll see, as long as it don't rain or anything later. We had some thunderstorm. What was it? Late afternoon? Early evening. Some thunder and some heavy rain. Then it kind of dissipated, went out, But I like the cycle because we need the rain, of course. I'm never going to forget last year. That was hell on wheels because we had, I would say, a real drought situation, really, last year. I think I am living a good life. You smell that? The dog hair? Well, what is that going to do? Well, even Gilda's saying, yeah, she walks in the room. Even though I got the air conditioner on, you can still smell that wet dog smell. Probably because she's not totally dry yet.
After you give a bath, they come here and then.
Yeah, if you give her a bath, she'll come in the living room and you'll smell that. There's nothing worse. There's worse things. How about death? The smell of death. But yeah, a wet dog has that telltale, very recognizable smell, but you don't have to think what the hell it is. Cat hair? I don't know. I suppose cat hair would smell that way too, wouldn't it? I don't know. Never really had cats. But yeah, they're quite an upkeep, but it's worth it though. Devotion dogs give to you that humans just can't really do that, man. How a dog, some dogs, they'll lay their head on you and just, love your company and they show affection. They don't want anything from you except, they expect to eat and be loved and give them attention. And unfortunately, a lot of people just don't do that with each other anymore. To do too busy attacking each other for no reason at all. Dogs, they don't do that kind of shit. And it really appalls me that people are eating dogs, burning them alive, boiling them, whatever the hell they're doing in Vietnam and all these countries in Thailand, whatever. They're slowly putting a stop to that. Because it has been, dogs have been recognized as a man's best friend. It's a domestic animal that are pets and they're not made for eating. But, there's always a question, what would you do? If you were on a deserted island, there's no food at all, but there's abundance of dogs, I bet you probably would go after the dogs. I would venture to say that. Even though you would never do that before. I don't know, maybe. I've never been in that situation, so I really couldn't tell you. Yeah, I think I'm living a decent life. I got the coconut palms, all that shit around. I got all that shit. You like the feeling of the tropics, you can come here to the Philippines. There's so many islands. I'm on one of the many. I've been here over 9 years on this island, been associated with it for 10 years. Yeah, it's all good. I don't know. I don't know where the hell I'd want to live if it wasn't actually here. I don't know. I gave it thought. If I want to stay in Southeast Asia, I kind of have my ideas. I wouldn't be certain. But, this island here fits me very well. 'Cause now we know a lot of people here. We know locals, we know officials, barangay people, the police, store owners, vendors. Yeah, if they don't know us personally, some of them, then they know of us. They see us around. We're no threat to this community. So it's comfortable. But, living in the Philippines is a lot of work if you own a house. Even if you don't. I mean, you got to upkeep the place you're living in, right? After all, you do live in it. Yeah. It's so funny because, I call them my stepkids. The younger one that lives here, and then the brother's just slightly older. They were sharing the next biggest room in the house. Because the other rooms, or whatever I have, tiny little things. So, Kai, who's the youngest, pretty much kicked his brother out of there. Because Kai's, he's a more timid one. He's more cerebral rather than more brawn and, athletic. He likes to keep the room tidy and clean. Where, his brother just throw things under the bed, don't want to deal with it or something. So now, his slightly older brother has his own tiny little room. Bought a little new mattress for him yesterday. Ceiling fan in there. Got it up. Oh, that's what we have to do. I forgot. I gotta go to the hardware store. I gotta get this attachment. So the plug fits in the wall. Totally forgot about it. So he could have his own little room for himself. And Kai's got his privacy, the bigger room. In fact, his sister had these really nice little colored lights. And he has like a big mirror on the wall toward the headboard of the bed. Well, toward the head of the bed. Doesn't have he has a headboard, but it's made of metal. And it's pretty cool because you could change the colors on there. So here he is, in a little king in his room, Got the whole room to himself with a queen-size bed. He's got little lights surrounding the mirror, any color he wants, red, yellow, green, blue. He's got an air conditioner room if he ever really needs it. It is a wall mount anyway. It's not a split air, but he gets too cold. He's happy with a fan, thank goodness for that. Yeah. He's got it good. I must say. And his brother, he don't mind having a small room. It's all functional. All he needs is he's got internet. That's all he needs. He's got a fan in there. outlets, a little light in there. I mean, it's all he needs. Not even a bed frame. We had those fold-out cots made of metal, but something broke on it. So now we got it in the closet. They're not comfortable. Like really more of an emergency guest cot or something if you have somebody extra over here or something like that. So, God, I'm getting cramps in my belly. Probably because I gotta go. Probably. My body has a way of saying hello. I usually know every symptom on my body. I know in the morning how things, I know exactly what I do when I wake and what I have to do the minute I wake up. You know, my body's trained. It's like clockwork. Or more like Clockwork Orange, I don't know. I'm a creature, I guess I am a creature of habit, I guess. Sometimes I surprise myself. Okay. I might have to make a run here. And actually, I do got to go to the hardware store. So, oh, God, what do I need? I don't like to go downtown for one little stupid little shitty thing. We're going to have to pick up a plug attachment, you know, the adapter. Your hair? Oh, you want to get it colored?
Listen,
Huh?
listen.
Who's going to?
Listen, my
Lisselle? She knows how to do that?
hair. Yeah, salon.
Oh, she has the salon. I'm surprised you didn't say saloon. That's how they pronounce it here. Oh, she gonna come over here?
Yesterday she's waiting for me.
Oh, she was. Oh, okay.
Remember, she's come here and what?
I'm crampy. Grampy is crampy. Because I got to use the facility. That's why. Rubbing my belly. Oh, what a gal. I know you little gal, like my gal. Talking about my girl. My girl.
Baby.
Yeah. It's all right. She'll treat me like a baby. Rub my belly.
My baby.
Rub my belly. Sometimes rub my back. She knows if I'm feeling good or not. That's a keeper, my friends. That's a keeper. That's a keeper. Well, I had my hair cut already, but my hair's already growing out. I didn't do nothing. No just for men. I didn't touch anything. She's saying, no, leave it, leave it. I said, no, no, no. I just got to get the right just for men color.
Your hair.
Huh?
It's okay, man, your hair.
At the moment, it's okay. I showed everybody what my hair looked like without putting that just for men stuff in there, you know.
Yeah,
It looked good. Had a couple of comments and compliments on it, but I look good. Because it's more natural, because it's actually, it's doing two things. I got a lot of my natural color in there, but it's mixed with, obviously, the grayish.
I like this color.
You like that, huh? So it's not going to stay that way, you know. But it looks more natural if you,
No highlights.
yeah. It's like highlights, yeah.
Oh.
It's nice because
Oh.
you're keeping it, for the most part, you know, natural, but you have your natural color here, but what are you looking at there, Sal?
Yeah, your baby.
You know, you want a bath or something? I don't think so.
Right,
Yeah, get your hair colored, baby. The minute she sees a gray in there, she's off, let me tell you. But I like, you know, you have to have, here's the secret, you know. It's not a secret, it just makes sense, is that you gotta leave a little bit of gray in your hair to look natural. Otherwise, it can look too funky. You know, like a guy with black hair and he's got an old face, for example. Oh man, you can't do it. It doesn't work. Because if you're an older guy, you know, especially with black hair, all the silver is going to show out. There's no question about it. You know, like a good example is a martial arts fighter there. What's his freaking name? Steven Seagal. That looks so fucking, you know, funky. You can only keep yourself looking young for so long. Let's face reality, even me. I do certain things that help with my aging process, but You know, Mother Nature takes over after a while. You could only do so much. Unless you want to get a facelift or something and spend that kind of money. It's ridiculous. There are minor things I could do, minor surgery type of things I wouldn't mind, but that'd be about it. I would not be into any crazy shit like that. I think I'm doing pretty well for my age. I'm still saying that. Because I do get to look in the mirror now and then and I say, all right, okay, all right, not too bad. Although I look like shit, that's probably why I don't come on camera, because one thing about Gilda, she's very photogenic. My God. And I always tell her that. There's not many pictures that I don't think she looks wonderful in. But me, I go on camera, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. Oh, that one makes me look old. But then, you know, I am older. You know? I am older after all. See, that's the reality that you got to face as you are getting older. And the fact is, you are getting older. There are going to be changes in your body, changes in your skin, the elasticity of your skin. There might be some wrinkles, there might be some frown lines, might be that telltale indentation on either side of your cheek, you know, that drool. That's just part of the aging process. And so far, whether stem cells or anything else, you know, we haven't found a miracle of youth. Just don't exist. Don't exist. But they're concentrating on the deep sea, like in the Mariana Trench and stuff like that. Did you know these trenches could be even higher than Mount Everest? And you got the weird fish, and they could take that pressure of the deep sea, and their genes and the DNA actually in there is incredible, and they're studying it. Some amazing stuff going on down there. Besides things like UFOs. And a good question. How do you know that they don't talk about this? How do you know they're not alien creatures? They got these fucking creatures that light up like a neon light at night. They got these creatures, the sharpest teeth you ever seen on anything. Yeah, they just assume that's, you know, just deep water fish. No, it may not be. I mean, look at the squids and octopuses, man. That's some weird ass fucking creatures, man. Who would have said that, you know, they came from the earth? It's not like they have, I think, a backbone or anything, and that you're going to find fossils. How many fossils have they found of octopi or something? You know, I don't know. Maybe they have. But I think it's rare. Creatures of the deep. Creatures of the deep. You gotta have an open mind, folks. I tell you all the time. Boy, nobody's talking today. You're boring me now. I worry about boring you, but it's kind of the other way around. I worry about you people boring me. Damn. Get with the program here. Well, I'm just going to get off this damn thing again. I actually like listening better than doing shows. I know you find it hard to believe, but I got quite a bit of pleasure when I voluntarily went off for 3 months here on my YouTube channel. I got more satisfaction out of that.
Nah?
I didn't feel that I had to say something. I didn't feel that I had to contribute anything, either personally, my philosophy, or any crap like that. It was pretty cool. I'm a better listener anyway. Talker and all that shit. Not really, I'm a better listener. That's, well, if there's something worthwhile listening to, let's put it that way. And on here, there hasn't been much. Unless you want to watch people fighting and lying and people with big egos and narcissists and all that shit. Man, they exist all over. I don't have to go on YouTube for that. But if you want to find them, this is like the place to go. And we know a few of those people. Well, I got to go downtown. Might as well pick up a few things while I'm down there. We got the ceiling fan up in the kids' room, but you know, unfortunately that lead adapter for the AC outlet. And besides, I gotta hit the CR anyway. I've been kind of holding off here. That's as personal as I'm gonna fucking get. Mother Nature says hello, and I greet Mother Nature. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I don't have anything more to say anyway. I don't want to stretch this out. And I read there's so much troll talk on here that I could talk about today, but I don't feel like I just not. I'm just not in the mood to talk about trolls and do a long show. 'Cause it would be a very long show if I had to talk about certain characters on here. I could do a whole day's video on that, but I'm not that into it. Okay, hello, sweetie. Your daddy's right here. Oh, and I got. Shadows of the night. It is the Christmas season here in the Philippines. And we at the Ponderosa, we do celebrate. One of the few houses in the area that actually has any decorations whatsoever. Shining brightly in the dark of the night. Oh, his rope light. That's the bar girl type of scene, you know, having the lights around his bed like that, yeah. Which is pretty high class, you know, it's 5-star. Ah, look at that, folks. Isn't that wonderful? We have other lights around here too, but in the darkness, it really shines out into the dark. Through these gates, this light acts as a beacon to the community. To show that there is Christmas spirit in the neighborhood. Yes, there is. Even my folks sense it. Happy dogs, very happy dogs. Happy dogs, happy life. I wound up watching that movie, Krakatoa, more of a documentary. Quite fascinating. And to know that although the Philippines is not the most volatile volcanic region, it is up there in scale. And this is some of the most dangerous islands that are in the Philippines. I forgot the number of volcanoes that are actually out here, but we are definitely in the zone, the ring of fire. Anyway, enough of my Christmas, Xmas, decorations. It's the dark of the night. The Ponderosa does act like a beacon, a refuge. As the lights flicker away, so does time. It's the days of our lives. 1 second, another second, another second, another second. It adds up to an hour, to a day, to a week, to a month, to another year. Life goes on, our friends, until it no longer can. Why not be festive when you can? Come on, girls. Let's go inside. Everybody, let's go inside. Okay, girls. Come, join me. Hello, sweetie. Me and the dogs were looking at the Christmas lights outside. I said, me and the dogs were looking at the Christmas lights outside. Very decorative. I told people it's a beacon in the dark of the night. Everybody sees those lights go on. Quite fascinating. Okay. I think I have to put this on. I won't see any more documentaries here. I want to see a real movie. IKEA's back. Hey, you missed my Christmas lights. It's a celebration, as every day is. Some guy came on earlier, had a show. No, what was his name? You lead a boring life, he said. Then I kind of proceeded to tell me what his action was. He was waiting to get a coconut to fall off the tree, and so he could drink its very extra special nectar. I said, it's kind of like waiting for paint to dry. I thought my life was boring. Oh, anyway, yeah, TV's on. As I said, I don't watch TV all day, man. After 3 o'clock or so, I start kind of playing around with the TV, see what's on. I didn't feel like at the time watch the movie, and I do like some really educational stuff on here, you know. Anyway, I proceeded to tell this gentleman, and I gave him more than the mouthful that he was expecting, as to the wonderful life it is in the Philippines here, and how exciting it is, and especially living on a kind of a remote island, you know. You can say whatever you want. Well, to a point. Do I not sound happy? I mean, I can't let external idiosyncrasies, you know, affect my life, you know. So I am basically happy. It really bothers me. You wear shoes in the house. Oh, I wipe them. But yeah. Peanut butter, man. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a bad habit. But you see, we sweep and mop the floor at least 2 times a day. Yeah, so we keep everything pretty hygienic, I guess you could say, around here. It's such a hassle to get them on. It's easy to get them off, but it's such a hassle to get them on sometimes. And because I'm so active in a sense that, like I said, I don't sit around all day here. I'm in and out of the house, you know, a lot. And it becomes, that's why I should get a pair of slippers, you know. I actually have a pair of rubber bullets. They really are kind of tearing my feet apart, to be honest with you. That's why I don't wear them. No, that's cool. That's cool. You're right. You shouldn't bring the outside into your house. But, you know, here's the deal, too. My dog's in and out of the house all day at night. They're bringing shit into the house, too. That's why we bathe them. I just gave Ginger a bath today, and tomorrow I'll be giving Cao a bath tomorrow. I groomed them. I brushed their hair every day, almost every day. We're very good with that. Crocs are actually very bad for your feet. I mean, the company made a lot of money, still does. They came out, decades ago, many. But talk to any podiatrist, they're really bad for your feet. Not that's regular slippers that's only being held by your toes and they're not good either. They're also dangerous because you could slip and fall easily. I fell in my yard about a year ago because my kind of house slippers, whatever I was wearing, the rubber kind of folded over on the front of it, henceforth tripping me. And what did I get hurt from that? My side, maybe I got a little bruise on my side or something. But you hit a rock with those slippers and they kind of bend over, and yeah, it's not And the other reason I'll wear shoes and slippers all the time is because even socks, because I don't want to pick up any crap out there. There's a lot of crap to pick up as you walk around on your feet, you know. Yeah. Oh, believe me, there is. If you don't live in the Philippines, I'll just tell you, you know, there is. You're better off wearing some light socks, you know. I don't mean no big old tall socks like Popeye wears up to his knees, like old man socks, but, you know, just short socks because it also absorbs the sweat. There you go. So, got to get into the Christmas spirit. You know, as far as Thanksgiving is concerned, it's just not the same out here. I don't know if we're going to have any special Thanksgiving dinner here. We sort of did last year. You know, we sort of did last year. But, I don't know. I don't know. We're approaching that time. We've got to think about it. You know, we actually tried a turkey out here once. And surprisingly, it was a, you know, butterball bread, and you would think that was pretty good, right? Maybe it was because I wasn't eating fresh turkey for many years while living out here. It was not the standard issue dinner out here. And a lot of locals, some didn't like the taste of turkey. It was hard to get it anyway. But I think I paid in a Bantayan Island metro out there. I must have paid $40 or something for a medium-sized turkey. Hey, what is it's not a thick ribeye. It's called a tomahawk. Have you heard of a cut of beef? Now, you heard of ribeye, you heard of T-bone, you heard of this, you heard of that. Did you ever hear of meat being labeled as tomahawk? Tomahawk. Yeah, but you know, what I've also heard too on somebody's show is that they tried local turkeys out here. And it tastes like shit. It didn't taste like, you know, turkey from America. And it just didn't have a great taste at all. So what's a tomahawk steak? There is a store in town here, and they get stuff from S&R. And it's a small store that's owned by the big restaurant next door, which is a Cocoa Bar and Grill, Hotel, whatever. And they have the frozen, because that's where they get a lot of their supplies for the restaurant. They get it from S&R, the beef and all that. It's tomahawk, yeah. It's a big piece on a huge bone. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It has a bone that sticks out at the end, really long. I've really never heard the expression or the terminology, whatever, or label of tomahawk. That's the first time I've ever heard of that. I've been alive for a long time. I just never heard of that. Yeah, it does come from S&R, because that's where this little store gets its supply, which is where the owner, the big restaurant that runs the tiny store next door, gets all their products from. They get it from S&R, their cheeses, their beef, all that stuff. Is that considered expensive? Or, I mean, they wanted, it was a good sized piece, it was thick. They wanted, I think, 750 pesos for that. You had a pork tomahawk at Scape. The beef looks great. Oh, okay. So you have heard of that. I've been to S&R looking at their meat department. I've never seen anything labeled as tomahawk. That's totally new to me. Maybe I don't get around, but I've never heard of something being called tomahawk. Is it a good cut of beef? Is it, would you consider it to be like a T-bone? Huge pieces at S&R are 700 to 900 this week. Yeah, this one is a decent sized piece. It was thick too. It was thick. And it was about 750 pesos. I didn't want that much meat anyway, but that would have been very easy for me to eat. Not that it was that huge. I could have shared that with my girlfriend, but It had one big long bone sticking out the end of it. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So it's actually a good cut of meat. Is that what you're saying? Maybe it's worth buying. I was there today. I was like, had it in my hand, but I wasn't sure about it. I don't know if it was a piece of carabao. I don't know what the fuck it was. I never heard of a tomahawk. The tomahawks look great for the grill. Yeah, we got one of those bargain basement grills outside. I could have grilled it. I gotta find a better way of cooking my meats and tenderize it or do something before I cook them because they always turn out to be mediocre or too dry or too well cooked or whatever. You know, one of the secrets that people use even in restaurants, good ones, restaurants, whether it's hamburger or they're gonna cook up their steaks, is to put a pat of butter on it, which gives it flavor and also helps keep it moist. Other people, what they do is, tell me because the grateful, okay. What they also do is they'll salt it really well. Let the salt kind of act as like an enzyme on it. Let it sit for quite a while, and then wash it off with cold, clean water. That's one thing they also do. There's so many things you can do for a good piece of meat. They sell tomahawk steaks at Black Smokehouse in Mandawi. They call it the dolly. I've heard of what they call the dino rib. Yeah, price is a double S&R. Well, it's a store. It's a restaurant. They gotta make money. They're going to S&R. I don't think restaurants get a special deal at S&R. They're paying the same price that S&R. So if you're gonna pay, say, 750 pesos for a tomahawk steak or something, you're gonna be paying at least 1,200 or more if you want to buy this steak, cooked it up and everything else at a restaurant. Well, you got to make a profit. And they're not getting any breaks. I don't think any retailers or restaurants are getting a break at S&R. Nobody gets a break in the Philippines. Now you look around, every now and then S&R's got some good stuff. I generally go for here's the thing. I generally go for the ribeye mostly, but you never really see any really thick cuts of ribeye. At least I haven't seen that at S&R. It's always pretty thin, relatively thin. T-bones are pretty good. They're tasty. But you can get a good sirloin. You could flavor that up good too. A good sirloin. There's nothing wrong with sirloin. I don't have a problem with that, but I haven't bought sirloin in a long time. Usually ribeyes or T-bone or what else I got from there. I'm trying to remember. And you could definitely taste, like locally here in town, there's like a place called, well, it's in town. They have beef, but, they got these really bad cuts of beef. I don't know what the hell it is. It's not worth, a form of steak. It's cut beef that people will use to make, I don't know, puchero or something like that. It's really not very tasty at all. I don't really like it. I don't like it. But sometimes I get fancy and I might have steak and eggs in the morning when I have it. But yeah, ribeye is the all-around kind of meat and cut that I think a lot of people like. Unless you want to go all out and buy, what do you call, Japanese, it's like the most expensive meat in the world. And what is that called? Jesus Christ, it's like quite expensive. Quite expensive. Forgot the name of that. Because I don't buy it, I can't. I know the name, tip of my tongue. By the... You don't like tomahawk? Okay, I buy the big chunks of beef at S&R and put them in the pressure cooker and make pot roast with potato. That sounds like a good. So it's not really the best cut of meat, but yeah, we got a pressure cooker here too. And put it in there, and you put a little water in there, obviously. Do you put any seasonings or anything in the pressure cooker? I mean, what do you put in there? Oh, Wagyu, yeah, that's the name I was looking for. I forgot why it's so goddamn expensive. Is it the marbling in there or something, or I don't know, special fed type of cows, you know, that a special fed or something like that. That's expensive, man. I think that's one of the most expensive steaks in the world, I think. Forget about, you know, they call it black Angus. It's good beef, but you get that there too. Okay, so you, in the pressure cooker, you will get those chunks of beef, and you're going to put onions, carrots, and tomato in there. Gilda, Gilda,
Yes, sir.
you know, even those cheap pieces of beef you buy that's all cut up,
Uh-huh.
you can always make something good of that. You use the pressure cooker. We've done shit like that before, but yeah. You cut them up in there, put some, like he does, onions, carrots, tomatoes in there, and you pressure cook it. And then that tastes pretty good. Expensive and a waste. I would think it'd be a waste. I'm not that much of a beef connoisseur that I won't have to go buy that. So your sauce is basically water, tomato paste. Oh, and Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Okay, I'll have to try that. Too much weight off the bone and fat. Okay, I gotta remember that. So I won't buy that. I'm happy with a simple ribeye. I wouldn't use a ribeye. I think in the pressure cooker. A ribeye is made to be, you know, preferably grilled. We get lazy sometimes. We'll cook it on the stove, but um, you could do that in the oven if you've actually sautéed it overnight in spices and stuff, and you cover it with aluminum foil. You could also stick, you know, in that aluminum. You could also stick cut, pardon me, cut up pieces of carrots, onion, whatever you want to put in there too. I think that would be pretty good. It's all hype, right? Yeah. Wagyu beef. That's all I hear about. Some places that sell it out here too, but I'm not buying into it. It's more of a status symbol. I don't like hype. I like taste. I don't eat red meat all the time. I mean, I buy a steak every now and again, but sometimes, you know, we'll buy the ground beef, and it's kind of a safer way of eating meat in a way. You're not getting too much red meat. We will take what I just had yesterday. In fact, I had, you know, mixed vegetables. You know, we got a little lazy. I happen to have these cans of mixed vegetables, which, by the way, they're not bad. If you buy the cans of veg oil or whatever other brand of mixed vegetables, it's extraordinary high on the sodium. So what you have to do is rinse it out, then let it sit in water for a while, squish it around, rinse it out, maybe give it one more rinse, and you'll get rid of about 40% of the sodium that they use in these cans, which they use as a preservative. And actually, I had a little left over that tonight. Actually, what she just made earlier. Actually, pardon me. We had some chicken, and as she actually did take a can of that mixed vegetables. Yeah, she actually did. That's what I ate. She rinsed it out, and it was mixed with. Oh, we also added frozen broccoli to it. Added that. She had onions in there, whatever. It was good. Oh yeah, you pay for the bone. They know that. They know that. What's this now? Best beef I eat. Oh, hold on. Let me get back to the screen here. What did I do? Okay, best beef that I eat is well, prime rib. I love prime rib. I don't know where the hell to get it. I eat is prime rib at the better buffets like Bai and Marco Polo. And Marco Polo, man, carving stations with gravies. Oh, you're making me hungry again, man. You pay for bone. Think about it. Yes, can't eat it, but you are paying for it. Yeah, I guess at places like Marco Polo, they have that buffet in it, but it's very expensive. But yeah, prime rib, oh, absolutely. I mean, that is the best. If I were to be, really concentrating on the beef, and if it was around here, I could buy it. Oh, absolutely. If I could get prime rib meat, good prime rib, that's like the best tasting. And some people, they kind of inundate it with too much shit. Prime beef on its own, prime ribs, well, prime beef you're talking about, yeah. You really don't want to inundate it with, you know, any kind of sauces and whatnot. Well, you can. I mean, people like barbecue sauce on it, yeah. But I think prime beef, prime rib actually, on its own, you know, uh, go with the flavor of that. I think it's kind of overkill, and a lot of people like to put different sauces on there and saute it overnight and something. But I think prime rib alone is just fine. It's just fine. God, now you're making me think about where to find some prime rib. Do they sell him at an SNR? I don't know if I've ever seen prime rib at SNR. You go into Thanksgiving at Bai. I don't know where that is. They have prime rib, turkey, and full buffet for 1100 with the Cebu Expat Dinner Club. Cebu Expat Dinner Club? They have a Cebu Expat Dinner Club? I don't want to go there with all these expats. Hell no. I don't want to be around a bunch of expats. It's next to SNR, huh? I kind of know it's in that area. I'm not aware of anything like that close to SNR. Wouldn't be Ricky be going there if there was? Mr. Five-Star Lifestyle. Okay, something to think about. No, I don't exactly think I'm going to be in Cebu for Thanksgiving time, so that don't matter. We're overdue to come down there to get some supplies, but at the Bai Hotel, across from the Park Mall. Okay. The dinner club is non-YouTubers. Okay. Well, they're still expats. I don't want to be around expats. I'd rather not. One thumbs up. We're doing good tonight. Oh, you're making me hungry already. Well, I don't know. We haven't decided we'd do anything special for Thanksgiving, It's not really a Filipino tradition out here, but some do because they have, westernized husbands and all that stuff. So that's the only reason they do that. And that's how they pick up on it. Thanksgiving is an American celebration. The pilgrims and all that stuff has nothing to do with, has really nothing to do with Filipino culture. Good expats with real lives, hard to believe. Are they really? I thought I was the only couple. A good expat with a real life. Okay. That'll be fun to see. I just eat with my wife, and I leave when we're done. No socializing. Well, here's one thing I don't like to go to, because people don't understand how dangerous it is. Buffets are very dangerous. you will purposely overeat to get your money's worth. And I'll only give you a 2 minute, you know, monologue on that, which I've talked about before. People tend to stuff themselves with everything too fast, and what happens is a lot of people get heart attacks because the activity happening in your stomach with all that food, the blood that is needed in the heart and supply oxygen and everything to the heart and the vessels changes direction. And when you're stuffing yourself with food, it's going through your digestive system. And many people with buffets have had heart attacks. There used to be a place in Seattle I'd go occasionally called the Royal Fork. I would call it the Rusty Fork. And every now and then you see an ambulance in front of that place because some sweat hog, wanted to get their money's worth. And they just, they were there for hours eating and eating, resting their stomach and eating more. They just wanted to get their value and wound up killing them. There's 370 people signed up for the Thanksgiving dinner. Wow, sounds good. Instapot is the best kitchen gadget. I never heard of it. It's like a pressure cooker. Well, we have a pressure cooker here. I don't know. We weren't planning a Thanksgiving dinner here, but I don't know. We'll see. Got time yet? I don't know. Well, the problem is I can't get my good meats and supplies here, though. I don't know. That's always a problem on the island here. Oh, I don't have a slow cooker, though. A slow cooker's worth buying, even if you get the cheapest meats. Yeah, slow cooker, you make a nice stew. My brother always used a slow cooker. Yeah. One thing I'd like to have is a real nice stew, an old-fashioned beef stew. Carrots and potatoes and beef and onion and whatever else you throw in there. Yeah. Actually, I haven't even thought about it. Got a pressure cooker, but we don't have a slow cooker. Huh. Something to think about. Crock pot. In other words, you're talking about it like a crock pot. Yeah. Right? That's a slow cooker. We call them in America crock pots. Yeah, that's a good way to take some tough meat and really tenderize it too. It's making that gravy, but what do you add to that? I mean, some people get lazy. They add brown gravy to it. Of course, they make it from a freaking package, of powder, brown gravy powder, or beef seasoning or something, which is high in sodium and everything. So are you basically utilizing the juices of the beef in a crock pot, the slow cooker, and that's making all the flavor in the potatoes and carrots and whatever you add in there. But you got to have a big thick gravy in there, though. I mean, if you know how to make your own beef gravy, which shouldn't be, I mean, basically you're taking the juice from beef and you're mixing it with flour and whatever else. I don't usually do that. I used to just, buy these seasonings in a packet, which, as I said, 30% of what you're putting in there is like sodium, which is not very healthy. I don't really know perfectly how to make my own gravy. I'm not good at that. But yeah, a beef stew sounds lovely. I love beef stew if it's made right. I mean, there were days I got lazy all the way back to Seattle and Hawaii. I'd buy some Dinty Moore in a can. And that was just, desperation. Total desperation. Buying something like that. You like a slow-cooked humba. Humba. Well, I got to get more experimental around here. And so does she. We need to cook some different things up here than the usual. you know. And that's the same old shit all the time. It gets pretty old. But, you know, we're basically, haven't been to Cebu for a while. I'm basically going with whatever I can get locally around here. That's it. We're eating local. Well, we're buying the produce here, and we're buying chickens. We eat a lot of that. God, we eat a lot of that. And any kind of pork chops or pork they buy here. And beef. Well, the only thing they usually have is these chunks of beef. It's got to be, you know, the cheapest cut in the world. And sometimes we'll tell them to just freshly grind it for us. So we have ground beef. They'll do that at one of the places here. They'll grind it for you. For example, they usually have ground beef out there. But if they run out, they usually have these cut up pieces of beef. And you can just tell them, here, just go ahead and grind it. And you could get them to get a lot of the fat out of it too. So we got food talk here tonight. Holiday talk, food talk. Damn, that's different, but that's good. I don't know. I just gotta try things that are different. And sometimes I need to get a little more experimental on trying different foods. But in all honesty, I'm eating a local diet these days for a long time, actually. I have not gotten supply. I haven't had no reason to go to Cebu in quite a while, actually. I haven't gone down there in a while. She has a couple times, you know, in some event with the family or something, or some special occasion. But I haven't been down there. God, I haven't been to SNR for. God, it's been what, several months since I've been even to SNR. I think it's the epileptic legs were a bit more entertaining, just saying. The epileptic has Captain Thornton coming in. Hey, Captain Thornton. You're such a sweet guy. Epileptic legs. Such a wise guy. Let's go look at that Christmas light again. Let's get in the spirit. I hear church music in the background or something, man. I don't know. You can't hear it, but I could. Here we go. There you go. Lighten up tonight. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. You know, it's kind of really hard to get into Christmas spirit out here because it's just not the same. This is not temperate climate out here, and you expect a little cold and snow sometimes at Christmas. Although I've had many Christmases in places I lived that didn't have any snow at all during Christmas. But I've had some that were crazy. Totally crazy. Oh, the tree's in the living room and it's not turned on. And besides, my girlfriend's laying on the couch there. I don't want to get her in it. The tree's near the couch. I don't want to put her on camera without her permission. Going door to door, Carolyn. Sweating your ass off. Well, you know, so far we haven't had. I think there were a few kids that came up here in a little group. But we had nothing for them at the time. I didn't have any loose pesos or nothing. Sometimes we'll save pesos for them. Or candy, have Christmas candy or some kind of treats. We haven't, as I said, we have not been shopping, you know, in a big place to buy like these big bags of treats and candy. They have stores here that do have, they do have stores here to get the big bags of all kinds of chocolate candies, all kinds of different stuff. And yeah, we usually pick it up here. I don't know if you could hear that singing in the background here. Sound like they're drunk. It's Saturday night, right? Yeah, they're drunk, whoever it is. This is way distance away you're hearing. This is not like it's across the street, across the road. Well, okay, understand one thing. Um, I'm not religious, and the celebration of Christmas to me is just my upbringing, holidays, different kind of a spirit, holiday spirit, although me not relating it really to the Catholic religion or something like that, but oh, they're drunk. I could hear that a long way from here. You probably could hear it too. I think they're trying to sing karaoke or something. Thank goodness I don't have any. I got a field across the street, and I don't have to have a neighbor right on top of me doing this shit. I soon hear somebody dying in the background. Yeah, sounds like It sure does. It sure does. Well, I gotta hold my hand up to show you this. Well, I can't do it all night. Is someone dying? Yeah. Kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? But I grew up in a family that we celebrated Christmas and all that. But to me, it's more like for the presents and all that. And everything, obviously everything became commercialized. Kids didn't really care about the religious part of it. Kids celebrated. They want to get the presents that Santa Claus is going to come and all that stuff. And it's just a commercial holiday, just like, Halloween is for the candy, Valentine's Day is for the chocolate and flower industry. It's all capitalism. They entitle it and package it differently, but, same as all meat is dead flesh. And, if you want to look at things realistically, instead of fantasize or kind of sugarcoat everything, that's why they call cuts of beef. They don't say it's dead flesh from an animal. They'll call it, a ribeye, or they'll have some fancy names for the tenderloin, or whatever it might be. They have to glamorize dead flesh. That's what you're eating. You don't want to look at it that way. It kind of ruins your meal to think about that, but that's exactly what it is. Call a spade a spade. Did you catch Big Cabin's show? No, I didn't know he had one. I told you I'm not on here all the time like people think. I didn't know he did a show. Oh, I bet all the trolls was on that one. Oh, jeez. I could imagine. If it's still on there, I'll watch it later before I go to bed. No, I don't know if I should watch it before I go to bed, but I could catch it later or something. I get every troll in the world was probably on there. I could imagine. Well, he's healing up from his leg surgery. He's probably walking around like an athlete now, huh? Abbo crossed the line. Oh, Abbo was on there? Abbo's always crossing the line. Why? Because he could. He figures he could. He's not here. Yeah, I heard they had some deadly disease over in Bali. Didn't he go to Bali or something? Wasn't it Abbo that went to Bali instead of Philippines initially? And Bali had some kind of fucking disease that was spreading around. I think 10 people died. I did a short on that or something. Cabin is bragging about Auntie's 3 turkeys. Well, he's got to have something to brag about. He's back in the basement again. Well, for a while he wasn't in the basement since his surgery. He was upstairs so he can get more personalized treatment from his aunt, service, because obviously he couldn't really be walking around on the surgery right away. So I'm sure he was probably chair-ridden or bed-ridden for a little bit. And obviously, probably couldn't do a lot of walking around with that, had to be very careful. But now he's going to have physical therapy too, probably. Bragging about Auntie's 3 turkeys. I don't even think about turkeys. Jenny O's turkey burgers, I used to buy that. But they were just loaded with so much shit in there, I stopped buying it, but... He's always bragging about something, I don't know. Don't have much to brag about normally, he doesn't. So who was on there? The regulars, all the regulars, Don C. and Big E and Mick Fisher and all the creeps. guess I could look at it later, but I cannot watch a whole show though with Kevin though. I mean, I could flip through it. That's all I can really do. Yeah, Kevin's the kind of show that I cannot listen to the whole thing. The only way I can get through Kevin's show is to flip through it. Yeah, Mick, of course, Abbo, and a few others. So what was Abbo bitching about me on there? I'm sure he must have mentioned me or something on there. Or he's pretending that he had all these women and shit. Drinking, probably as usual. Chain smoking. Did he actually get on camera on a stream or something? Jay went extra nasty. Well, he's always nasty. Yeah, well, he's trying to get my goat. That doesn't work anymore. He figures if I talk about Gilda, that's the best way to get to me, but I don't know who doesn't talk about it. So, I mean, it's like old news. It's just a way of trying to get my juices going. I'm well above that. It doesn't bother me. It's not the first time, not the last time. I'm going to try to get my goat with something to get a reaction from me. But when I don't give them a reaction, they get really upset. Oh, yeah. Yeah, halfway through, he was on the panel. Well, as I said, Abbo is a complete coward. He would never come here. I would be totally shocked out of my mind if he ever came down here. He won't. He knows better, and he knows what I mean. He'll never come over here. It'd be the worst thing he's ever did. Because he's already shown aggression toward me and talking about guilt and everything else. It would be the stupidest thing in the world for him to ever come by this house. I would take it as an aggressive move if he even came by this house and I could prove with all my recordings of him that he came here with aggression and foul purposes. I'd get him taken away just from here. He can't run off the island. There's nowhere to go except the ferry, and if the ferry ain't running at the moment, he ain't going nowhere. He'd be trapped on here. Try to slide by on a ferry if he could, but his timing would have to be just right. He ain't laying no 3 chicks a day. Come on, Jesus Christ. You gonna believe that fucking loser? Oh, I know you don't believe him, but he's lucky if he even gets laid by paying a chick. Like I said, there are even limits to Filipinos that are desperate hookers. There are limitations as to who they want to fuck. And we're speaking of meats and the quality of the meats and stuff, he's chuck chop compared to, a ribeye or something a little better than that, prime rib or something. He's chuck chop. That's yeah, he's laying 3 chicks a day my ass. Yeah, maybe on Pornhub with his hand. He's looking at 3 different porn videos. He ain't laying nobody. Unless he finds a chick that, well, first of all, he's going to pay for it, you know that. Nobody's going to have sex with that fucking hairy-chested, chain-smoking, belligerent alcoholic. In his dreams, he's laying 3 chicks a day. You see, this is how people try to portray themselves on here like they're living the life and all that. They're not. Most of them are not. I can see the younger dudes. There are younger dudes that come here to visit. They're still in their prime and all that. And I can see them getting the chicks and getting laid and shit, because a lot of Filipinos would rather prefer somebody their age. And you know that and I know that. Unless you come from a rich Filipino family, they will encourage you to get together or marry another Filipino. So, but a lot of them will take to the foreigners because, well, has to do with money, has to do with their future, all that stuff. You know the score on that. But they're more likely if they could find some fresh meat, they're going to go for the fresh meat. You know that, I know that. Yeah. He's not laying anybody unless he pays for it. And if she's willing to go have sex with a foul mouth, cigarette mouth with 3 packs a day and alcohol mouth, I just don't see that happening. Because I don't know, Filipinos, the poorest of the poor might need the money, but even if it's their profession to make money, I think there are limitations on who they're going to screw. I sincerely think there are. They could pick and choose. Unless they're having some really desperate times, they may try to do that and close their eyes and hope it's over real quick. In his case, that's what it would have to be. It had to be over real quick, close her eyes, not have to look at him, put some Vicks vapor rub under her nose, she's not to smell his breath, and maybe she could get away if she knows that trick. You know, coroners and all kinds of people and emergency technicians and so forth on, you know, investigators that find dead bodies and shit. Their secret is they carry some Vicks vapor rub. If you didn't know that, they carry Vicks vapor rub and they rub it under their nose because sometimes they have to go in houses where deceased bodies have been there for quite a long time and it's a puking smell and they have to counteract the smell. So Vicks vapor rub is one of the tricks. You'd have to do that with Jay. You mean Popeye didn't show up on there? Well, it was past his bedtime at the time, probably. Yeah, I'll listen to some of it later. I cannot listen to a complete show of Kevin O. I can tell you right now, and I don't usually do that. Kevin is too boring, and he's always got his trolls on his show, so it doesn't interest me. I'll flip through it. I'll listen to the juicy parts and have a good laugh. As far as him laying 3 chicks a day, I just laugh to that. In his wildest fucking dreams. His little secret is get him drunken and shit. Liquor that's free is all good to these chicks. Get them all juiced up. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. He might be able to lay them by doing that. Abbo is a fucked drunk. Typical bogan. Yeah, he is kind of typified. It's stereotyped. For real. It's just that he's so nasty, though. Even that smirky smile he has, you know? It's like a nasty smile. It's like an evil, not evil, but it's kind of a disgusting, nasty smile. Like the cat that swallowed the canary or something. You put him around pussy and he goes like fucking wild. But to get his juices going, he's got to get good and drunk. No, he's not a nice guy. And that's why at his age now, what is he, close to 50? At his age now, and he doesn't have a permanent woman because it's no excuse that, oh, he's not looking to get a permanent woman. But no, that's bullshit. You know, if at around his age, late 40s or 50, whatever he is, he ain't got a woman by now, chances are he's never going to get one. But besides how old he is, it also has to do with his personality, his whole demeanor, everything about him. You know, it's the whole package. Yeah, they're drunk for sure. Oh, absolutely. But, you know, these guys got to live with themselves. That's the beauty of it. It's not like you have to do anything to them. Just let them live the life they're living now, man. It's not a good life. They try to portray on their videos, oh, I'm living it up. I'm living a 5-star lifestyle, blah, 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 blah. I'm getting laid from all these chicks. Yeah, well, you think Ricky's getting laid all the time? No, he's not. His health also has something to do with it. That'd be preventing him from even having sex. If he would have sex with a woman, he'd have to use his Viagra to get it up. He'd have to have very slow sex, because I don't think he'd do any hard action. It's because of his hypertension and everything else. Yeah, I just don't buy these stories, because they're bullshit. They're all bullshit stories. I mean, you don't have to believe me. I know it in my heart. It has everything to do with their obesity, the drinking, and the excessive smoking. Nah, they're not saluting the flag when they need to. They need a team to put up that flag, like Iwo Jima. They need an Iwo Jima team to get that flag up. A good one. They need their form of Iwo Jima. If they're going to salute that flag, man, if they're going to post it up, they need a lot of help. And for the bad drunkards and shit, even Viagra may not help them. Yeah, Jay's one of those belligerent drunks. And so was actually his buddy Barry. They're both belligerent drunks, and they get real brave. Barry would always get brave when he drank. He'll blurt out whatever he blurs out. He don't care what he says, but he won't say it in front of anybody, drinking or not. But that's where he goes wrong. I think he got into a couple of skirmishes at a bar. That's where he got that bottle or whatever it was on his head. And that was over in Moalboal, I think it was. Yeah. My buddy who used to vacation in the Phils, he got married in the States. Hate to say, but his American wife looks like Nancy Pelosi. Oh God, that's not good. Well, guys, I mean, to a certain degree, looks are not everything, because some of the greatest women in the world may not have the greatest looks, but as a society, look, when you meet any woman, what's the first thing? You're looking at whether she's attractive or not. And you don't know anything about her personality. You just know that she's either attractive or she's not. You'll either reject her, stop any possibility of wanting to socialize her because of her looks, or it's her attractiveness that will bring you toward her. But you could be a very attractive woman and be a real bitch, a real Karen, and somebody that you don't want to be with. But you could also find a woman that's either plain Jane or something that is like super terrific. Two kindred souls, That happens all the time. Sure it does. Well, we just live in a society that's based on everything exterior. The exterior of your house could be painted nice and look beautiful. Then you could walk in that house and it's a pigsty. It could be a hoarder's place like Fazio. Just like they say, don't judge a book by its cover. It's the same thing with people. You may find a woman who's not as attractive maybe you're used to. I've been with a few women that I didn't consider to be terribly attractive. Most of them were attractive, I'll be honest with you, but there was a few that weren't as attractive as the others, although they were really nice, good women, But then you got peer pressure too. Your friends and stuff will say, what the hell are you doing with her? She's kind of creepy, isn't she? Well, maybe she's a really nice woman. And people that are just too shallow will let something like that go. No, she wasn't. Not that attractive. Only reason I married her was to give the kid a name. She wound up living with me. They got married, but the kid came before the marriage. The kid was even near her arms when we got married in a little chapel. No, she don't look attractive now. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know what happened to her. She wasn't like really bad looking when I was with her, but I think as time went by after I divorced her, she really fell apart, I must say. She really fell apart. I can't even, the last time I've seen a picture of her, I said, oh my God, Magnum. Oh God, yeah. See, some things work out for the best. You got to thank your lucky stars, because some things are meant to be or they're not meant to be. And later on down the line, decades later, you realize, man, I was a lucky man to break up with her. And I know a number of women that were very attractive in every fucking way, body, face, the whole package. But in the end, they didn't turn out to be something that would have been very compatible for me as a permanent mate for the future. So whether there's such thing in angels or not, let's just say there was angels looking after me or something. I don't know what it was. The good karma fairy or something was looking over my shoulders, and You know, it didn't work out, and probably for a good reason. Sometimes you never know how that stuff happens. It's meant to be. But as it turned out, I'm later in my age now, and I am with somebody that matters a lot, and that's worked out real well. And there you go. End of story on that. You know, no matter who I had in the past, and I've had quite a bit of women in my little repertoire, quite a bit. So I've been with all kinds. Norwegian, Mexican, you name it, Irish, Jewish. Didn't matter. Most of them were pretty damn good looking. I think Nancy, I would talk about Nancy. I was hanging with Nancy for about a year in Seattle. And Nancy was not like the slimmest thing, but she wasn't fat. She had some funky teeth or something, I don't know. But she was very irritating. I didn't stay with her too long. I guess there's too many to even list. I mean, just, you know, too many to even list. They weren't all solid girlfriends. Some of them were overnighters, you know, and stuff like that. You know, but yeah, the numbers were there. They're real numbers. They're real numbers, but it doesn't mean that all of them are quality women. Numbers are one thing, but being of good quality, I didn't say that they were all good quality women, though. Thai Dogman says so many simps sending it money to Filipinas just based on their looks. I know, isn't that sad? IKEA says they listen to people like Mike's and Dark Shine Shoulders and Dark Shine Shoulders. Don't listen to anything Sunshine. I haven't been listening to him for a while, actually, to tell you the truth. Forgot all about him. Yeah, oh, that guy's full of shit, yeah. Most of them are. He's a sexpat. He's a sexpat. True sexpat. He don't like whites. He makes it pretty clear. All he talks about is how his people have been oppressed and all that. It's 2025 going on 2026. You know. Join the woke society now. The woke people. The new woke people. Got to have labels for just everything, don't they? Now it's the woke generation. What are they going to come up with next? Those guys are real bad guys. Yeah, they are. The problem is that they're all full of shit. Why can't they come on like I do? And I tell the truth. I don't hold back anything unless it's something I have to hold back because it's too goddamn personal. I talk about personal stuff, but there's things I will not talk about on here. I'm a pretty open guy, and I'm willing to be kind of open because I don't have anything to hide, but even so, I'll only go so far. I could talk about some things going on in the family a little bit here and there. They're part of my life. You know, I'm not trying to hide them. All he cares about is the YouTube money and fame. That's all they care about on here. Like I said, you'd think all these people are doing really well if they didn't have the monetization. And all the platforms are making money. They add PayPal to it. They add Gcash to it. They add everything on there. Super chat, buy me a coffee, you know, buy me a drink. They're scrapping for money. Barry did that. A lot of people do it. They're all doing it right now. And I would venture, just like Old Dog, he makes about 15 to 2,000 a month normally on his pension, his Social Security, whatever. And he probably makes about I wouldn't be surprised he makes at least $3,000 a month on the AdSense and all the shit that he gets. So I'd say the guy's bringing in close to $5,000 a month, which is not bad. Well, I'm not really fond of him myself. He's such a fucking bullshit artist like the rest of them. sickening to even listen to him. He's got it down though, the guest and putting women on there and all that stuff to get viewers. And he also does clickbait, just like Philly in the Philippines does. They're masturbators. They're masters of baiting people. All right, I gotta go. Spend the rest of the night here. I've been on here long enough. I've been over, just a little over an hour. I think we've been on here long enough. I might likely do a morning show if there's something to talk about. Once I get that bored in the morning, because I get up early. That's the only reason I do these early shows in the morning. And why it seems to be pretty consistent, because, as I said, most everybody's still sleeping, except if it's a school day. And one of the kids actually goes to school early in the morning, like 6 o'clock, gets up, makes food for himself, and knows how to cook and make some eggs, whatever he does, and he'll be up early. And my girlfriend generally will sleep in, but generally sometime after I'm up, she'll get up at some point. Darkshine is a cult leader. He needs to go down. Yeah, there's a lot of people who need to go down. All these big mouths out there, do-gooders. When they don't do anybody good, they just do themselves good. Self-righteous bastards that they are. I don't have, a lot of people call me a liar, and I say, a liar for what? I in fact, TMI, too much information, really. How could I be a liar? I've always been this way. I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind. I don't keep a lot of things in, only certain things I don't talk about. Where do I lie? When have I ever lied on this show, except I was in Mactan? I said I was in Mactan when I was in Hawaii. Yeah, that was a lie, but, it went a long way, didn't it? It went a long way, didn't it? They bit the bait, then they figured out I was still in Hawaii, and they still talk about it today. Well, Popeye does anyway. He's like in love with me. Big fucking deal. A lot worse has happened on YouTube than me saying I was in Mactan when I was actually in Hawaii at the time. Get over yourself is what I say to that. All right, man, I gotta go. Glad to entertain you guys tonight. I gotta pay attention to a real woman here, not a fictitious woman. I actually have a real live woman. I'm not going out on the street renting a woman somewhere like Ricky and Jay. Yeah, Jay with 3 chicks. He's so fucking. Don't get me wrong. He could have found 3 chicks. Hey, I'll pay you all to hang around with me. Don't mean he laid them. Okay? But can Jay get a woman on his own without paying for it? Never. Never happened. Never happened. He's just too gross. He sees himself in the mirror. He knows what he looks like. But if he actually thinks he's good looking, then he really does have psychological problems. Sometimes people only see what they want to see. Hey, when I look in the mirror, I might have a bad day and say, fuck. Who the fuck is looking back at me in that fucking mirror? There's other days I say, oh, you look good today. But there's some people that are just plain ugly. I mean, fugly ugly like him. That could look at himself and see something that's not there. He might actually think he's good looking. It's in the eye of the beholder. He's a beholder of himself. He's disgusting looking in every form and way. From the shape of his body to the beady little eyes. He has the close eyes, beady little eyes. He is always squinting. To his horrible breath. I may smoke, but let me tell you, my friend, I don't chain smoke, and he does. And I don't drink alcohol, and he does. I can imagine his atrocious breath to get near women, never for a woman to kiss him. I think if you're hiring a fucking pro, dispense with the kissing. She don't want to kiss you, especially somebody like him. It's sex. She don't want that kind of intimacy, unless you're some really good-looking foreigner. She don't mind planting her lips on yours, but generally speaking, if I was a fucking whore in the street or something, and I had to go take on some ugly motherfucker, No way in the world I'm going to kiss him, especially with that 3.5 pack cigarette habit a day, and not to mention on the alcohol on top of it, and any food substance that's still in his mouth that he didn't brush his teeth. No way. No fucking way. With that being said,
Hi. About that fella that killed all the people at the gold by the ballers last night. I know where he found it. It wasn't our temptation to shut down ages ago. You want to guess what Deacon's figure was? Yeah. Last time it was a 38. Look, two of the top inmates. Little Mark says it's an 8-hour drive. Should be close to them. I need you to stay here. What? No. You went alone last time. I'm not going on. Hey, you take that little girl over me. Goddamn contradiction.
gotta keep it moving and grooving. What do we got on YouTube here? Here we go. Should be Mission Combat with Jason Statham. Ah, the retired life. There's something to it. Oh, what's this? A great volcanic Krakatoa east of Java, remember now. Remember Krakatoa east of Java? This is Krakatoa, not east of Java, but I assume that it's east of Java. The Great Volcanic Eruption. Oh, that might be something to watch. Ah, the retired life in Philippines. It's grand. Or I could watch.
January 2005.
Well, let's.
Asia struggles to clear
Oh
up
no!
after the 2004 tsunami.
Is this a
And
documentary?
concerns with the appalling destruction that claimed the lives
No, I thought this was an actual movie.
of over
I thought it was a movie.
250,000 men,
Krakatoa.
women, and children.
Oh my goodness.
Tragically, this was not a one-off event. These catastrophes have happened before, and will certainly happen again.
It's going to happen again, they said. Look at those ships.
122
Check it
years
out.
ago, another natural disaster struck in the same geologically active region of Indonesia.
Nah,
This
you
disaster
can't live
was
around
not
that
caused
shit.
by an undersea earthquake of the kind that created December's tsunami, but by the volcano Krakatoa.
Where's the popcorn?
This film is the story of that eruption, but it is also an account of the first tentative steps towards understanding the terrible power of Earth's natural forces.
Earth's natural forces. You betcha. How come I can't pause this? Krakatoa, east of Java. That's not the title, though. That was a movie, though. Krakatoa, east of Java. I know, I'm on at a really bad time here. That's okay. Keep the blood flowing. Keep the blood flowing. You sit in a chair, move your feet. That's retired life in the Philippines. Oh, la 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 la. Yeah. Kicking back. Kicking back. My favorite chair. The chair. The chair. No, I'm not traveling to different countries. I'm not going to 5-star dinners. All I got is love. All I got is love. Do, 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 do. All I got is love, love. That is all I got. Do, 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 do. God, Frank, you must be bored. You got it. Why hide it? Well, like I said, no offense, the Philippines is not the most exciting place in the world, but it is my home. And you go with what you got. You go with what you got. This is about the time I actually watch TV. I don't watch TV all day. I'm too busy, my busy life doing other things, other things. Even when I sit down, I move. No, I don't have Parkinson's. I just, I like keeping my blood flowing. Little hint, little trade secret here. Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. Well, I got a semi-comfortable chair here. It reclines. It's okay for me. Don't overwhelm me with viewers. They put me in a state of shock. What was interesting I watched today, if I went on YouTube, let's see, this one guy. What's his freaking name? Okay. He's a guy that, he had a crazy name. And he has a similar situation to actually Steven, the British guy, hello all you lovely people. This guy, trying to think of his name, and same thing over property, it was the same shit. With a family and a parcel of land, and the family was getting mad and upset that, they wanted to divide it up. And turns out his girlfriend also is pregnant, but she's having problems because she's bleeding inside, so we don't know what's going to happen. Is it a love affair? Not really. But he was all built up on having a child, but was also concerned about the stress of the relatives, just like in Steven's situation over fucking land. Same thing. I thought he was talking about Steven for a while, but he wasn't. He had the same situation as Steven. Grandmother left the land, and it's just what happens out here. The family goes nuts. They want their share of that pie. They don't only want the pie, but they want cream. They want whipped cream on top of it too. Oh, don't get into a land problem out here with your family. That's the worst thing you're ever going to do. Keep them feet moving, baby. Keep them grooving. There we go. Yeah, I even do this when I'm sitting down. There's always a reason for something I do. Strengthen muscles, also blood circulation. I mean, I'm not doing this the whole time, but every intermittently, I move my feet, get the blood flowing, I get up off the chair. You gotta get up off the chair now and then. Even when you're watching a movie, you say, well, it ain't that long I've been sitting there watching a movie, but it's long enough. It's long enough. Hey, girls. There they are. There's my girls. There's my girls, yeah. What, you want me to pet you again? All day long I gotta sit there and pet your head? My goodness, you girls are so spoiled. You had some of your hair trimmed today, didn't you? By Daddy and Mommy? Yes, you did. You had a little bit of hair too. You didn't get a bath, though. The other one got a bath. Her turn is tomorrow. Her turn is tomorrow. All right. Clean dogs anyway. Okay. I can't do this for half an hour for you. I just can't do that. Daddy wants to watch a movie. I'm not going to watch the documentary of Krakatoa, though it is interesting. Though I might wind up watching that. They say it's going to go off again. But the crazy thing about it is just like in the Philippines, people will still reside in very volatile areas of landslides, earthquake activity, a place that's known for a lot of typhoons, and they still stay there, knowing the dangers. But then, you see, when you hold on to a piece of property, even if you're a squatter, I mean, you need a place to live. You don't want to move out. You want to hold on to that little squatter's residence because, after all, it's where you're living. And you can't afford to go anywhere else. You can't afford to perhaps rent. So, what people will do in the Philippines, a very, very limited or zero income really, is to, well, they're going to live in something that's not desirable, but it is still shelter. So that's how it works out here. Your home is your home. As long as you get a shelter, you got a place to sleep, they're happy about it. They're not bitching about it like anybody else would, you know? But then a lot of them have never seen the so-called good life, where you have a nice spacious house and a different income situation, and they basically live with what they actually have. They really do not have too much of a choice about it, most of them, although some of them change their lives. A little good luck comes their way, they hit the lottery, well, that's next to never, you know, but they do make the best of their situation. You got to give them credit. They're generally very happy people, and they live within their hot, sweaty, sticky, dirty situations that a lot of us spoiled Westerners could never really get used to. So you got to give them credit for that. They're tough birds, I'll tell you that. It'd be very hard for me to live that way, but you know, any situation you face, you could eventually live with it and adjust to it. Sometimes you have to evolve to live in a lesser situation than you do. We all have the capacity to do it. Evolve a little bit, live a lesser lifestyle if you have to. But the human spirit goes on until it can't. Anyway, I just thought I'd pop on here this afternoon early evening here before I watch a movie. I'm still trying to figure what I want to watch here. Said I don't watch TV all day. TV's off. I don't watch it. I'm doing other shit, but I always come on around this time to watch TV. I see if I can find something that I haven't seen before. No, I don't got all these premium channels and shit, you know. No, I don't. I'm just trying to figure what I'm going to eat for dinner. A vegetarian dish with kidney beans and whatever I could add to it. I don't even know. I thought she was going to defrost the big bird. Big bird. But she didn't, except she did have a small package of chicken she's defrosting, but I said, I don't know, man, I don't feel like chicken. Unless it was in a salad, like a Caesar salad, but we don't even have a lettuce. Because you can't get good lettuce here. That's the problem. I don't want to order a pizza because, well, I don't feel like eating something that's terribly too unhealthy. Although it's good, it's tasty, and I like pizza a lot. You know, whatever you could buy that's worth eating. But I don't feel like waiting for it. They'll even deliver it if you want. We just go down there, but you have to wait about a half an hour. But we just came back from downtown not too long ago, so I don't feel like going back down. It's dead, let me tell you. Yeah, I think the only white faces I see are some expat residents that are living here, because I don't see many. Tourists. I think it's dead all over, man. Not good. Not good at all for all the merchants here. Business is down. Rentals are down. Tourism is down, period. Hopefully that's not going to be a continuing trend because, let's face it, the Philippines is pretty much dependent on tourism, just as well as Hawaii, where I used to live, is very dependent on tourism. That's why I would never want to have a business here that has anything to do with tourism. It just never works. You invest a lot of money into it, furnishings, this, that, whatever it is, if it's a restaurant. It doesn't always work, and the other problem is, Filipinos like a Filipino diet. They're so used to Filipino style of food, greasy, oily, fish, rice. If you try to offer something new in town here, you may attract the expats, but you can't depend on the expats for the success of your business out here. It doesn't work that way. They wind up shutting. I've seen many restaurants open up here and shut down too. And it's a shame because, they invest a lot of money into it. They probably get a loan, more than likely. They're still gonna have to pay it back. And they buy all this equipment for their restaurant or whatever business they have, and they have to buy the product. If it ain't selling, you got a loss. What are you going to do with the rest of your merchandise? So basically, that's it. If you are in a town, Captain Thornton. I'm such a lonely boy. I'm such a lonely boy. I'm nobody's daily toy. But I'm just a lonely, 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 lonely boy. Captain Thornton. No, I'm not lonely. I got a wonderful woman here. 2 faithful dogs. A little bit of her extended family here. No, I'm not lonely, Captain. Captain. No, lonely I'm not. Can't help you with that one. Problem is, Captain Thornton, is, when you live in a small island town, it's, the aesthetics are good and all that stuff, but there's really not a hell of a lot to do. Most retirees, I know you meant it as an insult, but I'm going to answer that, and I'm doing a good job of answering that for you, to your surprise. I could have just got rid of you, but I said, nah, fuck him. Let me give him an answer. I'll give you the long form. Most retirees in this particular country, it's pretty much what they do. They got their mates, blah, 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 wives, girlfriends, whatever, family. And, you watch TV. You work around the house or the yard. You go shopping for chores. Hey, I'm answering it for you. Maybe you're surprised. I know it's not what you want to hear, but that's the reality. Every now and then you might take a little trip, go to a big city like Cebu or Manila, wherever you want to go. Not people are doing much of that. And every retired guy so far that I've met actually in this town, this is your long answer. You're probably sorry that you ever made that statement. But I'm going to give you the long form, and I'm going to continue to give you the long form answer on that. Okay? Most retiree people, unless they own a business with their wife, pretty much business as usual. They might go to the beach now and then, eat out at a restaurant, they go shopping, chores for shopping, supplies, spend time with family, neighbors perhaps. That's it. Unless you're like a big traveler. And you'd be surprised how many people don't even want to travel out here. Because there's 7,100 islands here. And it's such a disaster, such a chore to go from place to place, because it involves a lot of money. You could go on a European trip for the money that you spend a week, just the transportation to get to one particular place in the Philippines. And we're including a place to stay, we're including meals, we're including any shopping you may do. We're including transportation from anything from buses to ferries to airplanes. Shit, you can make a trip to Europe. So that's the long form answer for you. You're probably sorry you ever made that statement. And the statement was, are you really that lonely? Well, I answered it. The short form was that, no, I've got a mate of many, many years, a family here. So, no, I'm not lonely. I don't hang around with foreigners by choice. Got my family. And I went on to the long form answer as to what foreigners actually really do. So I hope that answers your question. You didn't want to hear that much, but I gave you both barrels, didn't I? So don't believe what you see on YouTube here. These people, oh, they're out having a gay old time. They're hanging around the house with their mate or they're alone. They don't have anybody. You might want to talk to those people. I could name a few, okay? I could. Sounds like living there is a bit of a trapped existence. No, not really. Well, I sort of have a trapped existence at the moment. A legal trapped existence, but prior to that, and it's going to be after that anyway, it's pretty much normal out here. And look, I made a choice to live on an island, okay? But if you don't know me, I did live on a very big island called Hawaii, Hawaii Island, known as the Big Island. I lived on that island for 14, 15 years. Same shit, might be called Hawaii, but it was still pretty much the same. What are you gonna do? Go beachcombing every fucking day? That would get awfully. You know, if you don't know me, I have about an 8-minute walk to a white sand beach from my house here, Mr. Captain Thornton. Yeah. You take it for granted because you know you can go there anytime you want. It's a good thing though, because you know it's there. You feel like doing a beach walk? Yeah. In fact, 2 hours ago, I didn't even bring my phone. I didn't think about it. I was only intending to maybe go down to the shoreline, but then we wind up walking the whole beach area. I forgot my phone. I'll do it again another time, but no, I'm not there every day. Well, a trapped existence could also mean that you're a lonely person, don't have a mate, you're living in some shitty little apartment. I live in a house, fairly good size, you know, clean, hygienic, sanitary. I don't feel claustrophobic. I live in a decent area. As I said, walking distance to the resorts and white sand beaches. Don't sound like a bad life, does it? And I really trapped you in that question. I know you meant it as a put down. I know that for sure, but you got the answer maybe that you didn't want, didn't you? And I gave it to you, both barrels. Yeah, sounds like living here is a bit of a trapped existence. Well, that's all in your mind, son. That's all in your mind. When you're with somebody you love, and they love you back, you're not trapped. Unless you don't want to be in a relationship. Then you're being trapped. Okay? If you're taking on obligations that you don't want, then you're trapped. There's got to be a better definition of being trapped. Don't want to overwhelm you with that answer, but I like to give full service. So I'll give you a full answer. And you'd be surprised how many people living out here that they don't do a lot. If they live near a mall, which I don't, a lot of foreigners hang around the mall. They grab a cup of coffee, they open up their laptops, make believe they're doing work on there, but they're actually eyeing out all the chicks that are walking by. But I will tell you, Mr. Captain Horton, it can be a lonely place out here if you have not succeeded in meeting a great woman. Because that's what it's all about. You may hear guys on here say, I'm not here for the women. Fuck them. They're going to scam you. They're going to do this and do that. Not all of them, man. Is that the same woman you were arguing with her? Call that an argument? Oh, shit. I'll show you an argument. I wasn't arguing. It's how couples talk sometimes. You know? I don't hold in my emotions all the time. If I disagree with something, the same with me. She'll let me know, and I'll let her know. It's not an argument. That's a love spat. Not even a spat. Not even a spat. Your interpretation is totally wrong. But I know you're looking for fault. I'm way ahead of you, Captain Thornton. Arguing. No argument. I'll show you an argument sometime. Yeah. Well, maybe not with my partner, but, you know, let me at somebody. Get me fired up a bit, and I'll show you an argument. But no, we don't argue all the time, actually. We have our moments. We may not agree on something. Since I'm a person who always speaks his mind, I let her know. That's not going to change with me. You have to speak your mind sometimes, Mr. Captain Thornton. Say how you feel. You got to be honest. Don't hold it in, you get an ulcer. But we do have harmony around here. We absolutely do. You're not living with me. My feet, I got happy feet. See my happy feet, Captain Thornton? That's happy feet. See that? That's happy feet. Happy, happy, happy feet. Do I not sound relaxed? Content? Sitting in my air-conditioned living room, my semi-big screen TV, watching movies? It's all good, Captain Thornton. I'm sorry you see things that way. You're looking for negativity. Be more positive. Sometimes it's a lot of projection with people like yourself. Do you even have a girlfriend? Do you have a woman? Are you even in the Philippines? That's a better question. Are you, son? Are you even in the Philippines? I don't think you are. So, shut up. When you move out here, we'll talk. Tell me if you found a woman, if you're happy, you have your own place like I do. That's the good life, Captain Thornton. I got all that. I'm not rich in money, I'm rich in love. Love, you know what love is, Captain Thornton? Love is never having to say you're sorry. Good, I thought maybe you were epileptic. You're funny, you're funny. No, I'm not epileptic. I'm actually exercising my feet. I'm increasing my blood flow. And I'm also happy. I got happy, 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 happy feet. Okay? I do that. It strengthens my ankles, creates a good blood flow. Because you can't sit down for a long time, Captain Thornton. Same as an airplane. You get blood clots. It could happen quick. It could happen over a period of several months. That's why if you're in an airplane on a long trip, I would certainly advise you to get up, walk around the cabin as often as you can, go back, sit down again, rinse and repeat. You got to do that as you get older too, and and I'm not even reading your comment. I've seen his Brevis on here, but I didn't bother to read his comment. Sorry, Brevis. I should have gave you a chance, but I didn't. Sorry about that, pal. I don't know what he wrote. I just seen the name Brevis. The minute I seen the name Brevis, I just hit. Got him off. Sorry, Breve. Maybe another time. You taking care of your girlfriend there and the kid? I hope you are. Did you impregnate anybody else? How many kids you got now are on the way? Why aren't you hanging around some seedy bar getting drunk, stalker? Captain, that's all you have to do. Apparently, I've been wasting a lot of time exercising. Oh, no, of course not. No, I do more than that. This is when I'm sitting down. I can rest my tootsies now. No, this is just to get the blood flowing. No, I do a little bit more than that per day. Yeah. I work out with light weights and stuff like that. Yeah. Every day I at least do 45-degree push-ups, work out with some 20-pound dumbbells, different exercises, resistance exercise mostly. Then I could either hit the Stationary bike or the treadmill? Both? Does that answer your question? You're on a roll today, Captain Thornton. You're putting it out there, and I'm giving it back. Anyway, Brevis showed up on here. How you doing, Brevis? Hope life is going well for your son. You're gonna be a millionaire when you sell that house in Cali, huh? We believe you. Not. Hope you're still in a relationship. She needs your money. You got a kid now. You gotta be responsible. Grow up, man. Don't be hanging around the fucking bars all day while you leave your girlfriend at home with the kid. Spend some time with her, man. Jesus Christ, really. Be a real man for once. Grow up. You act like what you were, you know, some fucking pot-smoking punk. You'd be perfect working in a head shop. Well, you did work at a shop. You worked at a marijuana dispensary. That's exciting. What did you do with their money? You ran off with it, didn't you? That's why you ran. That's why they were after you in California. That's why you had to get a restraining order for yourself and your family. They wanted their money back. I guess Captain Thornton doesn't know that story. Yeah, that's why he ran to the Philippines. He owed a lot of money. He ripped off a dispensary that he worked for, and it was during the COVID time, and business was, well, he wasn't getting much work from them. Yeah. He had a job to do because he'd have to be trimming the buds and all that. He was getting paid to trim the buds. And some people get good money for that too. They did in Hawaii. Some people know how to trim the buds just perfect. That's what he did. He had the THC all over his fingers, but unfortunately he didn't always use gloves. But then he had to wind up using some latex gloves because that shit gets all over your fingers. Oh, there goes a happy feet again. That's why he ran away. He had people after his ass. Oh, he sure did. He sure did. Even the family was upset. They were concerned because he got himself into trouble. They talked about a fairly good amount of money. And he ran, not run, he not walked, he ran to the nearest place to buy tickets. He figured, well, I know about the Philippines because I've been listening to people on Philippine shows, including myself, because she said that since the inception, or even the conception of my show, he's been following me for all these years. Scary thought, huh? In other words, he's a stalker. Anyway, I do gotta watch a movie here. Actually, I gotta figure out what I want to eat tonight. Everything I got is fucking frozen. We didn't think of defrosting anything. Well, hindsight. I don't even feel like chicken unless it was kind of mixed up with some kind of meal or something, instead of like eating a piece of chicken or something. What now, Captain? What now? Good luck with the TV. I'm going back to watching a particular coconut to see if it falls today. Wow, that's exciting now. You could consider picking up that hobby. It sounds as fun as what you are doing, so you're bored too. It's like watching paint dry, right, Captain Thornton? Right? Nick Dog says, I know what I'm eating tonight. What, pussy? What are you eating tonight? Get mouthwash when you do that shit. Before and after. Yes. I'm going to wait for some crazy answer to that one. Can't feet these. Look at these happy feet. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I'll find something on here worth watching. I enjoy this time of day. And it's only within a couple of hours because the rest of the night I'm not sitting there watching TV all the time. So, yeah. She's still making the chicken. What's she going to do with it? If it's mixed with vegetables or something, I like it. Some kind of oh, what would I be in the mood for with chicken? Nick Dog. In fact, I was reading something about Dog, the bounty hunter. What a fucked up dude. His family was all fucked up. His daughter Lisa turned out to be a lesbian. How many kids died? Either drugs or car accidents. His wife dies. His new wife's daughter's kid dies. But he's still worth $6 million, man. They did some kind of a film where somebody was playing his part, Bet's part, and all that. I never liked the guy at all. He was just a criminal. He's always was a criminal. He's like 72 now or so, but had pulmonary embolism in his lungs. He needs a fucking haircut. I mean, a guy would look a whole lot better if he cut that fucking hair off. I know it's his shtick, you know what I mean? But he could cut that hair off. He'd look a lot better. Come into the new age. But the guy's rode hard. His whole family was rode hard, man. Everybody thought that Hawaiians, when he ever did his bounty work in Hawaii, he thinks that all the locals really like him, but that was not true. That's not, some of them did, but he was even in Hilo Town, like where I lived. He's been down there. But, you know.
Wait now.
Oh, you made the chicken anyway, didn't you? Jesus, let's go see what I'm eating here. Let's go see. That was going to be worth showing. I don't know. We'll find out. Cold, cold heart. What the hey? Oh, it's chicken, broccoli, and carrots. That ain't too bad. Not to skip the rice, though. I'm thinking. Oh, looky here. Oh. Oh. What do you think, Captain? Broccoli, carrots, chicken. Wow. Okay, that could work. Except there's bones in this chicken, though. So I gotta eat around the bones, right?
Yeah.
That's no fun. Get that broccoli out of here. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, but it's not a big meal. And I'm not going to eat any rice. I do strange things. I'll take grated Parmesan cheese and I'll put it on something like this. I do, and I will right now. Where are we? Where is that sucker? Here it is in the back. If I have rice with this, well, that's when I will eat the rice. If I put some grated cheese on here. Huh? Huh? We have to end this pretty soon here, folks. Yeah, watch this, watch this. Look at that. Now we're talking. Okay, later.
Pig. I mean, we know he's disgusting, right? I mean, Trump is someone who's been found liable for sexual assault. We know he's called people piggy before who are in his, beauty pageants or whatever. We know he walks in on the people in the beauty pageants, the girls, and he likes to inspect them naked without their consent. He brags about sexually assaulting women because he's rich. He says he gets away with it. He's a criminal. He's a fraud. Like we know all of these things. So I'm not trying to let him off the hook by just saying disinhibition and talking about potential dementia. But I'm just simply saying also, when you see someone the way he said, "Quiet, piggy." I mean, that's classic disinhibition of what a doctor would tell you. Again, I don't know for a fact.
Being married to somebody, because when you get old and sick, you're gonna need help. And I saw that on firsthand after my heart attack. Coming back to my house and being alone, and I couldn't get up to get a cup of water. And then I said, that's enough is enough. I gotta find somebody in my life to grow old with. Now that's a true thing that happened to me. So guys, think about that other aspect when you get old. Some people say, yeah, I can hire a caregiver. Yeah, I can.
Oh, God forbid, don't turn out like Frank. Okay. In all consideration, I don't support somebody who rapes little children. I don't support somebody who does child trafficking, who orders people to be killed. No, don't be like Frank. Don't be like me, who's faithful to one woman and one woman only, who's actually grounded and settled with a home, one place, who's not meandering from one country to another. No, don't become like Frank. Don't have a genuine relationship that's not based on the girth of his wallet. Don't be like Frank, who doesn't have women chasing him down to get a trip or a five-star restaurant meal. Don't be like Frank, who actually has real love in his relationship, not based on what I can do for the woman to keep her hanging around me. But don't be like me. Don't be like me. Good morning. I'm slightly late. I was watching this guy, the guy that's traveling around the ocean in Papua New Guinea. No, don't be like me. Settled in his ways. Don't be like me. Frank doesn't have a harem. Don't be like me. Don't be like Frank, who is not an alcoholic. Don't be like Frank. Oh, gosh. Go on and on with this one. Well, the one thing is there's a lot of things I'm not. I'm not ostentatious. I'm not cocky. I'm not a narcissist in any form or way. Don't be like me, who's happy with one woman. No, don't be like me. It doesn't need a fat wallet to keep the women around. Don't be like me. No, that's a bad thing. Who needs money in order to get the attention in his life? Don't be like me. Oh man, I could go on and on and on, but hey guys, don't be like me. Don't be like me. No, don't be like me. I don't have a woman that's holding a sharp sword over my head. If I say something the wrong way, then she's going to go after my money and use that as a tool to continue the relationship. No, don't be like me. That wouldn't be a wise idea. No. Don't be like me. Not overweight. Don't be like me. Who's actually pretty damn good looking. And it looks pretty damn good for my age. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. That would be a bad thing. Don't even be anything like me. Don't be like me. And be a person who has no reason to lie, who has no reason to talk facts, not spread fiction. And don't be like me. Person who didn't live off an inheritance and pretend that they got where they are through hard work. It was handed down from a wealthy family. Don't be like me. Top of the morning, snappy. Top of the morning, and expat forever. Don't be like me and watch my channel here because you really want topic matter and you want somebody genuine to listen to. Don't be like me. No, don't be like me. Retracted a message there. Well, here we are. Good morning. Yes, another morning. You know, there's some things I don't have, but there are many things I do have. I have my own dignity. And I've never been desperate enough to chase women and basically have to buy my relationship. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. That could be a bad thing. As someone quoted, don't be like Frank. Well, you wish you were like me in some form or way, or many ways actually. I don't have to be pretentious. I'm not trying to be somebody that I'm not. I don't run a harem and get people to like me because I'm passing out money. No, don't be like me. That wouldn't be too good. What do you think about that, boys? No, it doesn't suck to be me, and despite some little discrepancies going on, it's good to be me. I can't live my life being pretentious. I just can't do that. That's not me. Believe me, I would not, if I had considerable money, I would not want women around me simply because of what I can do for them, just to keep them around and live the good life. Well, living a good life. I'm not rich. And my woman definitely doesn't stay with me because of money. From when I met her, She never even asked me anything about my finances, what I did for a living. Didn't even ask me about my history. No. Best way to start there. Okay, what's that? Oh, he always is. He says he don't want to talk about me, and he says he never watches my shows. And we know who we're talking about. Never watches my shows, but he says, oh, people just send me. That's what he said. People just send me these clips. Yeah, right. He follows me like he has his women follow him. You know, you get a donkey and you hang a fucking carrot in front of that donkey. He's going to follow that carrot. Well, hangs his wallet in front of these women. Oh, they'll follow him. Oh, they'll follow him. No, I don't need to dangle a carrot in front of my woman. I don't need to dangle a wallet in front of my woman. It has nothing to do with money. It never did have anything to do with money. And it never will. Okay, let's see what I need here. Let's get that puppy out of the micro. And hopefully I got more tea bags. Yeah, I got some more tea bags. Let's start the morning as usual here. Here we go. No, don't be like me. Well, I'm going to get in 10, 20,000 steps and then go to the nearest restaurant and stuff my mouth with the most highly caloric and high cholesterol food you could ever eat. No, don't be like me. Yeah, I know, Michael, yeah. No, you wouldn't want to be that way. That would be a bad thing to be like me. But I generally think I'm happier than this guy. I could wake up every morning with one woman. I don't need to feed my ego. Don't need to feed my ego. With basically women that are basically indentured servants. No, don't be like me. You wouldn't want to be me. Don't be like me. Someone who doesn't go behind the scenes and support criminals. No, don't be like me. Because I don't do that. Simply put. No, that wouldn't be a good idea. Don't be like me. God forbid. Excuse me while I'm putting this morning tea together here, my ritual. I even added honey this morning because my throat was a little bit raspy. Don't be like me. God that doesn't drink. Don't be like me, a guy that's not pretentious in any form or way, and never has been. Don't be like me. People don't realize Frank is tough as nails. Thank you. I think I am. No, don't be like me, a guy that's extraordinarily sincere. Don't be like me. I'm very proud to say that I don't hold a proverbial carrot in front of my woman to keep her around. Don't be like me, a guy doesn't buy his women. No, don't be like me. That might not be good. Don't be like me, a guy who's not a fat fuck. Which I'm not. So, according to somebody, it sucks to be me. but I haven't found one valid point that's ever been made that it sucks to be me. Don't be me, who settled down in one place, grounded. No, that's not always good. You wouldn't want to be me. Somebody looks damn good for his age. No, you wouldn't want to be me. Somebody who wakes up in the morning and appreciates the new day. You wouldn't want to be me. Who appreciates life. Who appreciates real love. Not bought love. No, you wouldn't want to be me. No, that wouldn't be a good thing, would it? Mike says envy is a shadow of glory. Oh, very well put. Very well put. Envy is a shadow of glory. That's a good statement, actually. That's a very good statement. Envy, I gotta remember that. Envy is a shadow of glory. I like it. I like it a lot. Don't be me. I don't need a mobility scooter either. Right, Popeye. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons not to be me, apparently. According to somebody who's not exactly living an honest life. I don't know. I just think it must be horrible to have women hanging around you, and the only denominator is what this guy can do for you, and having a big wallet and using that as a power tool. I don't do that. Nope, don't be me in regards to that. At least I know who I'm with is genuine in every form and way. It's kind of like, if you think about this, you have some employees that they want to raise or they want to graduate into a higher position, so they kiss the boss's ass, even lick it too, to stay in position. No, don't be me. I don't do that. My girlfriend doesn't do that. No, don't be me. Don't be me. Yeah, I like that. Envy is the shadow of glory. You might say, or Popeye would certainly say things like, why should anybody envy you? Well, you know what, Popeye? I'm not you. That says it all. I'm not you, and it sucks to be you. If I had to live, for example, Popeye's life, I'd just get a gun and just get it over with and kill myself. And I don't go on the Philippines genre because I don't live in the Philippines. I actually live in the Philippines. I don't come on here from another country and live my life vicariously through somebody else. I actually do live in the Philippines. Yeah, I actually live in the Philippines. No, don't be me, somebody who waited 6 years before he bought a house instead of being a simp. And after 3 weeks or a month, buy a woman a house. Don't be me. Don't be me. Don't be me. I'm not, a guy that's afraid to go back into another country because perhaps somebody's close to him might get pissed at him and take that sword out that they've been holding over his head and take all his money. No, don't be me. No. Don't be me. Somebody that's not a pompous ass. No, don't be me. Don't be me. A guy that has nothing to prove to anyone. Don't be me. This is the Don't Be Me show this morning. Don't be frank, someone says. Don't be frank. Coming from a person who says, I don't hate Frank. Oh, he hates my fucking guts. He wishes I'd die or get deported or in jail. No, he doesn't hate me. I don't know, somebody who just can't be honest, somebody just can't tell the truth. I can't be around. If someone like that was potentially to be a friend of mine, I mean, they wouldn't, I put it that way. I can't relate to people like that jump over fences like a gazelle could. According to what's going on, we'll jump back over the other side and then jump back on the other side. I'd probably have some pretty well-developed legs and thighs if I did that. But I don't, so don't be me. Philippines Life Pro. I never heard of you. New to your channel. What are you talking about? Oh, it's just something that goes back a long time. It has to do with certain vloggers on here that spew hate and they're envious of my lifestyle and the fact I've got a solid relationship that's earned and not bought. Yeah, it gets a lot deeper than that. And yeah, I do come on camera, and probably the next thing you're going to ask, I'm just not on camera this morning. I don't always come on camera. It's almost like more of a podcast. It's more of a radio show than anything, you know. Yeah, but I do go on camera, just to let you know. There's nothing wrong with your screen. Just to let you know that was another question you're going to ask, you know. Yeah, I've been on, sir, I've been on here. I've been involved in YouTube over a decade, really. I know you probably see I don't have any subscribers because I've been on and off this thing. I've gotten off, or maybe I fucked up one time and tried to hide my channel and wind up deleting it and all my videos. You know, I've done some stupid things too. But definitely don't be me and do that. Okay, we'll agree on something here. But no, we've been around a while. We've been through some pretty hairy adventures here on YouTube in the Philippines genre. You know, people trying to file a formal complaint against me to try to get me deported is one of the newest things because they're envious of my life and because I put somebody's girlfriend in jail. Rather, I put some girl's notorious, nefarious boyfriend in jail for 5 counts of cyber libel. Yeah. No, I'm not rich and I'm not famous, although I'm somewhat famous or infamous here on YouTube, for sure. Hey, I got people that simulcast my shows as it's being done as we speak. I got people that replay everything I put on my, everything that I put out here on a separate channel under my name, calling it replays of my channel. Oh yeah, I'm quite popular. I'm quite significant to these people. And as the expression goes on here, I live rent-free in a lot of people's heads. No, I'm not rich, and if you say famous, that's well, it's according to what you define as famous. You would think I was. Yeah, I'm here. Why aren't you on camera? Are you in hiding? No, I'm not in hiding. I do go on camera, as I just explained to you, and I guess you're not listening. I'm getting hearts here and smiley faces. Okay, thank you, whoever's sending that. No, I have a face that's made for radio. You gotta see what's out there. My God. No, you don't really want to. Baby, I want you to love me. It's the one thing I don't do, man. I'm not buying any women. Hell no. I don't hang out at fucking bars, all these seedy, low-class establishments, picking up fucking filthy whores, showing my wallet to get them to be interested in me, because that's the only reason many of these vloggers would ever get any woman, have a woman even slightly, remotely consider being with them. No, I don't do that. Don't be me with that. Dennis has to say something this morning. Dave, replay your shows because they are good and interesting, and you have a great voice. Should have better radio. Well, that's actually a compliment from Dennis Albright. See, what goes on YouTube, there's a lot of envy, there's a lot of jelly. A lot of jelly, good. Boy, that's a good one, too. There is a lot of jelly when you think about it. There's a lot of jealousy. Now, why would I make such a statement? Well, I would not be held so high on here. I would not have people making replays of my shows and simulcast my broadcasts if there was not something that they liked about me or my show. You have some guys that have some gay tendencies that like my voice, like my looks, they envy my style. In other words, there's a lot of people that are living their life vicariously through me. And this has been all through the years. And there's some guys that get very vicious, like Popeye One, another show. It's a guy living in Florida that hasn't been in the Philippines for 40 years, hasn't been laid for probably, over 20 years since his wife left him for beating the shit out of her. A guy that was in the Navy and who practices, false valor. Yeah, these are the kind of characters we have on here. And he's simulcasting me right now. He does it every time I come on. And he was having a conniption. I was off YouTube for approximately 3 months by choice, and he didn't know what to do with his time because, see, his favorite soap operas on TV have expired. I guess, I don't think there's any more soap operas. This is a guy who's using his retirement to watch General Hospital and Days of Our Lives and shit like that. And the only activity he does is go to some bingo parlor with all these silver and blue-haired ladies there. Goes there with his khakis on and his black socks up to his fucking kneecaps with his little white shoes on. Yeah, that's the guy who's simulcasting me right now. Just wondering what you're talking about. Well, you haven't been following me, so you won't understand. It gets deep, Dennis Albright says, they replay your shows because they are, okay, I read that already, because they're good and interesting and you have a great voice. Should have better radio. Yeah. Well, I do get compliments. You think like everybody's attacking me. That's not the show. Here's the thing about my show. They're not coming over here to my show for drama. They're not coming to my show because I'm one of the major trolls on here, which I'm not. Oh, I could be a bastard if I want, and they know I could. I don't choose to be a bastard. I just choose to be real, and I speak the truth. And if I talk about anybody, sir, on here, any other vloggers, trolls, whatever, it's because of what I seen and what I heard, and I'm basically, copy and paste type of deal, I don't make up stories about anybody that is not factual, and I don't always buy all the hearsay crap on here, which goes around quite a bit. I had a guy in here who's in jail, in part because he was not happy with me. I didn't want his friendship, so he started labeling me as a child predator and so forth and so on. He did it for years until I said, fuck this shit, that's enough. And I got the money together and I got a lawyer. I got him for immigration over 7 years. I've got him for 5 counts of cyber libel, which he had pleaded guilty to. He's still incarcerated because he doesn't want to pay the court fees and fines and damages to me. That gives you a little history right there. Yeah. Dennis says they replay. Okay, got that. I read that already. That's pretty much it. No, we just got a basic, I call it a grassroots channel, and I talk about practically anything under the sun, whatever really comes to my mind, or anything that might be relevant, even some things that are really irrelevant, but maybe are important to me, and maybe I just feel like venting about a few things, and that's what I do. I'll vent on here about a few things. I do get personal to a point, but then there's a limit, a break-off point, because people on here will use any personal information against you. That's what they do. That's what they do. And they'll turn it around, of course. They'll edit videos. They'll change the features of my face. They'll use my girlfriend. Here's a good one. They'll put her in some scene looking like a bar girl and all that stuff. They'll say things like, I met her in a bar, which I didn't meet her in a bar. I mean, I hope that gives you an insight, as best as I could, sir, as to what's going on with me, who I am, and what I've dealt with for the time I've been on here on YouTube. For real. You can't make this shit up. I mean, you could, but it's not made up. It's not made up. Oh, definitely. Don't be like me, somebody that's never ran away from YouTube. Nobody's ever chased me off YouTube. Don't be like me. I'm kind of in-your-face radio, or, well, just say in-your-face vlogger. And some people can't handle that. When I put up that proverbial mirror in front of their face, they don't like what they see. Sometimes I use expletives to describe certain people on here. Sometimes I'm just very coy and just basically put out just basically truthful information about them that's been proven that they, of course, are going to act very adverse to, because they don't want people hearing the truth about who they are and what they've done and some embarrassing things they've done. There you go. A lot of info right there. That's a long-form answer and explanation of who I am, what's been going on with me on YouTube for many, many years, and what I deal with on a daily basis. And to note that a lot of these people make a lot of claims, too. They're living these five-star life out here, but they're really not. And a lot of these vloggers, they come from another country. I can't call them expats because they're not actually living here. They come to visit. We got an Australian guy that looks like an Aborigine who claims and swears up and down that he doesn't buy his women, but that's the only way he could even get close to a woman. There's a number of characters on here that are actually in that category, that the only way they could even be anywhere near a woman if you buy them a drink or you pay them, or you hold that golden wallet, you know, the proverbial carrot wallet in front of their face to have them hang around with you. No, don't be like me, because I don't do that. Don't be like me. This particular person says, don't be like Frank. Well, you wish you were like me. You could only dream of being like me, at least in character. Dennis says they replay a show. Okay. Same statement there. I thought there was another statement from Dennis here. Sorry about that. Don't be like me, somebody that's in pretty decent health and does things for himself besides one little bad bugaboo. Don't be like me, knowledgeable about the health industry, supplementation, diet. Don't be like me. Just eat all that fat. Just eat all that high cholesterol food. Stuff your mouth until your stomach is so full it's going to fucking bubble. But don't be like me. Don't be like me, somebody who practices 99.99% of what I actually preach on here. Don't be like me. God forbid. Oh, that's a better tea this morning. I didn't put lemon in it. It was just too late. I still could. I got 3/4 of a cup. I got to get the lemon in. I'll let it sit there a little bit. I'm too lazy. Oh, come on. I could get up and go in the kitchen and cut a lemon. What's wrong with you? Let me just do that now. Don't get fucking lazy. Yeah, there's been, to the newbie on here, yeah, there's been a lot of talk about me on here. They're trying to tell me I'm not living a good life, or according to who? What, them? And if you see all the chicanery, all the shit going on in their life, you know, you probably understand very well that one of the people that's actually living a decent life is actually me. I don't have to have $1 million in my bank account to be considered living a good life. Here we go. Let's get that going here. Baby, I want you to love me. I want you to want me. Without my wallet. I just think it's piss-ass sad that the only way you could keep women around you is to keep that wallet dangling in front of these women. I think that's so fucking sad. It says a lot about the character. If the only way you could have women in your life is to basically, literally, not figuratively, buy them, you know, I think that's pretty sad. That's my opinion on this anyway. I never had to do that. I never had to do that since day one of my relationship. Never had to do that at all. Never. She wasn't examining my portfolio, but one of the key things that I don't do, and I've emphasized this the past few days, I'm not going to support anybody such as the President of the United States, like some people do, that according to files that have been discovered, has played a huge part with Jeffrey Epstein in child trafficking, child rape, underage girls. I'm not that person who supports that kind of behavior, but apparently he does. So you don't want to be me, because I don't support that kind of behavior. And then to make a lame statement, one of the lamest statements I've ever heard on here in a long time, where the person says, I'll pretty much quote, that he likes Donald Trump because Donald Trump, since he's been in administration, has made his financial portfolio go up 26%, making him $1 million more. So, in other words, it's okay that the leader of your country, who's supposed to be representing the people, not himself, a notorious person who's a real pedophile, you will support that kind of behavior. That tells you all you want about this person's character. Does that enlighten you a little bit more? Mike says, some YouTubers go after other YouTubers because it is the only way to get followers and views. They cannot relate to positivity. Well, there you go. Another good statement. A very valid statement, actually. Well, you know, create controversy on your show, and that's the only way you're going to get people to come to your show. I don't have to create controversy to come to my show, because I happen to talk about a lot of interesting stuff. If I say so myself, and I do. I'm not afraid, you know. I'm not afraid to ignite a bomb, if you know what I mean. Figuratively, not literally, of course. I'm not afraid to say on my mind. I don't have to lie about something. I don't depend on dishonesty to get an audience or something, you know. Well, I can say that much about myself, and I don't have to prove myself to anybody. I've been attacked so much since I've been on YouTube. I'm still here. You just got to believe in yourself and know who you are. Then you take a look at these people and say, damn, it's good to be me. After all, it's good to be me. And it is good to be me. I don't have a problem myself. I think I made a lot of right decisions in my life. Hey, so. See, the thing is with me, I could live with myself. Some people can't, because they know what they've done behind the scenes to try to fuck up somebody's life. And they'll deny it left and right, up and down. That's what they do. Only way to get followers and views. You're absolutely correct, aren't you? You are absolutely stinking correct. Hey, Sal. Hey, baby. I really don't live a bad life, really. When I sit down and I think about it. Nah, couldn't live in the United States, man. It's, the dream is gone for anybody that's growing up in the United States and want to have that proverbial white picket fence and the 2 cars in the garage, 2 chickens in a pot, however that goes. Those days are over, man. They've been long over. American dream is just not there anymore. So many people want to move to America, to get the good life, but seriously? That don't exist anymore. It's too expensive to live in America. It's all right. So you come from a third world country or whatever, and then you move to America because you want to do good for your life and make a lot of money. I'm not saying you can't do it, but according to who's running the country, it's not become a possibility anymore. You got a president that chasing out immigrants. Some of them are actually good people who doesn't realize that, it's immigrants that have built the United States, that made the United States, the hard work and labor of immigrants that come into the United States. The big wigs wouldn't have a beautiful office if it wasn't for blue collar people. I've been blue collar the best part of my life, really. I've been blue collar. I was never afraid to get my hands dirty. I didn't sit behind a desk or just go to make presentations, travel from here to here, make presentations. I worked with my hands. Got them dirty. Had some interesting jobs, I'll tell you that. And I have nothing that I can't be proud of, really. I'm good. I'm good with myself, good with my current life. Think I made a good decision, both on my partner and where to live. I live in a very sleepy kind of an island town. People give their hind teeth to live in, really, with white sand beaches. Actually have a house, and people will question that. No, it's not your house. Well, as long as I'm alive, don't matter who bought the house. As long as I'm alive, I'm enjoying this house. I'm actually living rent-free, but not in somebody, not like in somebody's head. Which there's a lot of people I'm living rent-free in their heads, but I'm actually literally living rent-free. You can't beat that with a stick. And there's always the proverbial argument, no, you don't own your house, she does. It's not true, really. Not true. My name is on the deed. My name is on the tax declaration. I do have ownership of this house. Of course, if you want to get technical, the chick gets pissed off at you or something, yeah. There's always a legal way of removing you from the house, but I'm one of these smarter expats who actually has a 25-year lease, so I could turn around and throw her out if something came down to that. Yeah, so say it's not my house or whatever, fine. But most of these people who down me all the time, they can't achieve what I did. I don't have a mortgage here. They say I'm broke, but I bought this house in cash. Yeah, and everything in it, cash. I'm doing something right, I guess. There you go. My tea. Yeah, there's a lot of envy. You know, there's a lot of envy out there. They're not going to admit that. Why would they do that? But I can honestly tell you, my woman is not with me for money. She knew from the beginning I was not a wealthy man. She didn't know a whole lot about me when she met me. She didn't met me because I told her I was rich or something. I didn't have to put out my portfolio and figured that the only way the woman's going to get interested in me if I make her believe or prove that I had a lot of money. No, I got a woman the old-fashioned way. We earned the respect for each other, not based on a dollar bill like some people. I didn't put the proverbial wallet carrot in front of their face and have them follow me into my relationship. I didn't do that. Nope. Through thick and thin, my woman stays with me by choice. By choice. So I'm doing something right. Apparently so. Hey, I'm good with all it, so that's all that matters. I'm good with my life. It don't matter what people think about me. They can make up any story in the world they want, but it doesn't mean it's real, you know. When you eat ice cream, you think it's all really, really made of real cream. It's not some emulsifier. You think it's ice cream, tastes like ice cream. No, I present myself as who I am. And a woman will either like me for me or she won't. She has choices. There's plenty of guys out there that have buku money that my partner could be with. She chooses to be with me, and I'm not a person with buku money. Never really was. But she's still with me. It'll be 10 years in coming February just to prove it. There you go. That's proof of the pudding, as they say. Nobody's holding a knife to her neck. Nobody's holding a gun to her head to be with me. She can choose not to be with me anytime. I don't promise her riches. I don't make false promises. And she knows, unlike these people, that I'm absolutely faithful to her. She doesn't have to worry about me going out on her. Although some people out there have relationships where no matter where they travel, they're getting laid left and right. And they're not telling their significant others what they're doing while they're on their trips. Which is horrible because you would contract a sexually transmitted disease. That wouldn't be fair to the ladies, would it? They don't care. Self-serving, self-gratifying, self-righteous. No, that's not me. So I guess it sucks to be me, I guess. Couldn't put it better. Kudos to me this morning for spelling it out. Not that I had never spelled it out before, but there you go. There you go, as Popeye says, there you go. No, so it doesn't suck to be me after all. I'm not stalking anybody out there like some YouTubers are doing, stalking people, hanging on every breath, on every word, you know, hanging on every word that somebody says on here so they can record it. If not just to hear my golden voice. They want to be me. They're not going to admit that. I may not have some things that some people have. I may not, but I may actually have a lot of things that these same people don't have. Like a real relationship, no dangling carrot in front of their face. I'm not the fucking donkey that's going to go for that fucking carrot. My woman is not like that at all. At least I could say I'm in a real, solid, honest relationship. And there's some people out there that can't say that. They can't say that. I don't buy off people's families. I don't give money to her family unless it's voluntarily for some emergency reason or whatever. I'm far from being a simp. far, 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 in a faraway land on that. That's not me. Maybe it's you, but it ain't me. I'm very calculating on what I do, and 90% of the time I think before I do something. There's always that 10%, of course. Throw it in there for good luck that I don't, but I live a real life and I'm not pretentious, and that's the main thing. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. I present myself as to who I am. You either like me or you don't, and either way, I don't give a shit. I don't give a rat's ass. You live your life, I'll live mine. You live your life the way you want to, whether it's an honest life or not, whether you're just you practice debauchery or not. That's just not who I am, period. Period. I don't move to a country to hang around some seedy fucking bars. You can do that in your own country. I don't need more than one woman to satisfy me. Because the way I see it, if you need more than one woman to satisfy you, maybe you shouldn't be with that woman. But I'm not a guy that's on a power play with money. I'm not trying to get women because I have a big wallet and use that to entice them. That's not me. That's not me. Why? Because it's shallow. They're just fooling themselves to think that they're a powerhouse, that they got the ideal relationship, throws their women on camera and uses all the filters to make them look good. Quite a contrast between filters, using filters and not using filters, as you might discover if you're really seeing some of these videos. Quite a difference. Quite a difference. Not fooling anybody, and he's certainly not fooling me, that's for damn sure. Okay. Well, some of the dialogue is slowing down here. This is turning into a monologue, but that's okay too. Because you're there, you're listening, you got 14 people listening who have not gone away. Guess I've got your attention. That's what it's all about. Spin yourself around. That's what it's all about. I don't live a life of look at me, look at me. I'm not looking for that kind of attention, man. I realize that even negative attention is still attention, but that's not how I get my attention with negative attention. People can perceive everything I do as being negative when they know it's a lot of bullshit. It's trying to find fault with me, and it's just called projection, you know, a lot of projection going on here. Am I world traveled? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I kind of regret that part. But I'm realistic. I'm realistic. Truthfully, if I had a lot of money where I'm going to travel the world and shit, I'm not even really sure where I'd want to go. Italy, yeah, because I have my history going back historically is from Italy, so I'm Italian American. It'd be interesting to see Italy, yeah. I could think of a few places that might be nice to visit. But if I was a younger man also, I'd have more energy to want to do that. If I had the disposable money to travel around the world and go all these places, which I don't really have that much disposable money to do that. But if I did, I'm not really, I really couldn't come up with a list, really, not really. I said Italy, but there's other places too that I wouldn't mind seeing. It's something I'd have to actually sit down and think about. Maybe the beauty of Switzerland, there's a lot of beauty out there, be nice. Italy, or my paisans are there. actually eat some real pizza, real Italian food, real cannolis and all that great stuff that the Italians are very well known for their food. I'd be in hog heaven, you know, to get some really authentic food, ethnic food. That's something that's pretty big with me, actually. See, I've never felt that I was stuck somewhere, you know. Like this guy, Robert Clausen, who's actually simulcasting me right now. And you wonder what kind of a life they're leading, but it doesn't take much to figure it out. Somebody who's so desperate and lonely that they have to simulcast somebody's show and then do a monologue or soliloquy afterwards to try to prove what a great life he's having compared to mine, when everybody who listens to the particular guy's show know that his life is very sedentary. He doesn't go anywhere except to bingo and occasionally goes to a casino in Florida. He doesn't leave his house, don't even maintain it, I heard. And all he does is spew out hate against me. That's why he simulcasts my show. Always waiting to hear something that he hopefully could use against me. Imagine that's your life revolving around one person on YouTube. That you basically live your life for one person on YouTube. Now that's sad. That's sad. That's sad. It's pathetic, actually, a better word. So basically, they can't afford to talk about anybody, especially me. Because basically, I got what this individual could only wish he had. Of course, he'll laugh about that. But he tries to make himself look like he actually has a life, which he doesn't. I think he even has mobility issues. And I love the part where Popeye, of course, Robert Clausen, where he says, oh, this guy's on prescription drugs. Yeah, me and 2 billion other people probably are. As if I committed a crime. Yeah, but you're taking certain kind of drugs that, you know, are classified, this and that. Well, like I always say, at least I'm not on street drugs. And as it goes, people actually do take prescription medication. Again, being redundant, whether they have diabetes, heart problems, bursitis, kidney problems, psychotropics, whatever it might be. It either works for you or it doesn't. You either need it or you don't, so you don't take it. He acts like it's a horrible sin to be on prescription drugs. Although he tried to correct himself on this one the other day. I didn't say that it's bad to be. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. He's on prescription drugs. And better yet, he says, well, you're on benzos. Yeah. The benzo part is for sleep. It's not for a psychological condition. Yeah, you're right, I do. I take the lowest dose of a benzo. That's right, I do. He's got a problem with that. But I don't know what he takes. He says he doesn't take any prescription drugs. I don't buy that story. In fact, in the past, he did mention he did take prescription drugs. That was a while back, but he did say that. The pot calling the kettle black. I have no problem with what I'm doing. And the tolerance level, when you take certain drugs, there's something called a tolerance where you need to take higher doses. No. Whatever I'm taking, I've stayed with the lowest dose possible. I have not graduated and increased the milligrams at all. At all. Just to let you know. That blows his theory up. And at my age, I don't give a fuck what I'm taking because truthfully, You're on borrowed time. I don't give a shit what the classification of drug it is. Call it a benzo. I don't give a fuck. Does it help me in some way? Maintain a little bit of sleep, which is why I use it for no other reason. It does. Either something works or it doesn't work, and you have the choice to take it or not. Your choice, not somebody else's. They got to critique you for taking prescription medications. I'll guarantee you, I'm sure at least 75% of anybody here that we know on YouTube or familiar with are on some kind of prescription medication. Guarantee you, at least 75%. I come up with that figure out of my head, but I think that's probably correct. They're real quick to point out what they think is your fault. It's not a fault to take prescription medication. Maybe it's a need. If your diabetes is out of control, you're not going to take some kind of medication for that. If you need metformin or some crap like that, you're not going to take it. Of course you are. They try to keep your medical situation under control, although they don't have their lives under control, and what they do to people and how they talk about people, that's out of control. Maybe they need to spend more time on that. I don't take anything unless I need it. Even the other medicine I take in the morning, separate. The lowest dose possible on the market. I haven't developed a tolerance situation where I have to take more and more. I've stayed same amount. He says that I'm abusing. I said nothing that a problem with people taking prescriptions, but Frank is abusing his prescriptions. I am? I didn't know that. But thanks for telling me that. I can't be abusing it if I'm staying at the same low dose for years. That's not called abusing your prescription medicine, Pops. Not at all. Hey, what works for me may not work for you. You do what you feel you need to take, and you take whatever prescription medicines that you need to take, and I'll do mine. But to pretend that you're not on prescription drugs is totally bullshit. I'm going to almost guarantee that the same people that make these statements are on multiple prescription drugs, but they're not going to tell you that. But they rather criticize somebody else. Hey, I wasn't afraid. I didn't hide it on my show. I got nothing to hide. I had nothing to hide. I've been very open about a lot of things. I don't have a problem because I take prescription medication. Fuck, every other fucking person on the planet is taking some kind of prescription medication, especially as they get older. Thank goodness I got no serious illnesses or anything. Heart drugs and diabetes drugs and shit like that. Thank goodness for small miracles. I didn't have to take fucking Ozempic because I'm fatter than shit. Because I'm not fat. I have more respect for myself to allow myself to get to that kind of a weight situation, which is just totally irresponsible to themselves to get to that level. I don't feel sorry. Absolutely don't feel sorry for people who allow themselves to be so overweight, so obese. And we know numerous people out here that are in that position right now. It takes a certain amount of self-control. You want to lose weight, forget the Ozempic. It's dangerous anyway. You want to lose weight, use a fork and a spoon and not a shovel when you eat. How about that for advice? Then maybe you don't have that problem that turns into diabetes and winds up turning into heart problems and just totally destroys all the metabolics of your body. And, you only got yourself to blame about that. So I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for people that are obese. I never will. Never will. Never have. You're in control of what you eat, Jack. I don't tell you to stuff your mouth like there's no tomorrow. And when I retired to the Philippines, I don't live by this certain kind of creed that, I'm going to enjoy my retirement. I'm going to drink myself to oblivion, kill my liver, or I'm going to be totally sedentary, Oh, I'm going to live a very debaucherous, as I'll say, lifestyle. Because that's not who I am. There you go. As Papa likes to say, well, there you go. If I had to actually do a poll and people were going to be completely honest, a real poll where people could somehow be anonymous, therefore they could tell the truth, not expose their name and who they are. And if I did a poll, particularly about Popeye, the guy who's simulcasting me right now, and I asked them, do you think this guy is a total fucking loser? You're going to see the percentile on there not to be in his favor. If they were going to be really honest, there's shuffling. That's right, no Cam again. That's right. You figured that out. You know, it's better to be honest with yourself. Why try to disguise yourself in this community as being Mr. Right, Mr. Righteous? We got some fucking Australian guy who looks like a fucking Aborigine. And he makes a statement on Big Kevin's show. I don't hold back names. We're talking about Jay Stillman, who went to Bali and he's having a hard time in Bali. He didn't go straight to the Philippines. He went to Bali. He talks good about the Philippines, but no matter where he goes, he has not been successful in finding a woman that's actually interested in him for him. He claims that I don't buy my women, and I was literally, not figuratively, I was laughing. And I had to comment that on Big Kevin's show. This guy could ever get a woman to even talk to him or sit down and have a drink with him. Now, if those have never seen what Jay looks like, Jay's kind of a stubby guy. He's not terribly tall. He's got a hairy ass fucking chest. He chain smokes, chain drinks, probably has the worst breath in the world that no woman would want to get close to him. Nevertheless, fuck him. He has a horrible opinion about women, that they're only good for one thing. He doesn't respect women. Kind of like Nico, where he calls women are all hoes to him. Are they all hoes because you can't get a genuine woman that's interested in you? Is that what's really going on? Is he going to call them hoes because you haven't been successful in getting a woman, keeping a woman, or having a woman, so they're going to be called hoes? No, not all women are hoes. It's horribly disrespectful to even say that, but then it's coming from a very disrespectful person. Does anyone buy his woman on here? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Ricky does. We got another guy with a big wallet that buys his women. That's the only reason they're with him. If the guy didn't have a cent to his name, he would not have any woman around him at all. I'll guarantee you that. I'll guarantee you that. The guy's not good looking. He's kind of clunky looking. He's a tall guy, overweight, inherited money from his parents, and he uses that money as a tool to get women to hang around him, as if to they're really in love with him. Oh, feelings. Whoa, 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 feelings. There's not any feelings except a dependency on somebody's fucking wallet. Can't be in a relationship like that, folks. I just can't. And I won't. Yes, to answer that question, Mr. Shuffer, there are people on here that buy their women. That's for sure. And there's people on here that can't even get a woman, nevertheless keep a woman. Jay Stillman is one of them. He's one of the biggest clowns on here, amongst others. Now, Popeye, of course, the guy that's simulcasting my show, he hasn't gotten laid probably in 2 decades. He spent most of his time watching soap operas until they all wind up, I don't think there's any more on there, is there? So maybe he listens to Philippines drama online or something now, but he needs drama in his life because his life is so goddamn uneventful. Oh, there's a number of dudes like that, Shuffle. There's a number of dudes like that. Right here in the Philippines genre. We got some winners out there. We got some real winners out there that spend most of their time critiquing and criticizing other people on here and claiming they have the life of Riley when they actually don't. Oh, sure, there's some people here that might have more money than me and, could afford a more luxurious lifestyle. But what is luxury, really? You're happy where you are. I got a decent house, a decent neighborhood, and a fantastic partner of almost 10 years. Who could want for more? Live on a tropical island which people give their hind teeth to live in? Doesn't matter whether it doesn't have a mall here or something like that. That's not what living is, to have a mall. If I want a mall, I'll go to a bigger city like Cebu, which is what I do if I need certain supplies. I wouldn't give up this lifestyle for anything. Everything's within reach of me, just taking a ferry and a bus or whatever, or a taxi. If I want to go to Cebu and have more amenities, such as malls and different types of shopping that I can't get here, different types of food and all that, but it's all good. Who is that dude who is tall and moneyed? Well, I think most people on here know exactly what I'm talking about. You just have to take my word on that. He knows who he is. He's listening to me right now. He says he never listens to my show, but he always does all the time. He'll sit around here with his, quote, girlfriends, his wife and his mistress. Would you believe that, man? We got a dude on here that's married to some Filipina chick, right? And he's got a mistress. Not only does he have a mistress, but he got her pregnant and now has a baby from the mistress. They're all living together in the same bed. Same bed. And they're dependent on him. They don't make their own money. They're dependent on him. That's pretty sad. That's really sad. But his ego has grown really bigger and bigger through the years. He lives the life of look at me, look at me. I got more money than you. I could travel. I could do this. I could do that. And I got a harem going. Yeah, he gets a harem. Sometimes he recruits other women in his harem. The women go for each other too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's not just having a wife and a mistress, but, the two ladies in there are, let's say they kind of like each other. Let's be kind about this. They kind of like each other too. Yeah, that's a real family right there, right off a television sitcom, comedy. That arrangement sounds a disaster to any man. You got it. Expat Forever says, if he dies, they go back to their squatter life. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. This proves my point. Or actually, doesn't prove my point, but makes my point. I'll rephrase that. That the only reason some people that have money and they have these women around them is because it's the only way they can get a woman. I mean, their appearance is they're not the most attractive person in the world. They look like a big galoot. And if it wasn't for money, these women wouldn't be around them. Because first of all, if you're obnoxious, you're just fucking obnoxious, period. And a woman's going to see that, A woman will put up with only so much, I think. And if you're an obnoxious, cocky bastard, and you treat women like a piece of meat, and you hold that proverbial carrot in front of them to keep them around, then you're not living a good life, despite how much money you have. That's not a good life to me. Maybe, I'm old-fashioned. I guess I am. I'd rather have a woman be with me because she wants to be with me, not because she needs to be with me. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. I don't want that. I'd rather be totally alone, totally and completely alone. If I had to depend on that kind of a situation, I couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. It's just not me. I'd be terribly uncomfortable. You got to live your life with truth and not a lie. You got to admit to yourself if you have faults. You don't have to admit it to anybody else but yourself. But when somebody always has to prove themselves to everybody else, it means exactly that they're not happy with themselves in their life. They try to pretend to be that they're really happy and they're living a good life. They may be living a good life, possibly financially, but that's just money. It's not real love. Real love is when you're with one woman and you dedicate your life, your soul, and your heart to one woman, not to be sharing it with somebody else. That always causes problems down the line. There'll be bouts of jealousy if one is not getting the attention as much as the other. So you just distribute the wealth a little bit. Even in the hardest times, you're having an argument. Here, does this satisfy you? Open up his wallet and say, here, go buy some nice clothes and makeup. Go buy some nice clothes and makeup. It's all good. And it's all good. If you want a woman like that, I just can't. Sorry, I just can't. That will never be me. If I had a way of starting my life over, I still feel the same. I still feel the same way. I couldn't do that, man. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't want to do it. I couldn't be comfortable with myself. I have to live with myself. I'd have to live with myself. And I couldn't. I couldn't live with myself. I had to live my life that way. I'm rich. In fact, I'm wealthy. Maybe not in paper money, but at least I'm living an honest life in an honest relationship, and I'm not trying to entice the person with my wealth. And as a lot of people know about the Philippines and other countries, it's not just the Philippines, man, but poor women are not always wanting to stay poor. And if they could find some foreign sucker that's willing to give or entice them with that carrot, lead him around like a fucking cow with a rope through his nose, you know. That's not me. Good morning. Speaking of great women, good morning to you. I got up early again as usual. Yeah, a little earlier actually. So I've been up. I've already had my tea. And there's the girls in the room. Look at them. Look at those sweethearts. Even dogs love me. I can't be a person that probably would, you know, treat their dogs like shit too, you know. That's not me. That's not me. I guess the best thing I could say is just be real. As real as you could possibly be. I know some people find it hard to be real. They're always lacking something, and they're trying to point out faults with everybody else. And they're projecting. I use that word a lot. They're projecting. There's always something that they don't have. They may have the money. They don't have good character. They don't have any dignity. They don't have any self-respect. And they expect other people to respect them. If only for the fact that maybe they could do a few things that some people can't, like travel or afford to eat out regularly at five-star eateries and stuff like that. That doesn't mean you're better than somebody else in any form or way. Oh, really? He just now started? I thought he was recording the whole time. And what's this here? I didn't read everything on here. Region. Hey, Region. No offense, but your two dogs remind me of his harem. They love you because you can feed and house them. Laugh my ass off. Your dogs generally love you, though. They do. They do. Unconditionally. That's one thing about dogs, though. They unconditionally. There's no conditions to the love. You don't have to put a carrot in front of it. No, my dogs, you know, they don't just love me because because they're dependent on me. You know, we build up a bond. I've had dogs all my life. I've seen them come and go. Unfortunately, had to put some down. I've always had a wonderful relationship with the dogs. I've always taken good care of them, always respected them, loved them, and made my home their home. And I took care of them and treated them well. One of these dogs actually came off the street. Gilda got Sao. She came to the gate as a tiny little puppy and looking pretty bad. Nursed her to health, and here she is today. Dogs really are a man's best friend. OFW maids, not so much. Good one. Yeah, the stalker left his woman. She had to get a job. They talked about it in a bar. Oh, seriously? The stalker? You mean Brevis? he left his woman and child. Oh, that would sound real to me. The stalker left his woman. She had to get a job. They talked about it in a bar last night. Oh, he was on. Brevis was on last night or something, or where'd you hear this? And they talk about me, right? And they talk about me. That's rich. That's absolutely rich. God, that's what I mean. Why are they out here? What is the purpose? Well, as I said, most of them are running away from something. If you knew the real story behind a lot of these vloggers out here that you're familiar with, and maybe even some that you're not, but they're out here for a reason. It's not always for women, although you might think that's the number one thing. It is high on the list. Yes, it is. But that's from his child support and people that were against him. Fazio ran away to Philippines because he owed everybody and their grandmother. He scammed people. He did remortgaged his house and never paid the bank, and to move out here. But then he wound up meeting his fate, and he's dead now. There you go. Karma said hello to him. They all got a reason for being out here, but it's not always what you think. It's not always because, well, you know, the number one answer is to find some gullible, vulnerable, poor Filipina to take advantage of, which is most of them do anyway. You got guys like Scotty, and Scotty, although the guy's in his fucking 40s or something, he's horribly immature. And one lady boy almost beat the shit out of him because she didn't want the camera on her. He was dumbfounded that she spoke up to him, or he. He goes around Angeles City with his camera, forcing his camera on people all the time, and maybe somebody doesn't want to be on camera. This is how he gets viewers. There's nothing interesting about Scotty at all in any of these people. But they figure, let's give people what they want. And you got a lot of desperados out there that constantly have their fucking shorts down to their ankles, watching other people's women, or watching, the scenery in the streets of Angeles City, Walking Street, and all the prostitution districts, because they can't come to the Philippines yet. They can't afford it, or maybe they tried, they weren't successful. They're living their life vicariously through creeps like Scotty and Ricky. How sad is that? Call me what you want, and I'm sure you have, but I'll tell you what, I'm not really living a bad life. When all is said, I'm not living a bad life at all. Look at me, I'm on a fucking tropical island. People give their hind teat to get away from their mundane life in the States, or wherever they come from. I'm living on the coconuts and all. I'm living on a tropical fucking island in the Philippines. White sand beach. And what could be better than that? What could be better than that? Some people they can't achieve that. They ain't got the money to live out here. And you don't need a lot, really, if you manage your money. But yeah, you're going to need money to buy a house if that's what your endeavor is. It takes money, and I had the money. They try to point out my faults. Of course, they falsify the information as to how things really went down. They talk about how I spent a lot of money on a lawyer in regards to Barry Jordan's situation. I have no complaint about that at all. I spend more if I have to. I have no regrets in that at all. And they say I'm broke. I don't know. How am I surviving? And they say, well, how much you make per month on Social Security? Well, did I ever say that that's all the money I have? I never said that. Oh, I don't make a lot of my Social Security, but I could get by fine on what my Social Security is, and I have. The difference is, never mind the Social Security check, what do you got tucked away? That's the difference. I don't tell all, my friends. I don't tell all. You think I do, and I'm highly personal. I don't tell all. My money stems back all the way to Seattle. All the way back to Seattle, which is a long time ago. Yeah. And most of these people never owned a house in their life. I've owned 3 homes. Yeah, Seattle, Hawaii, and right here in the good old Philippines. Oh, no, you don't own that house, Frank. Well, who paid for the house, her or me? I own the house. I don't care. My name is on a tax declaration. I own the fucking house. Until I leave or die or something, then she could basically say, it's all mine to do what I want with. But I do hold on a title. I do hold on the tax declaration. My name is on there, Jack. I have some say in this. If I really wanted to push it, if something happened between us, if I really wanted to push it, she would have to be forced to sell the house, and we'd have to split the profits. That's how it works out here in the Philippines. And they'll say, well, this, she has more clout than I do because she's Filipina. You're right to a point, but it could be argued. If I really wanted to sell the house, all I got to do is tell her, let's live somewhere else, or let's split up if we're not getting along. You get your percentage, I'll get my percentage. So don't say I don't own my house. I bought it in cash. I own the fucking house. I don't care about the paperwork. I own the fucking house. I paid for it. I own it. And I don't have the kind of woman that's going to turn on me like that, where she's going to kick me to the pavement. That's not what my woman's all about. Nope. You may have that relationship where your woman puts a sword over your head like it happened to somebody else, and the person fled the Philippines while he was living a good life in the Philippines, which he really revered. But now he kind of talks down about the Philippines, which is basically a facade to what's really going on, because his woman had that sword above his head. He admitted himself on a Facebook page when he basically said that the woman was using him like an ATM. His words, disclaimer, his words, for legal purposes, his words. It was heard by a lot of people, seen by a lot of people, and that's why you don't want to sell in the Philippines, because the minute they get into a bad situation, an argument over something, he knows really well, because it's happened. It's not the first time it's happened to him either, that somebody took him for his money. He's being very careful now. That's why he will not really speak very highly of the Philippines. But when he was living in the Philippines, Makati or wherever he lived, he loved it. He loved everything about the Philippines. He was settled in one place, the Philippines, until something went down in Funky Town. And that sword, proverbial sword that I talk about, was held over his head, and he had to give in and make everything amicable. Then there was a big smile, and all was okay in La La Land. Smiles on the faces. Money. Money. Money made it all right. There you go. Fact, not fiction. Fact based on actual video, or rather postings on Facebook and otherwise. Oh yeah, no matter what situation you have with a Filipina in that kind of a relationship, money solves all problems. But the problem is you get stuck in this thing. You kind of like, you're afraid to piss them off, especially if you got more than one you got to deal with. You're afraid to piss them off because you know at any time, they could pull that same shit. Piss me off and I'm going to take you for whatever you got. So he has to be nice to them. Forcibly, he has to be nice to these women. He doesn't have a choice. Because if he pisses them off, they're going to piss him off big way. And they did. Anybody who could advocate a polygamous type of relationship and also tries to project themselves as being very religious and righteous tells you about their character right there. When they don't practice what they preach, they don't practice at all what they preach. Maybe it's his missing teeth or the fact he weighs 130 pounds. Who's that? Oh, Poops. Popeye, the guy who lives 30 minutes away from his best buddy Nico, yet won't meet him in person. Obviously, Popeye has something to hide. You got it right, Region. There you go. Right, Popeye, who's listening right now? Oh, my God. You know, I've had adversities in my life, but I've always gotten through my adversities. Yeah, I've got that inner strength to get myself through situations, and I remedy them. You know, Barry gave me a lot of shit. He did very wrong things to me, and he's suffering the consequences right now. He's not happy about it, but, you know, he's where he belongs. He's where he belongs, and everybody knows it, too. Except if you're with the High Roller Club. Well, the High Road Club. He shouldn't be in there. He should have been out a long time ago. Well, like I said, you're not in my shoes. It's easy to speak it. Such bullshit. What if your career was at stake? Because somebody called you a fucking sexual child predator. Oh, he wouldn't be happy at all. He pretends things like that wouldn't bother him, but it certainly would. It would turn his world upside down. Okay, so you're talking. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, we got all kinds of characters on here, but here's how it works. If you're going to be doing any YouTube vlogging, you have to understand there are people who are seriously living their life vicariously through some people on, not just me. They're not just living their life through me, but they're living it, there's other people too. I'm not the only one. They are, for whatever reason, they can't achieve coming here. They can't achieve to stay here. Maybe they tried to have relationships before, but it just didn't work. But it really has to do with their character, their whole demeanor. I mean, the whole package, you know. The whole package. It didn't work out for them in the country they came from, and they thought they could have women at their feet if they came to the Philippines or Southeast Asia. It's not always the case. It's not always about money either. It's not always about money. They picked the wrong women. And it's not that they picked the wrong women. It's that the only way they're going to have company, like Big Kevin decided to try it out in Vietnam and all that shit, or Thailand. He was miserable. He was absolutely miserable. But his excuse is, well, you know, I'm just here on vacation. I do plan to go back home to my aunt's basement. He failed. He absolutely failed horribly. He was one of these people that was making decent money from his disability or in Social Security, whatever, but, you know, he was blowing it on these fucking women just to sit down with him to have a drink. He couldn't handle it. He hardly went out of his room. And because he couldn't walk very well before his operation, he couldn't walk very far. He walked the nearest 7-Eleven to buy ramen noodles because he spent all his money ringing a bell in a bar or buying women's drinks. He wasn't killing it. He was killing himself, financially and otherwise. And he's not in a position where he should be living in another country. He needs his aunt's house, which is a nice house. He needs to be near good hospitals. He's been obese the best part of his life. He's been drinking the best part of his life. You need to be near a good hospital. He was never going to stay. Well, he thought he was. He thought he could make it. This is just one character on here, proven guilty as charged, where he just couldn't hack living in another country. He didn't have all the elements. He wasn't good looking. He was overweight because of his injury to his head from the bolo knife that was put in his head for some, probably a good reason. He appeared and acted to be very slow. And people would automatically figure he's either mentally retarded or he's autistic or something. And the people seen that and they said, oh, poor guy, I'll sit and have a drink with you as long as you buy it, sweetheart. How about those nylons and some chocolate bars? Throw that in on top of that. They probably called him Joe. Damn, I'm good. Probably called him Joe. Hey, Joe, got some chocolates and nylons? Did they still do that? It wasn't during wartime. They're still doing that. In other words, what do you got for me to glorify my presence at your table? Get out your money, sucker. Buy me those drinks, and I'll sit with you all fucking night. I'll pretend to be anything you want to be. I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. I'll even pose a couple of pictures. I'm whatever you want me to be. Just keep the drinks coming. Who the hell could live their life that way? To get up and leave your comfortable country and move. I mean, if you couldn't make it in your own country, what makes you think you're going to make it in another country? You carry yourself no matter where you go. You carry your persona, you carry everything. You know, lack of dignity, being an asswipe. You're still going to be an asswipe if you move to another country. You can't walk away from yourself. You can walk away from the geographical area that you came from, but you can't walk away from yourself. And that's a fact. You can't walk away from yourself. You could try, but it's almost an impossible task. Look at Barry's in jail. Even when he has those charges against him at the time, he still went on YouTube and did the same thing that got him in trouble in the first place. This is how dense people are. This is how cocky people are. This is how fucktarded they are. He's suffering in a sweltering fucking prison detention center and subject to disease, humidity, heat, having to sleep with 60, 70 people around him at any given time. At one point, laying on the fucking floor without a fucking mattress. But he did it to himself. Big Kev was eligible for a retirement visa but didn't want to pony up. No, because he wants your money. He didn't want to spend his own money. Why should he figures. When I get people to feel sorry for me. Poor Kevin who got a bolo knife in his head, and God knows why. We've heard his stories, but you didn't hear the real story, though. He had to do something pretty bad for somebody to go that far and attack him with a fucking bolo knife. It just goes to say. Don't mind his stories. The guy don't even visit his own kids. He chose to go to another country thinking he could get laid for once. But that didn't even happen. He didn't get laid even once. The time he spent outside of, America, and went to Thailand, and didn't work out for him in Thailand, so he went to Vietnam. It didn't work out for him there either. So he went back to Thailand. It still didn't work out for him. So he had to come back. He wasn't on vacation like he states. It was not a vacation. He wanted to move out of America and change his life. He couldn't make it happen, so he made an excuse. Well, I was always intending to come back, and don't forget I had to have an operation. He could have had an operation in Thailand. They got good hospitals out there. But no, he's got the medical coverage in America, but that was his excuse. That was his excuse. Big Kev wants his subs to pay. Yeah. He wants everybody, just like Barry and other people, he wants somebody to support his lifestyle. Or the debauchery, drinking, in Barry's case, drinking and smoking and whatever he does on the side that I can't prove, but I wouldn't be surprised. You can't go through life using women, abusing women like Jay does and other people like Ricky. You can't go through life doing that. The payback is, quadruple in payback with karma. And usually the case, and historically has been the case. I just do totally pathetic that you'd have to, pay a woman just to be around you in a bar. Well, to each his own, Some can, and whoever can, and they say in Hawaii, if you can do. If you cannot, then you no can, as they say in Pidgin, then you no can. I always remember a restaurant that had that little motto on the top there. Those who can, and those who can't, cannot. There you go. It's worded something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen that, but it goes something like that anyway. Don't bother ever moving to a foreign country if you don't understand the challenges and the difference in culture. Some people can't hack it. They just can't hack it. Of course there's going to be cultural differences. Jesus Christ, it's another culture. What did you expect? For them to talk even the slang that you talk in America? For them to speak perfect English all the time? What did you expect? Or that they're all going to run up to you, oh, you're an American, I'm bowing down to your fucking knees. Or level to your fucking cock. It's not like that. It's really not like that. Even some of the desperado Filipinos in the Philippines will not bow down to some ugly galoot. Some of them have taste. They don't always give in for the money. You put somebody around someone like Jay. Fuck. Oh, he says, his last show, I don't, mate, I never buy my women. The hell you fucking don't, you ugly piece of shit. Abo-looking motherfucker. Of course he buys his women. There's no other way they would be around him unless he takes out the cash. I mean, look at the guy. Should I say more? Look at the guy. Look at his personality. The creepy smile. The squinty eyes. The alcohol breath. The 3 packs of cigarettes per day that he smokes. Dragon breath for sure. Fuck, I'll at least use mouthwash or something, Change my shirt. But Jesus Christ, he has nothing to offer women except money. Abo Man, the famous Abo Man, who may not have any Aboriginal background, but he sure the fuck looks, and it's kind of coinky-dinky that he's living in Australia, home of the Aborigines too. There had to be something in his bloodline that's Aboriginal. Not that there's anything wrong with Aboriginal people, but he looks like he's an Abo. And you think a woman is going to take a genuine interest in that guy? Hardly. Oh, I don't pay for them. I've never had to pay for women. In fact, when I used to take Barry out, I used to buy all his drinks. Well, Barry's not a woman. He may be a pussy. He may not have a pussy. He may be a pussy. But still, you were buying him to hang around you. Why? Because they were 2 birds of a feather. They did some really nefarious things when they were friends and living with each other and hanging out. Some really nefarious things that I won't discuss on here. Abo Man cannot afford to talk about anybody on here. He's a guy that goes in the shower and he adheres a dildo to the wall and he's boxing. I don't make this shit up. We've seen it on video. He's in a shower and he's boxing a dildo. Now tell me he's mentally well. Tell me that this guy is mentally well. Snappy Tom says Jay was on a stream drinking beer It was 8:30 in the morning? Well, there's an alcoholic for you. Because that's all he has, is drinking. That's what gives him his beer muscle. In other words, his big mouth, if you don't understand what that means. He's a real brave guy when he's drinking. Just like Barry, same thing. That's why they hung around together. 2 peas in a pod, doing some really dastardly stuff. Treat women like total shit. To get a notch on their belt to say, I'm a real man because I got this woman and I got this other woman. Age? Well, that's another factor we won't go into on here. Too many ramifications on that. But I know things that a lot of people don't know on here. I'll leave it at that. What the dynamic duo did and shared, by the way, and shared. When is Jay ever on a stream not drinking something? Chain smoking, one after the other, like Barry did. That's why they hung out. 2 peas in a pod. Perfect friendship. He don't even help Barry out now. He's such a friend and reveres Barry as such. And why? And he, with all his so-called Bitcoin money. Frank, why don't you take that money that you got fucked over with? Why did you invest it? You know, in I don't know, whatever. Some kind of investment or Bitcoin. You'd be rich today, Frank. You'd be rich today. You mean like you, Jay? Broke it in a skoke? Who lost out the majority of the time he was playing with these Bitcoins? Who lost out? Well, you know, I guess he's still working and all that or something, but, you know, he lives with his mom. What does that tell you right there? He can't afford to live on his own. He's made so many mistakes financially. Oh, yeah, if you took that money, if somebody took advantage of you with money, if you would have took that fucking money, you motherfucker, if you would have took that money and invested in this and that, and how about the money you spent at this bar in Manila? Of 26,000 paid, it was 23 to be exact, Jay. And I was taken advantage of. I wasn't a goofball, but I was taken advantage of. If I didn't pay that money, I would have had my ass beat up in the alleyway, and my cell phone and everything I owned would have been taken away from me. What would you do, Jay? You know you do the same fucking thing. It was a scheme. It was a scam. And I'm probably not the only foreigner that they pulled this shit on in this particular establishment. It was a fancy establishment, by the way. Oh yeah, big double doors, and people to greet you, take your luggage, bags, whatever. Sit you in on a comfortable couch, put a couple of women around you. Hey man, I was new to this kind of shit. Hey, I'm being honest as I can. I was new to this shit. But however, was it money well spent? Well, I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. I had this big 6-hour layover in Manila. You know how it works in Manila. Did I have the money? Could I afford to have lost that money? Yeah, I did. It didn't, you know, it didn't put a damper on my trip. I came there with plenty of money. And I enjoyed myself. See, I have a problem with that. I enjoyed myself. And no, I didn't take any women home. I was just there to kill time. 6-hour layover, that's quite a long. And also to make note that there was no staff at the desk at all in that hours. The airport was like dead. There were no incoming planes at the time. It didn't require any staff to be out there at their desk. I couldn't even check in my luggage. You know, my backpack was loaded, my suitcase was loaded. I would have to walk around with all this shit, and it was uncomfortable to do so. They have a place upstairs at the Manila airport where you could actually pay to store, like a locker, a lockup. You could store this stuff. They weren't even open. So I had to make a choice. So I had to wait 6 hours, and just sit there like a lump on a log in an empty fucking receiving area, Or do I go out and take a chance and have a beer or something, which I don't normally drink, but whatever I'd have, just to get away from that situation and be occupied? Well, I was naive. Totally naive. Totally admit it. I was naive. It's a scam. It's not just done to me. It's done to a lot of people. Especially Manila. Especially Manila. They have people who hang around the airports. They look for, suckers like me. And I was a sucker. But I wasn't in a relationship at the time. Jay makes it sound like a bad thing. It's something he would have done. He goes, I never spent. Oh, I like one of his statements. He said, all the times I've been in the Philippines, I've never spent, how am I putting it? Oh, he was talking about this thing that was going on with a certain so-called investment, as he puts it, that you lost 2 million pesos. That's what he's making a reference to. He goes, I've never spent 1 million pesos in all the time that I've come to the Philippines. Well, I'll tell you why he hasn't spent that, because he lives in backpacker accommodations, and he's a cheap bastard, except when it comes to liquor. He goes all way out on that. It's because he lives in shitholes, backpacker establishments. That's why he didn't spend 1 million pesos in all the years he's been there. He said, I never spent remotely that much. You just dumped out 23,000 at a bar. And the most I ever spent in a night, at worst, is 6,000 pesos. And that's buying Barry beers and stuff, drinks. Oh, good morning, Ed Savino. Jay is in Bali, so he must have some money, to be fair. Well, first of all, you live with your mommy. You don't pay rent. You could probably put away a couple of bucks when you're living with mommy, who's also an alcoholic. They sit together and get drunk sometimes. Isn't that pathetic? Hey, when you live with mommy, he saves up his money to make these trips. But he'll never stay. He'll never stay in another country, though. He gets his rocks off. He has to pay for it, though. But I that key statement, I love it. The key statement where he said, listen, mate, I never had to pay for any of my pussy. Quite a bogus statement from the bogan. He's a bogan. Of course he had to pay for the times he actually got a woman that would be interested, even for money, to even be in the same bed as him. Of course he paid dearly. But he's not speaking that terribly highly of Bali, I noticed. He said it's expensive. And I don't think he's being successful with the women either. He'll be out of there before you know it, right back to the Philippines, which he speaks highly of, because he figures that the women are a lot more easier. He had a hard time being in places like Thailand and all that. He just couldn't get the women there either. And he's not doing the best job in the world, I heard, in Bali either. Different people, different culture altogether than Thailand and Philippines. Even language problems and so forth too. They don't understand this. He's saying, this is what I want. He thinks if he talks louder, they could understand his English, well, maybe they can't. He's one of those idiots. You don't understand what I'm saying. This is my cock. I want to fuck you. Do you understand that? He's that gross, really. He is. What else do you need to know? I pay you. He takes out his money. Then they understand. Everybody knows math, no matter what country you're in. They all know money. Ed Savino, something is up with Jay. Look at his face at the time, so puffed up. That could be from various reasons. High blood pressure can do that. Alcohol could certainly do that. Gaining weight, of course, could do that. Seems that he gained some weight when I saw him on camera last time. He's not that healthy. I mean, he's been smoking since he was 5 years old or something. He's been drinking since he was probably about 12 years old. Living a good life, he said, living a good life. You think? I don't. I don't think that at all. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. So yes, it is good being me. Popeye, don't have to do me a favor, anybody else. Do yourself a favor, dude. I don't know whether you're attracted to me. I don't know what the deal is. I honestly really don't know. Not the whole picture. I could figure out some things with you, but do yourself a favor. Make an effort to get off your little velvet armchair. Put down your fucking gin and your pack of smokes, your pack of Camels, unfiltered. Go out there and buy a woman. I know it's hard for you with your mobility issues and what you look like and all that, but there's always somebody out there for the money, even in Florida. They got whores in Florida. I mean, you married one after all. There is hope. Get laid. And maybe you won't be as bitter as you are, making shows about me, trying to find fault with me. Being such a bitter lemon, a bitter melon. I think that could solve your problems, man. Get laid. You know, get those purple balls back to their normal color. Get a load off your mind. And I don't mean with your right hand, or whatever hand. Maybe you're dexterous, I don't know. But whatever hand you use, get those calluses off there. Use little Jergens. It'll work in two ways for you. Use the Jergens. Jergens, boy. Region. Jay Stillman lives at home with his mother. Never had to pay mortgage to provide for a family, etc. Even a minimum wage worker could afford a Bali trip if they don't have to pay rent. There you go. Ed Savino says he probably can't get it up. That's good. Well, look, let me tell you something. Smoking could affect you too, but the combination, I think, of both, there is no doubt about it. No, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. And some people, even with the help of a little blue pill, they can't seem to achieve such. That's pretty sad. I think I was gonna make something simple this morning, like eggs and potatoes, scrambled eggs and potatoes. That's what I feel like. It's a lonely life. He leads a lonely life. He leads a lonely life. He sure the hell fucking does. I just could not live like that. Guys, I'd age fast. I'd die sooner. I couldn't live the life that some of these people here live, but they will not ever admit because it would be too embarrassing. But you see, there are some intelligent people out there that can figure out exactly what's going on. If you've been following somebody. I'm just going to make some simple eggs. You want to
No, we go to church.
You going to church today? What's today? Sunday? Oh. I haven't seen you go to church for a while. Why today? Something special going on today at church? Are they giving away rice? Yeah. Not giving away rice. Hit me in the ass. Yeah, if I go to church, if it was ribeye steaks, man, I'd be there. That'd be number one. If they served roasted potatoes, I'd be there too. I sure would. I sure would. But I don't know, I might burn. I might internally combust if I went to church. Because I'm not trying to pretend to be something I'm not, man. It seems to be the biggest bugaboo with a lot of these people out in YouTube land. Always trying to prove something. That's a look now. Have that for a while. Good old potatoes and eggs. With potatoes, my friend. With potatoes. Not too many potatoes. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Well, I wouldn't know whether he's getting up or not, but I'm sure he needs a little bit of assistance. I would imagine so. Everybody go to church this morning. Say your prayers. Say one for me. There we go. Start off with these French fries. A little bit of butter. No seed oil in here. A little bit of black pepper on these babies. Let them cook a while. Then we'll introduce a couple of eggs to it, and it's all good. It's all good. I don't mind a little carbs here and there. As long as it's mixed with a protein, I'm okay with it. He lives a lonely life. He lives a lonely life. Do 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 do. I don't know who sings that. They lead a lonely life. That's the one thing I could not handle, no matter where I lived. Let me tell you something, no matter where I fucking lived, I did not like, well, there are times that I didn't mind being alone. When I've had my fill of women and all that shit, and I just needed to just kind of chill and like kick back and just be away from it all. But on a broad view of this, I would say that, no, I didn't like any loneliness at all. You have to have something to wake up to in the morning, and I don't mean a job necessarily. You have to have something to wake up, somebody to wake up to. And people like Popeye, that's the sad part. How many years does he have left, number one? He has to live it in his unmaintained house. Doesn't do anything with his fucking life at all. And I mean not anything at all. Then you got Jay, who has to live with his mommy. Jay cannot afford to say anything derogatory about me at all. He is not in a position to say shit about me. And here's this new thing. It's not new, but he has to make some derogatory comments about Gilda. But I'll tell you what, I guarantee any one of you people out there, he would never come to our faces and say that to us. He would never do that because he's a complete fucking coward. It's easy for him to talk behind his cell phone and try to knock me and actually knock my girlfriend. Well, he can't even get a fucking woman. He can't even get a fucking woman unless he opens his wallet. And that's very atypical here on YouTube. All these characters that claim to live in this wonderful fucking life, and they're really not. They're miserable, most of them. They're fucking miserable. Every one of them is fucking miserable. Just totally fucking miserable. I'm not miserable. I don't have any complaints. I don't have any complaints. Of course, there's some legal matters I want to take care of. That's for goddamn sure. But I'm not stressing every day. I'm living my life every day like I normally do. It's just another day. As far as him not being able to get it up, okay, that wouldn't surprise me with all the drinking, because that causes some major problems in that department. Definitely causes some major problems. Ah. 2 eggs do for protein, I think. 2 eggs. Where's my spatula? Oh, buddy, did I buy any cheese? I don't think I did. I don't think so. Oh, I know. All right. Why not throw a little mozzarella? Why not throw a little mozzarella in here? Why not? I have a chunk. You know, a little bit of cholesterol going on here, my friends. But there is calcium, there is protein, and all that good stuff in here. And I gotta get the protein in. That's important. Just go with some mozzarella on here. Not too much. There we go. That's going to be a breakfast. Mozzarella, what the hell? Ah, look at that. Look at that. Pardon me. Okay, I'm gonna let it sit there for a little while to cool off before I eat it. That was Ace of Base. Thank you very much. Why it came in my mind is because I came into one of my feeds. I don't know how things come to my feeds, but I've seen that. He lives a lonely life. He sure as hell fucking do. You know, you could be in a relationship and still be lonely. Money is not every fucking thing. Oh, it's great to have. Hey, have some extra bucks. Hey, I'll be the first to tell you that. But not to depend on your money for your social life. And the only way you could attract a woman is by flashing the cash. That's pretty shallow. I just cannot live that way. And never in my life, had to open my wallet and say, look, I got something in my wallet to attract a woman. I've never been with one fucking woman that flashed the cash to. Never. Not even the present woman I've been with. Never, ever. Now, of course, do you pay their way to have a dinner? Of course, when you first meet a woman. It's just a courtesy. It's just a courtesy. It's not America. In America, you got these women, you got these real independent type, women's livers who, hey, don't buy me nothing. I could afford my own meal. You're insulting me, these Karens. You're insulting me. Why, you think you could buy me? Yeah, they could buy the women, absolutely. I don't need your money. The Karens in America. No wonder you're leaving America in droves. No wonder you're leaving America. All these fucking Karens. But we got Karens, and not just women. Karens are not just women. It applies to men, too. We got people on here that bitch and whine about every fucking thing. They're Karens. We got people with somewhat popular YouTube shows. All they do is knock the Philippines left and right, trying to find a reason to stay, and they can't think of a reason to stay. It's pretty obvious. You got, Jim, who made a new friend, this Dubliner guy that he's always trying to promote. Two peas in a pod, like Jay and Barry, two peas in a pod. All they're doing is bitching and whining. This guy's living on and off in the Philippines, this guy, Dubliner, for like 20 fucking years. On and off, he's lived out here. And all he does is put shows on, bitching and whining about every single thing about the Philippines. Well, of course, Jim is doing that for another reason. Because he knows that he can't return to the Philippines. He's probably has an arrest warrant out for him or something, and as far as abusing his wife. Let's see. Regent says, Stillman is all talk. For years, he's been proven to just tell tall tales and empty threats. Yeah, that's him. Describes him all the way. But it's just me. I can't even imagine my life come to that. I couldn't live with myself. I really couldn't. If you're that low in your life and you got to hang around in seedy bars, that's the only women you could get, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. And they repeat this pattern and they wonder why they don't get any real women. I mean, women that you could actually get together with that like you for you because you're... Fuck that shit, man. You got nothing to be proud of at all. And I don't care how much fucking money you have. You're scum. You're absolute fucking scum. You're nobody. And you live a shallow life. Couldn't put it better than that. It's a shallow life. It's all pretense. It's all, look at me, I'm living the greatest life. When they're obviously not. I mean, you can see right through that shit. I'm sure most of them can. At least a lot of people who listen to my show. They know better. They know better. Okay, here it is. Okay, I'm ready to dig in, baby. I'll probably have some broccoli or something later to get some greens or something in there. Yeah, this is entirely too much carbs in here, entirely too much. Gotta watch the carbs. All right, I got an audience that's been hanging in there for a long time. It's called audience retention. So I must be saying things that people like to hear. They wouldn't be here. 15 watching. I got at least 8 thumbs up. That's pretty damn good. Snappy Tom says 7:46 a.m. and Jay is on the piss. Oh, Kevin will probably run yet another show, and Jay will use that opportunity to bitch and whine like he normally does. Oh, he says some terrible things about Gilda. Let me tell you something, man. I would welcome, and so would she, I would welcome Jay to come here. I would put out the welcome mat. You wouldn't have to think about it. See how fucking brave he really is. Hey, this is an actual invitation, formal. Come here and say the things you say to me on your show, and you say about Gilda. Let's see what happens. I won't even take out a camera. Do it. I dare you. But see, this is how you define a coward. Just say all these naughty things, talking on their cell phone. But when the chips are down, would they do it? No. $7:47 a.m. Snappy says, where are you, Frank? I'm in my own home in the Philippines. Actually, in the Philippines, in my own home. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I'm eating a breakfast. I'm not depending on donations to eat. That's where I'm at. Not bad with the mozzarella, I must say. Not bad at all. I should have added more. But it's okay. You could hear the kids singing in the background. They're obviously happy. Do you hear them in the background? Happy home. Happy. Okay, sorry to be eating like this, but hey, I'm hungry. Not enough mozzarella. I didn't have any cheddar or nothing. That's all I have is the leftover mozzarella. But I did add a nice touch to this. Boy, is time going by. How long has it been since Fazio croaked? I don't even remember. Time is really going by. Barry's going to be spending yet another Christmas in jail and New Year's. Life's good. How's it going for you, Barry? I told you. Watch out for those Chinese, man. You don't want to fuck with them. I mean, you really don't want to fuck with Chinese. They're notorious. for getting even. Don't do that. But I personally think he probably already found out the hard way. Like I said, I know you rarely shower, but when you do shower, be careful when you drop that soap. It doesn't take very long for something to happen, but maybe you actually enjoy it. Lord knows you had plenty of practice with your daddy. And do you notice that Jay don't talk about his father? Do you notice that? Yeah, there's probably definitely good reason for that. Isn't there, Jay? Why don't you tell us all about that? Why don't you? Why don't you? Tell us about your daddy. Why are you living with mommy? Did daddy? Oh, that daddy died. We know that. And it really sent Jay into a tailspin when that happened. His daddy, another alcoholic, that was his rock. His rock. And then, oh my God, when everybody on the hate show took over on that one, woo, Jay was crying like a baby, literally, not figuratively, on one of his shows. Oh, he was crying, actual crying. When Jay is drinking and he gets upset, he becomes unglued. Do you remember on his show, and he was hanging around with Barry at the time, do you remember when people just overwhelmed him with all their lovely hate? And his exact words, as I recall, was, "Leave me alone, leave me alone. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." That's when he went unconscious or something. He had a fucking seizure. "I can't take it anymore." He said that. I'm not lying, guys. I have no reason to lie. A lot of you saw that as proof. "I can't take it." Oh, you could sure dish it out, motherfucker. You could sure dish it out, you picking cocksucker. But you can't take it when it's dished to you, can you, Jay? Regent says, Jay Stillman is a clown. I remember that show. You remember? He was crying and begging Aloe de Winter to stop. Oh, was it Aloe Winter he was begging to stop? Okay. All dressed up and ready to go, huh?
Yeah.
Why do you got to bring your backpack for church?
It's the suit that
Oh.
we wear.
You got to wear a suit to go to church?
No, the sultana.
Oh, because you're actually going to be participating in the service or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, now I understand. Too hot in that church, though, man. I've been to church a couple of times there. Tried to attend some weddings and some events like that, but all that body heat from all the people in there on a hot day, I couldn't stay in there very long. Just hot. Regent says, Stillman was roommates with Barry Jordan. Is there anything more to say? No, not really. That alone shows how pathetic his life is and the choices that he makes. There you go. You can't complain. If you're going to hang around people like Barry and lowlifes like that, then you're going to remain a lowlife. They learn from each other all the tricks of the trade. How to pick up these women, the lines to use that'll work for them. Oh, they plan this all out. It's an art. It's actually an art. So we can only call them artists. Bullshit artists, yeah, but yeah. And they seem to like the young ones too. What I understand. I'm not going to go into that. They like them young. Oh, they like them young, all right. So Jay cannot open his mouth and down. Well, he can down me all he wants. But you see, I'm not living Jay's life. I wouldn't even consider living his life if my life depended on it. Just what you call a low-class, bogan, alcoholic, loser living with his mommy. Shit, I went out on my own. I didn't live with my mommy and daddy till I left the nest. Always had my own place, owned 3 homes so far. Even owned a really prime lot right here that'll be sold for a nice profit. So Frank, broke? I don't know, well, give me a number. Give me a number. What does it mean to be broke in the Philippines? Oh, they like to talk about how much I'm making, which is a wrong figure anyway. They like to talk about what I'm making on my Social Security as if that's all I have, and that's all I have to fall back on. That's not being the case, but okay. If you say so, you must be right then. You must be right. You've been in my bank account, right? You're great researchers that you actually been able to get into my bank account. They said, look at the money you had to put out on a lawyer. Look at the money you had to put out. Yeah, I didn't mind, or else I wouldn't have. I could just had a prosecutor handle this, the Barry situation and whatnot. No, I got a lawyer instead. And the first lawyer I ever got in regards to Fazio, 100,000 right on top. 100,000 right there. Where did I get the money for that? Was I begging on YouTube? No, hardly. The money for my current lawyer? Cash. Okay, how much will be to retain you? Pull it out of my fucking wallet. There you go. Is that enough? There you go. It helps to have any pension. Never mind just a government pension.
Okay.
All right, have a good one, boys. Regent says they said you would never be allowed back to the Philippines, but you're here. Said that you're broke, but you buy a house, cash. These are the facts. That is the facts. Regent says, look at the facts. We know about some of these clowns. Pathetic. There you go. Could have said it better. You live a lonely life. I've had lonely moments in my life. I know. I've been there. I've been there. And I didn't like it. I didn't like it one fucking bit. Even if you have a family, an active family at the time, and you're getting along fine and all that shit, they got their own life. They got their own life. And you can't be there all the time, expecting to be in their life all the time. You can't always, they got their own things going. They're either married, they got kids. They got their own shit going on. They got their own shit. And you can't be there all the time. I'm going to dispense with this magnesium to go with my D3 and K2 because that fucking shit gives me the shits. I'm going to stay away from that today. All right, my D3, K2, my fish oil, omega-3 fish oil, of course. You think I'm stupid? No, I'm not going to take the magnesium threonate. CoQ10, you betcha. You betcha. Gotta get a vitamin C. We'll take a little lycopene, which is derived from the tomato, of course. If you haven't figured that out. I'm going to take an L-citrulline, which is something that helps trigger your L-arginine, which helps trigger your nitric oxide in your body to get a good blood flow. It can even help with you gentlemen out there that, are having a very difficult time saluting that American flag or Australian flag, whatever. He lives a lonely life. And they sure as fuck do. They sure as fuck do. Oh no, they can't stand, here's the thing. They can dish it out. Every one of them. And they do a great job of dishing it out. Right, Popeye? Right, Mr. Wallet? They can dish it out like no one can. But they can't take it when it's thrown back at them. When you present facts about them, when you hold up that proverbial mirror, they can't handle it, man. Oh, they get unglued. They get unglued, don't they? Regent says Popeye won't show his face to his closet YouTube pal who lives close by. Facts, obviously a pathetic sight. They're both pathetic looking. Nico's pathetic. He got his face fucking blown up, which, by the way, I just want to make a statement on this, just for once and for all. He couldn't help it. It happened. But the fact is, it did happen. And as a result of that, he got nerve damage, facial contortion. He can't use his eye. He can't even smile. And he's got the nastiest, snaggly teeth you could ever see. So Nico claims to be financially stable and all that shit. But he has yet. He'll buy fertilizer for his... This is how sick people are. He'll buy fertilizer for his grass. But he won't go take care of his fucking teeth. Regent says, Ego has 5 kids with 4 baby mamas. Facts. My life is fucked. Really? Jesus Christ, how could you complicate your life like that? I mean, really. You gotta worry about 2 women that have a sword over your head all the time. You make a mistake, they're gonna jump on you for all the cash you got. Isn't that how it works? Oh, not just for him. This is a blanket statement, really, because that happens all the time. You know, you're biting off more than you could chew, basically. And you're gonna choke on your money eventually. It always happens, all the time. Well, that's, you know, it actually is his personal business, how many children he has by how many women. It just shows you don't have any stability in your life. And they talk about me. I'm the most stable motherfucker on here. I got it down. Okay, got my vitamins except for the C. I'll take the C later. He lives a lonely life. Now I got that on my fucking brain. Do. I wish I could play that in the background. I don't give a shit if I get fucking copyright shit on me. I actually don't really give a right. They'd be doing me a fucking another favor. You're ready to go all there?
No, not
You're going, right? Oh, you gotta have your coffee first, right?
of course.
Oh, you're not going with them directly?
No.
They have to go get set up and get dressed
Yeah.
over. Yeah, I got you. I understand. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something. Oh.
Put something on starting.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're going after the lemon right now. No, don't keep the honey out here, honey. No, ma'am. Let's put this honey away. I tell you, those ants are incredible, man. They'll even get into a tight-lidded peanut butter jar. That's happened once before, twice. You could tighten that thing like a mofo, and they will get in there. How? It's just amazing. But they'll find a way. I got some lime or lemons, whatever the hell they are. Get rid of them in a minute. There's always ants around the counter here, because that's where they go. They want to go for the moisture, any little bits of leftover food, just like cockroaches. But we're fortunate. We don't get cockroaches here. Very rare that I ever see something like that around here. That would gross me out, because I hate cockroaches more than I hate ants. I could deal with the ants, but they're on my floor. I could even see them. You're not going to get rid of them. You can sweep them up, you can kill them, but they're always going to come back. The most incredible creature on the planet that can carry 5 to 8 times its own weight. Believe it or not. How do they do it? Well, they do it. They do it. We still got a good crowd out here, man. 5 kids with 4 different mamas. Oh, that's stability. That sounds more like a liability than stability.
Don't let the chickens go because I asked Mama to take the chicken.
You want somebody to take the chicken?
Yeah.
Who?
Front.
Over there?
But I didn't let that one come out.
Where is he? Where's the chicken?
There, in the box.
Where? Oh, right there. Oh, that's the mama. Did her babies? Did the eggs hatch?
Yeah, just put some.
And where are the chickens anyway?
They're there, in the under there.
Oh, they're gonna wind up eating it. You really want to give them that chicken?
Huh?
They're gonna wind up eating it.
It's not eating this one, but the
No.
It's not eating.
They're gonna take that chicken and eat it. Give them life. We eat enough chicken. We have to eat them. Give one of them a little independence and freedom, you know?
Just put some, good. Just put some rice, little bit, and water. So
I'll
get
put
my
something there. Well, you told them to come over and take it?
huh? No,
He'll fly right out of that
they
box.
knows already. I said when I said I got the chickens.
All right, what would he want it for? For eggs? Or will he want it to go roast up?
Grow.
To grow. Okay, he wants it for that. That's cool. 160 subs. Your channel is growing fast. I wouldn't call it fast. But yeah, it's growing. I'm not buying. If I was buying subs, I'd have like 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. I'm not buying anything. Hey, so. Hey, big girl. Hello, baby girl. And there's the chicken. No, I didn't feed him yet. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to give him. Yeah. Yeah, put that in there with it. There she goes. She's a good mama. She got her babies underneath her. Her little chicks. She's a good mama. She always takes care of her. She never leaves her eggs, you know. Now they've hatched, I guess. I can see some of the shell in there. You can see that. Oh, that's Len Whistler. Okay. Hello, Len. Okay, in the future, I'm going to have to really, kind of limit the time I'm on here because I don't want people to get too bored. I'm kind of putting myself in your position, but I do understand that at least you have something to listen to on here, and I do have a lot of topic matter. It's like talking one-to-one if you were sitting in my living room. People kind of like that. I like that, too, for a channel. You know, the proverbial fireside chat and all that. I don't need a fireplace out here, that's for damn sure. Or air conditioner chat, that's better. I get so tired, and I'm being really honest with you when I tell you that I've tried to listen to shows like Big Kevin and different people like that. I can't get through it. It's just impossible. Even Jim. Jim had a show on this morning. I don't know if it was leftover from last night or I don't know what it was. It was the same old shit, him talking about Dexel and knocking the Philippines and somebody, he almost pissed his pants when somebody gave him a little piece of cake or something. Somebody gave me a gift. Well, they don't know what a scumbag you are, or else they would have probably put something toxic in there. And who knows, maybe they did. Maybe they did. You can't live life off your brawn and think that's going to get you chicks. Now he's trying to refer, he double talks and tries to make people think that's his girlfriend. Then turns around, no, she's just my friend. She's just my friend. She's just my friend. Well, which is it, Jim? Is the 16-year-old your girlfriend or is it your friend? You haven't made up your mind yet, I guess. There you go, they got a little rice in there. They got everything in there. I'll throw a little rice.
Little rice.
Later, I'll do that in a little bit. Get the chicken a little rice. She'll eat rice.
No, the chicken and more rice. I mix already that one with the.
Well, what should I give the chicken?
Little. We give that.
Well, I know. I need to know.
Just give water.
Yeah, she'll probably drink the water, but you gotta understand, chickens eat just about everything. They'll eat dog food if they have to,
No, we don't eat dog food.
You know what they will eat? You know what they will eat?
Just give the bread.
You know what they will eat?
Yeah.
They'll eat the oatmeal.
Yeah, oatmeal.
I can give that in another couple of minutes. I can give them some oatmeal. Yeah. See, I'm even kind to animals. That's how I judge people, too. I couldn't be with a woman that hated animals. And she was never working. I don't care how good looking she is, how shapely she might be. I couldn't be with a woman who hates that. Like Barry was Chet.
That's why you
Threatening to board.
That's why you don't like my lovebird.
You love birds?
Yeah, because I put in the cage.
No, the lovebirds, no, because, the cage. Birds are made to fly, sweetheart. That's the whole thing. No, I couldn't see that. I had a girlfriend, and, of course, when I grew up, we had parakeets, but at least allowed them to fly around the room, but although one wound up in a fish tank and drowned. But no, birds have wings to fly. And just like when you put a lion in a zoo or some big animal that needs a certain amount of territory to be able to live properly and hunt, and it's sorrowful. And birds are made, they even clip the birds' wings too so they don't fly away. You know, it's like if you're a guy and somebody wants to cut your dick off and you can't fuck anymore, I don't think you'd like that. So when you're putting a bird in a cage, oh sure, they're nice to look at on display. Oh, what a nice bird. The girlfriend I had in the Filipino one, in Hawaii. You know what was interesting one day? She had a blue, what is it called? A blue crown parrot, I think it was.
Parrot.
Two of them. And I'll tell you what, you don't find them loose. It's not native to Hawaii as a species, only if it's somebody's pet. Now, years ago, prior to her, you know, bringing it, she's living with me, brought the cage over with her, I guess it's called a blue crown. I'll be damned if one day another blue crown from the wild flew over to the cage. So, you see, there was a storm once. The guy had some kind of a big setup with all kinds of birds, you know, tropical birds, and they all got loose. It happened because of a storm of some sort. So they were out in the wild, and these birds, you know, they're not used to being in the wild. They don't last long. But this bird actually heard this bird chirping away, found its way. I mean, what are the odds? As big as this island was, you know, to found his way to that cage and come say hello to the birds that were in her cage. Ain't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Mother Nature. I find it fascinating. But no, I never approved of caged birds. My girlfriend likes birds, but I just honestly don't feel they should be in a cage. I can understand if you have you set up a little sanctuary for them, all netted, they can't fly away, but it's a big ass room, trees in there, or even artificial perches or whatever, make it look very natural. They can use their wings, they can fly around and exercise, but no, I don't like birds in a cage. Birds in a gilded cage. It's not right. Nor are people, and this one really bugs me. This one really irks the shit out of me. People that they go out to work or whatever, they keep their dogs in a cage inside the house. Or, as a guard dog, they keep the dog outside all caged up. The dog can't run around, smell around, can't exercise. Of course the dog is going to be barking all the time. Why are you barking? Shut up, shut up. Dog don't want to be in there any more than you want to be in a cage. Any more than you want to be in a fucking detention center, motherfucker.
Dogs is a guard, but now it's different. People's guard the dog.
People guard the dogs now? It's turned around, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if they're expensive dogs, they're going to guard them, yeah. But, you know, you ever hear the junkyard dogs? The most, dogs that are the most abused ever. No attention. Of course they make good guard dogs, because they're kept in this fucking disgusting junkyard. They can't leave it. They're going to bark at everything. That's their territory now. They can't leave the junkyard. The expression get, you know, as mad as a junkyard dog expression. As mean as the junkyard dog. That's the expression, actually. I think Jim Croce used that in one of his songs, didn't he? Of course they are. You know, the best one? There's this chick, it happened more than once. There's a woman I've seen on the feeds. She got missing nose, missing ears, missing lips, missing hands. She had a chimp. You know, like Popeye likes to have his peanut butter licking dog in bed with him. This chimp, you know, matured. She'd sleep in the same, you know, she'd put a chimp, you don't do that, in the same bed as you. Chimp would hug you, everything, walk around with the chimp, you want to show them off. They're wild. When they go through puberty or mating season, or start to, they can be really dangerous. And she found out. And this happened with a dog too. But a dog that used to sleep with this woman, even rest its head on her neck. Out of the blue, the dog just chewed her face apart. Well, the chimpanzee, which is like 5 times stronger than a human, and they got a bite like you wouldn't believe, totally mauled his owner. I mean, he took off her nose, took out one of her eyes, took off her ears, and even something with her hands. And had to have multiple surgeries to even try to get her to look even human. When you call an animal a wild animal, the key word is wild. You can't take, just like these guys, these macho guys, trying to, they have these lions as pets and tigers and shit. How many times have we heard that they got mauled by their own lions and wild animals? You can't take the wild out of a wild animal. They're not meant to be domesticated. They might be good for a while, they'll even miss you. You haven't been home, they come running to the fence and they're jumping over there, licking you and hugging you. Yeah, that's happened all the time. But then they turn on their owners for seemingly no reason. It even could be jealousy with a female. I mean, he may have a girlfriend, and dogs sense this too, that your attention is going to this human female. That's one of the things. It's also having to do with, like mating season. The monkeys, they get horny like anybody else, but their hormones change. They can get quite aggressive. Like Popeye gets aggressive with everybody who gets aggressive with me on his show because he hasn't been laid. Well, maybe that monkey hasn't been laid. There's even a case where this woman had to get rid of her chimp. It was a male chimp. Big. They grow big, by the way. They're cute when they're small. They grow big. Almost as tall as Barry. From one monkey to another there. And when they're in heat, whatever you want to call it, they can get aggressive. Even to the owner that's been taking care of them. Don't have a wild animal. That's all I can say. I laugh at all these people. You're always going to hear a story. How about the one guy, and I won't go into this any longer because we're going to get off pretty soon, but that one guy in Alaska, very naive, very cocky in his own way. He tried to build up a relationship with grizzlies. No, it was grizzlies. It was grizzlies. And he'd come there with his wife or girlfriend all the time. He'd make multiple lengthy visits to Alaska, and he'd be videotaping all this. And the guy sounded like a chick. I don't know, his voice was kind of gay, but not being a critical factor in the story. Even had names for them. And he had a bear, going for some salmon and all that. A bear no more than 10 fucking feet away from him. He's talking to him as like he's a personal friend of his. Well, guess what happened? Oh my God. Well, the camera was on, but all you could hear was, unfortunately, the audio. And they played it of him screaming in the background. That grizzly tore him apart limb by limb. And his girlfriend, who was in the distance, she's hearing and see all this, and she's freaking out. After the bear went for him, he went for her. They were eventually discovered, their remains, and they were in pieces. But there was audio from his video camera, because I think the video camera was capped at the time. But you could hear the audio, him screaming in the background. He became dinner to those grizzlies. You can't trust a wild animal, man. And I'm going to tell you something else, too. Oh, then it was Timothy Treadwell. Yeah, the guy that got killed in the last. That's him. Unusual voice. What an idiot. What an idiot. Oh, Mikey said the bird would fly to wherever, and it always came back. A bird called him Poppy. Poppy. But this guy, Timothy Treadwell, he knew about how aggressive grizzlies can be. But somehow he thought, in his own sick mind, that he had a very special connection. How long is that? How did that work out for him and other people? And the other thing in Alaska, not Alaska, but Africa, there are more people killed by a hippo than they're killed by lions or anything else. Hippos, do you ever see how big their mouth is when they open it? They could just consume you. And they got PSI of their jaws is incredible. Probably on the list, the higher list of most animals. I don't think they have great eye. Well, the rhino doesn't have great eyesight. I don't know about the hippo. But the hippos are fucking huge. And they can run up to 45 miles per hour. You're not going to outrun a hippo. When they get you, you're gone. So in Africa, they said, they, meaning officials, wildlife management people, villagers, the whole bit, that there were more deaths from a hippo than any other animal in Africa. Yeah, Timothy sure did. What a way to go. What a way to go. And not to mention these guys that like to mess around with alligators, or rather crocodiles and alligators. Not to mention that, and I will mention it. Guy's trying to put on a show, and he puts his head in the alligator's mouth. There were some instances where the alligator did snap down on them. Help! Help! You don't do that! Just like you don't fucking come on YouTube and attack people all the time. Call them fucking sexual predators or some shit. You wind up in fucking jail. In jail. You lose your fucking freedom. And you could have lost your life. So think of the bright side. What is the worst of the two evils? Losing your life for saying what you did, or winding up in a jail cell where you can't wander the streets, you can't harm other women, you can't take money off of bar managers, you can't hold a knife to some bartender's face and say, I did pay my past bill. Scum like that is off the streets. Those are people who should be in a cage. That's where they belong. Trump says Ukraine peace plan is not in his final offer. Okay, I'm reading some little message that came in. Everybody gets something at the end, and so will Trump. He's on a downhill spiral. He's got fucking some kind of a horrible, not Parkinson's, but he is losing his mind. He starts talking about things that don't make any sense during a press conference. Nobody knows what he's talking about. He couldn't differentiate one country from the other he was talking about. And this the guy that you want running your country? Is this the guy that a special YouTuber on here said that he idolizes him because his portfolio grew by 25%, but didn't want to care about the fact that this guy was raping young children? Didn't care about the fact that the president was fucking doing child trafficking, trading children for fun, even having people killed? But it's okay, because his portfolio went up 25%. Can you believe that shit, folks? What a scumbag. What an absolute fucking loser, heartless scumbag, capitalist fucking pig. Where money is more important than dignity. I mean, you have a fucking president who's supposed to be representing the American people in a positive way. But a president who puts scare tactics in anybody and everyone that gets in his way. Because he figures he's got the money to do it. He'll either fire you, he'll hold something against you to get his way. You can't live life like that, man. No, you can't. Those are scumbags. Those are fucking what we call lowlifes. Lowlife, yeah. What do you think? No, I have to take care of the bird. Gotta get a handful of oatmeal here for the chicken. What a kind person I am. Because I care. Hello, chicken. Well, whether you want it or not, I'm gonna give you some food. There you go. Bon appetit. She got a couple of eggs there she's nurturing. I guess her other chick's, there she goes. She's saying, thank you. Even though you ate thousands of my relatives for dinner, I thank you for the oatmeal. There you go, sweetheart. There you go, there you go. Now, she's only caged now. I don't believe in caging animals until the neighbor takes over. They raise the chickens for eggs and all that. I can do that. And they let them run loose, really. I mean, you know, they come back to their little nesting area. They come back, but... because they know they're being fed. And animals are going to go back to being fed. It's just like, you know, relationships. You're going to get a woman staying with you because she knows that you're going to be putting out the bucks to keep her around. The only reason you're going to stay with somebody like that, when money is the denominator, that is pathetic. Poor Popeye is kind of hanging in there right now, saying, God, Frank, end the show, end the show. I can't wait to do my monologue. Yeah. Well, it's time to get off here anyway. I got to do a few things here. Yeah, I got to get back to doing a couple of things. Got to start off with my vertical 45-degree push-ups. As soon as I get off here, actually. What else I got to do here today? Yeah.
Okay.
Looking good. You're looking good. You're looking good. Looking good. Like a woman should. Looking good. Looking good. Give them hell at church, man. Give them hell. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't say that. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. I got a shower yet too, but wait till I do some of my exercise. You'd be surprised what you could do with this. You'd be shocked. You don't need a whole fucking setup. Nah. You don't need that. This is all you need. That's all you need. I'm doing it right now. Actually starting talking. I do 20 on each arm, just to start with. Funky looking weight, but still 20 pounds. It's not 100 pounds, but you don't need 100 pounds. See, that's the secret. What's that, babe? Want me to zip you? Sure, I'll zip you. There you go. Looking sharp, looking sharp. Looking very sharp. Says she ain't fat.
I'm very fat.
No, you're not fat. That's for damn sure. You got a nice ass, baby. Check that out. I'll put that on camera. She's got a nice ass. Look at that. Huh? Huh? Oh, yeah. And the good thing is I don't have to pay a dime for that ass either, do I, Gilda? It's mine at my beckoning. Anytime I want. I don't take out my fat wallet. Do you ever see my wallet, folks? I mean, so broke eye. My wallet is falling apart. I haven't gone to the store yet. I actually washed it in the washing machine. My wallet is falling apart. Let's see my wallet. Yeah. Look at my wallet. Yeah. You see my wallet? I washed it in the washing machine. I got to get a new wallet. There's some money in there, babe. If you have any needs downtown, take care of it while you're down there. Look at that. Shit. You only wish.
I got a lot of volume.
Let me see. You got, don't worry, Sharifah. She got a lot of wallet. You sure do. You sure do. And you got the bank account to go with it too, don't you, baby? Look at that. That's fine stuff. That's fine material, man. I don't need no filters to make my woman look beautiful. It's natural. She don't need filters like some people do. Show your chicks like they really are, man. Don't need no goddamn filters. Don't need no fucking law. Don't need no fucking policeman. Don't need no goddamn filter. I might need filters, though. I might need filters. But not, she don't. Looking good. She eating? Oh yeah, she's eating. Bird. I think she's back to. Probably have to give her a little bowl of water too. Don't fret none, don't fret. I'm not gonna harm your eggs. I'm not gonna harm you. I'm just gonna give you some water. What a nice guy I am. Reason says the bar is set too low in this community that providing for your family or stability for your partner when you leave this life is considered a simp. But those are coming from the people that can't afford to take care of their girlfriend, you know, in the meantime, you know. They can't. I mean, when my time comes, she's not going to be a wealthy woman, I can tell you that. Not even close. She's got her own. She's got her own money. She don't need mine. She really don't. You want some water there? Hold on, folks. You want some water here? I'm not going to harm you, baby. Don't get scared. It's okay. It's okay. Just giving you some water. She's being protective of her babies. All right, I'll leave you be. I'll leave you be. Mama is being protective. Don't dump your water bowl. Don't dump your water bowl. Now there's a little bit left. You're going to have to just use that. To think I actually eat you. And I've eaten so many of you. I know. You're safe with me today. You're safe with me. There you go. You got some oatmeal. I don't have any blueberries to give you, though. You got a little bit of water. You got some oatmeal. There you go. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. You can go back to your age. I'll try to leave you alone. 17 watching and 10 thumbs up. Hooray. Yeah, the bar is really set low in this community, isn't it, Region? But you know what, man? I'm not saying anything on this show, and I never have, that anybody else don't have common knowledge of. That's the difference. Oh, Frank, you're talking about this guy. Well, they talk about me all the time. But when the shoes are on your foot, they just fall apart, man. They just fall apart. They become unglued. Totally unglued. Oh, God, my dog see the chicken. He's going to scare the shit out of the chicken. Hey, Ginger. Hey, here we go. I'll give it a couple more minutes on here. And what does today? Today is a Sunday. This month is going kind of slow, but I'll tell you what, it's gone a lot faster than last month. Last month was just murder. Last month just went so slow. Come on, girls, let's go inside. He wants you to leave the chicken alone. I want to give the chicken a fucking, whoops. I don't want to give the chicken a heart attack or something. We don't want to do that. He lives a lonely life. Well, let me tell you, folks, I'm not lonely. Okay, and that's one thing I have amongst other people on here that don't have, that pretend not to be, but that you could actually be in a relationship. You could have more than one woman, and you still could be lonely as hell. And you know why? How's it possible to have a woman or two or three or four or whatever and still be lonely? Well, I'm here to tell you. I'll read that in a minute, man. Because it's not a real relationship. It's kind of like an unwritten agreement. You know, I'll take care of you. Let me fuck you. You know, I'll take you out to nice dinners and all that. You live a good life. And give the impression to people that I'm living the 5-star lifestyle when it's completely shallow. There's no love involved in a lot of these situations. No, there's no love. The love of money, the love of stepping up above your impoverished life that you had in the provinces, wearing nice clothes, buying makeup, eating nice dinners. What self-respecting Filipinos is not going to go for that if the opportunity existed? Of course they're going to go for that. Okay, let's see. Region says, there was a video of Peckerwood. There's a video of Peckerwood from a few weeks ago. The guy can barely walk 20 feet. Yeah, I think you or somebody else told me that. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He was always kind of lanky and old looking for his age. Region says, prior, did you see the Don C photos posted on Discord? He walks around with a cane now, and he says, you're frail. Really? I told you about karma. You don't believe this shit in karma. I'm sorry, but I am sold on karma. Fazio, all these people, I am sold on karma. I am so totally sold on it. Don does a lot of fucking talking, and these people all have health conditions. They're all obese to a certain degree. They're all unhealthy. They're all taking prescription medicines. Their life is not what they try to portray it here on YouTube. I'm the only fucking guy. Why am I the only guy on here that tells it like it is, says like it is? That's why you come. Maybe not in droves, but you do come here. And the very trolls that supposedly hate me and criticizing me for every goddamn thing come here to watch me. Something wrong with that picture, huh? Okay, and otherwise, there's another statement here. Peckerwood, really? He couldn't even walk 20 feet? Mike says, when you are old and have no health problems, you are richer than a guy who has health problems and $1 million. Absolutely. Far as I know, I don't have any serious health problems I'm aware of. I gotta watch the sugar, but I'm not big on sugar. And as I said, just to briefly say, I'm actually called pre-diabetic according to the 3-month study, but it's all according to also what did you have in those 3 months. It's not an overall view of your glucose levels by any means. It just means that maybe in a 3-month period, I'm not diabetic, I'm pre-diabetic, but Ricky is 61. That was his numbers, and he's actually diabetic. I'm 5.7. He's 6.1 or 6.4, I think. He's absolutely diabetic. Duh! Look at him. No wonder he's diabetic. Alcohol, the sugar in there and the shit that he eats. Look at his stomach. The guy sweats like bullets when he walks. I know. That time I saw him in SNR, he was sweating like a pig. Had to have a rag. He's always ragging himself down. He's got high blood pressure. He's diabetic. Has to use a CPAC to go to bed. He's on 12 to 15 different medicines. How he's alive is really makes me wonder. But with all that so-called money he has, he can't fix his teeth. Same as fucking Nico. He can't fix his fucking teeth.
He'll make trips here and there, and he'll spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on his sick lawn that always winds up dying on him. But he can't spend money on his snaggly looking fucking teeth. No, I went for an A1C about 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago. And how they do that, it's different from getting a simple urine test. It'll say negative. If in other words, if you're not having have full-blown diabetic, your results will come out negative, which means that there's nothing to worry about. But you need to take it further. You got to go for an A1C. And hello, Heminger. Mine was 5.7, and they'd like you to be lower than 5.7. That's the turning point. But how they base it, and it's not accurate, but they go back 2 or 3. Basically, I don't know how the test could determine this. I don't know. Your body has a memory, and they know how to retrieve that memory or something. But I'm not really that savvy on that subject. But during that 3-month period prior to you getting the A1C, whatever you ate, whatever gluten, whatever sugar, whatever that you took, for example, there might have been a number of occasions where parties, whatever, we had some cake, we might have bought some really delicious ice cream that I couldn't resist. Somebody could have come in with some baked cookies or something like that. Or every now and then I treated myself to some M&Ms with the nuts inside. I loved them. Put them in the freezer nice and cold. All that adds up. So in other words, during that 3-month period, whatever your sugar levels were from your diet and what you ate, and if you happen to have too much carbs, that'll register. That 3-month period will register. That does not mean that you're necessarily pre-diabetic. It means that during that 3-month period in which they measured that you're getting out a reading of 5.7, which is a borderline number. Okay. And Hemorrhage knows everything, so let's see what he said. Frank, your sugar does not spike your insulin. Other types of carbs do. Yeah, they do. Of course it does. Sugar has the lowest glycemic index of all carbs. That's debatable, really. That's debatable. If you drink a lot of fucking Coca-Cola and shit like that. What? What do you want? Did you want out? Huh? And there's some people, like, I swear to God, like Barry Jordan. Oh my God, he's just one of them. He's just one of them. They be drinking Coca-Cola. I imagine in jail, he's drinking a lot of that shit. I don't think that's helping his situation. He wants to get out of there alive. Alive. So they cockles. Alone. But I have to partially disagree with you on that. Carbs do play a major part. You'd be absolutely correct on that. And I do eat carbs, I gotta admit that. I have not been eating rice anymore, no. And I'm not eating any bread, except I've got these flour kind of a tortilla or tortilla type flats, and I'll roll up an egg in there or something, or like a wrap or something. Yeah, stuff like that. Let's see. Sugar does not. Mike says 5.7 is the upper limit. Mine is 5.5, which is okay, true. Also, never rely on one test is bad. Always get retested. Well, I'm going to get retested in another 2 months. They say wait about 3 months, but I'm not going to wait that long. I'm going to get retested in 2 months. Heminger says that sugar partially is absorbed in the liver, glycogen, so it doesn't spike you as much as other types of carbs. That's true. Heminger also says its cause, sugar is half fructose, and you don't want high fructose. You don't want that, right? Which is absorbed into the liver. That's why it doesn't spike insulin as much. In fact, they'll tell diabetes to eat sugar more than other types of carbs. I don't know about that. Heminger also says sugar first goes to the liver, glycogen before it goes to the bloodstream. Other carbs go straight to the bloodstream. You might be right on that. And Heminger says table sugar is half fructose. Fruit sugar can be 100% fructose, depending on the fruit. Fructose is only absorbed in the liver first. Well, that's where most stuff happens, get absorbed in the liver. The liver does its job, and it'll suck in all the toxins too, and it can only do so much. Like if you're a drinker, a lot of sugar and alcohol, and nobody was meant to have alcohol in their system, and nobody was meant to have cigarette smoke in their system either, to be fair. But alcohol goes directly to the liver, and the liver doesn't like it. It's toxic to the liver. One drink could be toxic to your liver. Exercise, yes, we're going to get to that. It can help your insulin levels. So start exercising to see if that helps. Well, I do. Right after the show here, actually. And then alcohol goes to the liver first, too. Yeah, that's why it taxes the liver. Oh, absolutely. 10 watching, 10 thumbs up. We're going to get off a couple of minutes here, guys. How long have I been on here? Popeye's having a conniption right now. 3 hours and 11 minutes. Is that for real? See when you're having fun here? Look at that. 11 thumbs up. Wow. This is the longest I've been on here in a long time. I didn't even look at the time on here. So we got a good crowd, that's why. Heminger says, come on, Popeye, make it 12. Oh, Mrs. Heminger says, now 11. Come on, Popeye, give me a thumbs up. You know you want to. I'm not even going to listen to his little rebuttal or whatever. I got some shit to do here. Number 1, to do the exercise. Number 2, to take a fucking shower. That's for goddamn sure. I do shower, Popeye. You know what they say a lot about these older dudes? That they hardly shower at all, and they got the driest fucking skin in the world. They don't drink enough fluids, or too many drinking alcohol, which is going to dehydrate you. And they barely shower. They barely shower. I can imagine what Popeye smells like. 11 thumbs up. On 11 people watching and 11 thumbs up. What do you say to that, poops? Only people watch Popeye. They're fucking bored. And they know exactly what he's going to talk about. They know exactly what he's going to say. They know exactly how he starts his show. And chances are he's going to do a poll. But you see, the numbers doesn't always go as far as he'd like them to go. They were very marginal numbers that he presented on there. Like, is Frank going to be deported? Is Frank going to do this or do that, do this? And the numbers were really not that much in his favor. They were pretty close. And you got some truthful people out there that did a real honest vote on his poll. There was some that just were trying to appease him. Yes, he has a poll on whether he should cut the live stream early or not. Oh, I'm just going to continue then. Are you waiting for... Okay, I got to get off here because she's got to use my phone and make a call here. Oh, I'm sorry to hold you on that long, Popeye. I think people are probably so tired.
The men and women who selflessly enlist, I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of they sacrifice every day for the furniture. To put defensive missiles to that beautiful Orion space capsule. Trump. Hurrah, MAGA. God bless the United States.
I mean, I think he has full-blown dementia, but I think, I'm not a physician, but I think there's like signs of a stroke. You know, he always has this and then the slurring of the speech. I mean, here at the end of the day, we have a senior.
Hey, poops. This could work both ways. You know, I was more thinking of getting a fund together for poops to possibly fund some Jergens. Let's get the boys some Jergens. I mean, that's the least we can do. Poop says that he doesn't talk about his personal life on YouTube. Perhaps, just perhaps,
He doesn't have a personal life to talk about. Because he doesn't do anything. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Except simulcast my show. And he looks really forward to doing it. But your hand has got to be awfully callous by this point in time. I think we could show a little bit of mercy on the guy. So every time he rubs one off, at least it's going to be smooth sailing, sailor. Smooth sailing. Goes to different countries, Rio de Janeiro. Basically, it's another Vitali type of individual. Another Vitali type of individual. And look up Pyjama Man. Got arrested how many times? And he kind of does some of the stunts that Vitali was doing. Pyjama Man, a real freakazoid dude. And he's a cross between Ricky and Breavis. Seriously, a cross between Ricky and Breavis. He stalks stars and different people, like Breavis stalks people, YouTubers. And he's fucking as insane as Ricky. All in one. All in one. Okay, hello. Yeah, I'm actually in the middle of watching a genetically altered monster hunts them down. Okay, that's some. Yeah. No, absolutely insane, man. But, you know, everything on YouTube is sensationalism, it's drama. And by the way, I have a little theory about something. You ought to know about this theory, about the guy with the wallet. He may not have as much money as you think, and I was giving it some thought. Yeah. I think he makes enough money to travel around, maybe even take his family and stuff. He may not even have any inherited money, but I'm a little on the fence with that one. But most people who try to say that they're very wealthy are generally not as wealthy as they try to project themselves as being. The look in his eyes is damn creepy. Oh, Pyjama Man? Oh, there's more than that. It's everybody's trying to copy off other people. Ricky I can live with, but Brevis, oh hell no. Well, like I said for years, my friends, there's all kinds of people on here. And you just have not seen it yet. You may see something come out in the news feed or something like that, but I don't know, you know, it's social media that brings the nutcases out. Because they don't, you know, without social media, they couldn't get the attention that they wanted to otherwise. But when this, you know, cell phones, social media, and all this internet came out, it brought the nut jobs out of the fucking woodwork. Like cockroaches when the fucking lights go out. There's been a lot of copycat people, Vitali, and then there was that black dude, and we all forgetting about him now. I even forgot his name, and that's good. That's good. It's not, you know, money doesn't always get you out of a situation like that either, man. Not if you're in a different country. I think a lot of the people on here are trying to make themselves look bigger than life when they're really not. Sometimes you got a little extra money to do this, to make a trip here and there, even take your family. Yeah, that's not unusual. It's not unusual to make a trip every now and then, especially if the company's paying for it. It's not unusual. But they're not all what they pretend to be. I think Ricky is all show. Brevis is honestly not all there. You could see that in his eyes. Well, like I said,
I really meant that. You look at his eyes, there's no one there, just like Barry. You look at his eyes, there's nobody there either. And that was his own statement that kind of started this up. I don't know what you call it, ironic? I don't know, poetic justice or something. I don't know. What do you want to call that? Hemminger's the man with the answers, but... So don't buy into everything you hear on here because, you know, when the chips are down, a lot of these people who pretend to have money are having some hard times. They're running into these little glitches now and then, like when their women, you know, take advantage of you and hold that silver sword over your head. Oh, and it's like taking a whip to a lion. These girls will have control. Hey, you don't give me what I want. You don't. If you fuck with me, I'm just gonna have a little talk to my lawyers. That don't happen. But yeah, I was thinking about that. I gave it some thought. Not everything is what you hear and see. Not everything. So I'm kind of out to lunch with this one guy. I'm kind of out to court. I'm out to lunch. I'm walking in the woods, enjoying the scenery, you know. Not everything. However, having enough money to attract women. Oh, did you hear him talking about, oh, my harem has extended? Give me a fucking break. Because the fact is, if that guy didn't have shit money, there's not one goddamned woman that would be interested in this guy. For obvious reasons. Barrymore, huh? Drew Barrymore? Oh, yeah, I used to date her. That's the word. I used to date Drew Barrymore, too. I used to date Drew Barrymore. You know, some people on here are so gullible. Every now and then I'm going to throw something out here and see if they bite. I put the bait out and see if they bite. And guess what? 8 out of 10 times they bite. Oh, Frank said that he used to do... Frank said the... No, I'm not a movie star. I'm not a martial artist expert. It's kind of what you call hyperbole. Kind of exaggerating a situation. Kind of like a caricature, you know. They kind of put together a caricature of the person. Exaggerate somebody's nose, exaggerate, I don't know, the length of his neck or something, you know. That's what it basically is. And they have fun with it. That's okay. They could run with it all they want. But you see, I'm just one of these dudes. I examine their lifestyle. And it's so easy to point out things. Oh, what was somebody just saying on the comments somewhere earlier about, I don't know, Frank puts his whole life out there. No, I only tell you what I want to tell you. I'm in total control of what I talk about on my show. I don't just blurt things out. I will think about what I say before I say it. Very rare. Only if I was really pissed off and I was telling somebody to go fuck themselves or something, you know. That's not planned. It was instantaneous. It was spontaneous. Excuse me, spontaneous. Well, I will too. Not that it's going to make any damn difference at all. It never has. But people talk, man. That's all they do is they talk. Talker. You know, they talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk. So, every time somebody wants to try to impress you on social media of any type, I don't care what it is, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, I don't give a fuck, TikTok, they're all trying to impress somebody else. For example, TikTok is a great starting place because actually, TikTok, it's a lot of people who are lacking something. They're lacking attention. Well, it's the same as YouTube, but it's a little different. They're lacking the attention. Ugly women that want to use filters. Well, they do that on YouTube too, don't they? filters to glamorize themselves, they're lip syncing to music and all that. Because everybody wants to be, or especially the women, they all want to be rock stars. They want to be super idols. Okay? Well, what's a better way to pretend and live in their imaginary world is to do TikTok and sing to music, lip sync to music. They could be ugly as fucking sin, since hell froze over too, and they just use different filters to make them so now. We don't know anybody on here that makes their girlfriends look good with filters. No. We don't know anybody who does that on YouTube, do we? Hey, you're either good looking or you're not. Fuck the filters, you know what I mean? Hey, I'm an ugly fucker. I don't pretend to be, Brad Pitt. But I'm me. I don't want to be Brad Pitt. I'm me. I'm happy being me, whoever that is. However you perceive me to be, or whatever you perceive me to look like, that's me. That's just me. I can live with myself real well. I don't have problems with what I look like. In fact, I'm doing a lot better for my age than most people that are drastically younger than me. Look at fucking Jim, Gasian Adventures. The guy's only 54, but I'll be goddamned if he don't look at least 68. Prime example. Fuck TikTok, yeah. For children. Well, look at Peckerwood. He has a girlfriend there that likes to do TikTok. Should I say more? Okay. I don't need to say any more than that. So that's interesting. So Peckerwood can't even walk 20 feet anymore, huh? I'm hearing this stuff now. Thank you for that. But someone mentioned somebody else too. It wasn't just Peckerwood. No, it wasn't just Peckerwood. It was somebody else. But somebody said, oh, Don C or something was on Discord or something, put something on there, that Don C is walking with a cane now. Don't you love it? All this shit talk people put out about everybody on social media, and look what's happening to their lives. We got the Walking Dead basically out there. Popeye, who's half dead anyway. They should entomb the bastard. I don't think he'd even have to embalm the guy. I don't think he has that much blood. He's probably horribly anemic. You got Ricky, who's half dead because, well, he's grossly obese, high blood pressure, diabetes, and the list goes on. He's on his way out. Ed Lippett, he was on his way out. He's another drinker, as Ricky is. Look at Jay. Jay's on his way out. He's been drinking since he was a kid and chain smoking since he was a kid. He's definitely on his way out. Well, if his health doesn't kill him, somebody in the street or somebody will. Okay, let's read. People make a lot of money on TikTok. Don't be fooled. There is a lot of business being conducted. Oh, I never said they're not making money. I understand why people can't accept themselves for who they are. You look like what you look like. Celebrate your skin color. Celebrate what you look like. Stop using fucking filters to make you look attractive when you're not. Oh, I see it on here all the time. All the time. But I think society has come to a point where people are just not basically happy with themselves and who they are. I want to be a pop star. Everybody wants, especially the women, more women than men, they want to be pop stars, which is never going to happen. Some of them try singing, and it's horrible. I probably appreciate a cat screaming in pain than I could listen to some of these women that's actually trying to sing. Then they use cigars as phallic symbols. Talk about clickbait. In other words, you know, cigar is a phallic symbol when a woman smokes it. And we know somebody who makes his ladies puff on a cigar. It's a phallic symbol. Then he uses filtration on top of that to make them look beautiful. Or give some improvement anyway. Jim has the mindset of a teenager. Well, you know, he could certainly choose his clothing a little bit better. How do you go with life? You're a 54-year-old man. You're wearing baseball uniforms, baseball caps. That also applies to that other idiot that comes from Ohio. What's that other fucking name? Why do I always have a blonde moment on him? Maybe because I can't stand the guy. I don't like to think about him. Mike's Asian Adventures. Mike. He's always with that little cap on, chubby little guy. He's built like, yeah, Babe Ruth. He's actually built like Babe Ruth. With his little uniforms hanging in the background wall. He doesn't leave the fucking house, hardly ever. Hardly ever. And he has some kind of a heart problem that he doesn't want to address it as deeply as he should. So I can think a number of people that are on their way out. There's Clint. We were just discussing that in brief anyway, Clint. That Brevis has dead eyes. Go scroll down, scroll. Oh, I know what you mean. I've met him. I've met him. I know exactly what you mean. They're all, again, running away from something to come here. Every single one of them. Now, what's the funniest thing I've heard lately? Oh, the funniest thing I heard lately, well, there's a couple of them, actually. Coming from, who was it? Oh, from Jay. Oh yeah, he got 3 chicks in Bali. He's fucking 3 chicks in Bali. If anybody believes that, raise their hand. He ain't got shit. Why this whole thing is funny to me, because I'm just kind of here doing my thing, you know? And it's not like I'm pouncing on people. I'm just showing their reflection on my show. You know, the mirror thing. That's all I'm doing. They want the attention. I'll give them a little bit of attention. But I'm going to present them as who they really are. Total fuck-ups. Total fuck-ups. I mean, seriously, look at the, you know, go through the list of people in the past 10 years. If you've been hanging around in the YouTube genre for the past 10 years, make a list. So many people. There was Joey, you know, Peter Van Dever, Johnny Warrior, Ed Lippett, Fazio, a man, what was that one that died? A man, whatever. So many fucking wash-ups. No wonder they took to social media. Now, that doesn't mean that social media is necessarily a bad place. It is a great place to share your thoughts and experiences, but some of the reasons why people come on here is radically different. They need the attention. They were maybe beat up and raped up the butt from their father. We know somebody that's happened to. Made him the great man that he is today. I still don't understand why he was thrown out of the Thailand genre. Well, that's an interesting question. Why is it that he gets involved with the Philippine genre?
There's got to, look, there's a reason behind everything on here. We may not all see it. Some people might suspect. There's a reason for everything on here. Believe me, there is. It don't make any sense if you're living in Thailand that you don't get involved with Thailand social media and you have to come on the Philippines social media. There's always something. I'm thinking that Don had some bad experiences in the Philippines. He was afraid to go back, or he just couldn't handle the Philippines. Or he might, yeah, like you said, he might have been thrown out of the Thailand genre and decided to come on the Philippines site, because he's probably been to the Philippines, probably had some bad experiences. But they all pretend to be so big and powerful, too. Don sits there and he's supposedly got this business going. How old is he? He's out of shape, too. He's got a belly on him. They all do. That's what they have in common. They must be pretty sedentary, because you don't get a belly. Look, I have a neighbor around the area here. I swear, he doesn't wear a shirt. He's a pretty good guy. His belly sticks out at least 18 inches. I'm not kidding you. When did you realize you had that problem, sir? Jesus Christ. All that visceral fat is going to kill him. But again, you can't tell people what to do. I don't think they look forward to dying, but they just don't care. They just don't care. Oh, beer will do that to you. More so than hard liquor. I don't know why, the hops, I don't know what the hell it is about beer, but yeah. Once I call it a beer belly, I used to think it was a bear belly, because a real bear kind of has a belly that sticks out like that. So which is it? Bear, as in B-E-E-R, or B-E-A-R, or both? Or both. Oh, they get liver problems? Absolutely. There's no question about that. Now, Popeye is now an expert on prescription drugs. Did you know that? And maybe because he takes so much of them. He's telling me what's going to happen to me and everything. He goes on ChatGPT. Not that he's like a wealth of knowledge on his own. It's okay. I use ChatGPT a lot. I mean, every day. But he's a big expert on the medicines that I take. This is going to happen to you. That's going to happen to you. This is going to happen to you. It's not a good drug. Well, I'll tell you what. You stick to your drugs of choice, Popeye, and I'll stick to mine. How's that? Yeah, fuck Popeye. Gotcha. No. Guys, listen, look at it as entertainment. That's how I take it. I must be pretty important to them if I'm one of their favorite topic matters on here. I may not have 100,000 subscribers on here, but nevertheless, they love when I do a show. They won't admit it. I'm the only one that even talks about anything sensible on here. I mean, other than the shithead trolls. I mean, in other words, I do bring positivity to my show. I do talk about interesting things that nobody wants to talk about. It's the same old fucking broken record with all these people. And somebody, the contradictions, oh my God, with Popeye, who contradicts himself all the time in what he says about me. He forgets what he said about me on the last show. He'll say something totally, really abstract and really, like he has fucking Alzheimer's or something. He forgets what he says on his show. It becomes very counterproductive on his show, because people listen to what he says on there. And what he says about me one day, it turns out different another day. He takes a different spin on it. You do like my health tidbits. That's all that matters. I don't give a fuck who likes me or don't like me out there. They're not changing my life in any way. Oh, some are trying, but I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm in my home. I still walk the streets. I'm still healthy. I'm still in a wonderful relationship, so why am I gonna bitch? Why am I gonna bitch? He lives a lonely life, and Popeye certainly does. But they all do. And by the way, you could be in a relationship and still be lonely as hell. Yeah. The fact is, you only need one woman if you can even get one woman. Okay. Anybody who tries to get more than one woman, they put together a, quote, harem. That's a sick fuck. That's a sick fuck. You don't even have to think about it. Real love going on in those relationships with those kind of people, right? Real love. It's called the love of money. IKEA, any updates to immigration? I could ask, they have to give in sometimes. Fuck, how long? It's a long time, brother. Nico doesn't want to meet. No, if he had any intention of meeting Popeye, he would have by now, right? Common sense. Yeah. No, there's nothing I want to talk about with that. I'm not saying that there's nothing at all going on. I'm just not going to talk about it. We shall see, said the blind man as he crossed a heavy intersection. Nothing to talk about. Go home, folks. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. And there isn't, really. Nothing to talk about. All I can tell you is I'm here. I'm not in the jail cell. I'm not kicked out of the country. I'm right here, bro. And I'm not broadcasting from a detention center either. As proof. Although somebody wish I was. But sometimes you gotta be careful what you wish for. I'm surprised there's anybody on at all at this time. There usually isn't when I decide to go on this time in the afternoon. Then Popeye's so worried about my finances. How much money I put out for this, how much money I put out on legal case. He's so worried about me. I actually think he is attracted to me, man. He's so concerned about me. Makes me wonder. Really makes me wonder. Popeye, you don't need to worry about my finances or how much money I have or supposedly don't have, because it's frankly none of your concern. But thanks for caring. I appreciate that. Look, I'm still alive and I'm healthy. That's all you need to know. I'm surviving somehow on my $1,400, as he says, dollars a month Social Security. I'm doing something right. That's not out of the question. Another 3 years, yeah. Well, Barry doesn't want to pay. That's what the holdup is with him. As I said, I have nothing to do with this. You know, his stubbornness is not getting where he wants. You know, that statement, mental illness is when you try to do something over and over and over again, and you still don't get the results that you're looking for, and you just rinse and repeat, you know? That's what Barry's doing. He don't want to spend his money. He's got it. He's got money he saved, I told you. He needs it for when he does get deported. He just don't want to give in. He doesn't want to give in. They're holding Barry for his past bad deeds. Well, court is not happy, especially in the Philippines, when you're not cooperating with them. They could impose a longer jail time just at the stroke of a fucking pen. Because in the Philippines, a judge could do whatever the fuck he wants. He's God. Just like in America, they're God in that courtroom. Address them properly. Don't have an outburst in the courtroom like Barry did a couple of times. That was funny. He's running up to the court. See this paper? You see this paper? Yeah. Now that was funny. Yeah, Barry burned all his bridges. Any normal family would help Barry. Normal family would help him? No, you'd have to be abnormal to help Barry. You got that wrong. But, you know, we got the do-gooders that support Barry and love him so much. And that's why he's still in jail, detention. We love you, Barry. As they're all saying, we love you, Barry. We support you, Barry. But nobody wants to help him. Nobody. He'd be out by now. With all the money that a couple of these people in here claim to have, several of them actually, really, they haven't helped him. You would think they would do that to spite me. No, here's the thing. I want him to go home. I don't need to see him in jail any longer. I mean, the job's done. I want him to go home because I want to see him suffer when he gets to the United States and what's waiting for him there. That's what I'm waiting for. Oh, really? Look, you know, I'm an advocate for him being in jail, but I'd rather see him go home. Oh, not because he has to pay me the money, but I want to see him go home, and he's going to have even a bigger challenge in America, perhaps, than he has here in the Philippines. Can't believe Shaw's family hasn't done anything. That says a lot, huh? Yeah, it says a whole lot. Do you think she's still holding on to him after all this time, even though she said on her page that she's single again? You think it was another ruse that Barry and her created? Because if she's actually still hanging on to him, I don't know what to say about that, man. You say whatever you want. I'll just think it, just to stay legal here. Because I wouldn't understand it at all. I wouldn't understand it at all. And I could definitely say a few things to that, but I will refrain. What's the same? Sly and her family stone. But the family stone ain't helping her when it comes to Barry. Are they? Or you've been out a long time ago. If you love somebody that much, you take the bike back, get it away from her brother. I gotta sell this to make a little money to help my lover boy out. And say to your family, and protest with signs, free Barry J, free Barry J, free Barry J. Get him out today. Free Barry J. They're not doing that. They found out what he's all about. They don't give a fuck. They know that he's not a good person for their daughter, sister, whatever their relationship is to her. Pina's a good storyteller. Oh, I know what you mean. She wrote a great story through her lawyer that went to immigration, didn't she? The story of the year. The story of the year. Maybe she should be a writer, develop a profession. She could write some fiction books. I don't know, how she conquered Mount Everest or something, or whatever. How she conquered acne or something. You know, to write a book about something. Get it all out. Get it out of your system. But do something with your life. Then a lot of these people are also wasting their life on things like TikTok and shit. God damn, has American society become that fucking lazy? They don't want to leave their phones. They don't want to leave their bed, their couch. They just leave somebody's house after talking to their best friend or something. And they've talked each other out. Then they leave the door and they're calling them on the phone again when they leave the door. They can't get off their fucking phones in situations like that. They just can't. That gets pretty bad. That gets pretty bad.
Sad people play with others' lives like that. Baby angry. Who cares who comes on what channel? I don't even know who you are. Oh, never mind. Well, why on my channel? I don't do shows. I do shows every fucking day. Every fucking day. I don't do shows. I'm the showmaster on here. I don't know where you came from, what rock you were hiding under. Go back under your wet rock. I beg to differ. I am the showman in the Philippines genre, my friend. Undisputed champion of your rights as a YouTuber, of my rights as a YouTuber. Undisputed, unreputed, undisputed. How dare? How dare such a statement? What are you, new? You gotta be new if you don't know who I am. Oh, I'm not 7 foot tall. I don't weigh 350 pounds. I'm not fat. I'm not ugly. I'm not rich. But why is it I'm always right? Well, it looks like I might have to get off. I'm on 2%. I didn't realize I didn't charge the phone. Anyway, think about what I said. Dig deep in your thoughts about some of these people and come up with a conclusion of what you think. I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear it. We'll catch you on the next show, the next 20 shows before the day's over. I enter your lives in a deep, caring way. This is the Fireside Chat channel of the Philippines genre. We're not chasing whores on Angeles City on Walking Street. Oh, no, we're not doing that. You talk about a happily settled man in the Philippines who went in a direction, and he continued to go that direction to get what he wanted. Someone who exerts a lot of energy to get what he wants, but always comes out on top somehow, some way. The Lion of Bedtime. Call me whatever you want. Okay, I stay on a little longer, but unfortunately, now I'm on 1% battery. Yeah, it's kind of an odd time. I'm surprised I had that many people on here at all, to be honest with you. I was going to finish my movie. The Guild is on a date with the with the Zumba guy. I gotta wait till she comes back. That's one of the better ones lately. They're getting better and better. They're getting better and better. Frank, you do a 24-hour... I'm not that desperate, my friend. I don't mind talking to a few of you guys on here. It's kind of fun, but I'm not going to do a fucking live stream 24 fucking hours. That's a little out there, don't you think? This is going to go off on its own, because I'm probably less than 1% on here now. Let's die together here with my battery. But I'll tell you one thing that I really meant. Popeye, Robert Clausen, and we'll give out his address later on if anybody wants to write him. We'll give you his address tonight. This way you could send him a cup of coffee or something, or, you know, a greetings or something, order him a pizza or something. We'll give you his full address later on tonight. Yeah. Pay him a visit if you're in the area. Say hello to him. But I'd say one thing, of all the people I know on it, even goes above Barry, believe me when I tell you, Popeye is one person that would never ever meet me. Ever. Because he know I'd beat the living snot out of him without even one word being said. Because he not only talks about me, he talks about my girlfriend too. And he also calls me a pedophile like Barry does. And you know what I did to Barry? Well, he's in Florida, and that's why he feels he could do this. Oh, nobody's going to touch me, he said. Don't be too sure of that, dude. Don't be too sure of that. You don't know me that well. And he said I'm broke. Well, who knows?
maybe when I got to do my ECC in time, maybe I'll decide to make a trip to Florida and just, be in the neighborhood, if I'm in the neighborhood, maybe drop by. Let's see if you're going to take out your little revolver that you said you have. I'll shove that thing so far up your fucking ass. I gotta go. Well, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Will I get to do some shopping tomorrow? We're going to see. You might be making a trip to the lovely Cebu tomorrow. Well, I got some other business to take care of, but I'm going to try to make that time to do a little bit of shopping. Wasn't planning on staying there very long, but hello, everybody. Hello, wackadoo, wackadoo, wackadoo. To you and to you and to you. What's new? Oh, maybe I don't want to know. Maybe I just don't really want to know or care. Oh, I'm tired of getting involved with other people's disputes on here and what they say on their channel. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I really don't give a shit what anybody does on here. Let them all kill each other. I really don't care. Everybody disputing something on here. Everybody disagreeing with somebody on here. People harassing other people on here. In other words, just another day. Okay, it's another day in social media. Excuse me. Yeah, I may decide to make a little trip to the lovely Cebu. Early tomorrow morning. Early tomorrow morning. The number one commenter, Abi Ahmed. I may not be pronouncing that right. Abi Ahmed, if I'm pronouncing that right. Well, I don't know who you are, but you probably see my live feed come up and say, well, who the hell is this? I'm nobody. I'm absolutely nobody. How is the Philippines? That's kind of a tricky question. What's 67? What does that mean? Age? Oh, you're 67? I didn't really ask, but okay. How is the Philippines? Well, the Philippines continues to be the Philippines. There's a lot to say about the Philippines. Good and bad, ugly and good and beautiful, and so forth and so on. Oh no, not this again. A meme. What the fuck? All right, we got 12 out there. Anyway, well, I'm not going to do a long show here. Anyway. I can say what's new, but I'm probably going to wind up getting a lot of feedback on the troll action on YouTube here, which I'm not really giving too much of a shit about at this point. Well, there's lots of reasons why people like myself go to the Philippines. Some people are running away from things all their life, and they want to hide in another country. Some people go in here because of the beautiful women. Some people come here because the cost of living is considerably less than the United States. There's all kinds of reasons. All of the above. And a lot of people just don't have the trust in the United States anymore, in the economy.
and the president who's running the country in the United States. Has a lot to do with it too. People can't afford to live in the United States anymore. There's so many reasons why people leave their country. Some of them are very nefarious. Some of them are very just, well, you know, need a change. Some of them are looking for the beautiful women that are out here. Some of them are criminals that are trying to hide. There's lots of reasons. It would be a pretty big list, actually. Beat Zombia. That's an unusual name. Well, America isn't bad if you're wealthy and you can afford the high taxes, the high rent, the high prices of food and goods and services. It's not for everybody, not anymore anyway. It's not for everybody anymore. It was a dream place to live in at one time, but there's so much conflict and dividing of people, cost of living. It's making it unbearable for some people. And you can't blame them. Hey, expat forever. Jerry, what's going on, Jerry? Hello, Jerry. Any more visits from Breavis? I presume you were talking about the U.S. Yeah. Somebody asked me a question. Why did you move to the Philippines? Why does anybody move here? Whatever. And I gave a small list of reasons why. And there's lots of reasons why people are unloading. Thai dog man. Drew, aka RAP 301. Oh, I don't know what you're saying. You're saying is Drew going under another name or something? No, I don't play Roblox, whatever the hell that is. I'm not here to talk. I'm not on here to talk about gaming or anything like that. Oh, I just came on to see who was on, if it was worth a dialogue or not this evening between movies. Yeah, I know, it's a bot. I've never seen that one before. I'll be honest with you. RIP 301. No, can't say I have. Yes, I'm sure he has a lot of sock accounts. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a regular on my show here too. Would that surprise me? No. Anyway, we're kind of winding down on YouTube again. We're kind of winding down. If you can see, I pretty much put all my videos on private. We're kind of winding down. It might be coming to that time again. He's commenting on Licky's Sunshine video tonight. Ricky has a Sunshine video tonight. I mean, I wasn't looking when Licky had any shows on tonight. I was watching TV. I'm an older man. I'm above 50, that's for sure. Oh, he's talking about Sunshine Shoulders. Okay. Well, he always talks about Sunshine Shoulders. Nothing new about that. And they got to talk about somebody. No purpose of coming on. You know that, and I know that.
Oh, I'm just trying to see what's going out in YouTube world, what's going down. Yeah, Sunshine Shoulders, I know. Well, if they don't talk about anybody, they have nothing to talk about at all on here, pretty much. That's been pretty much established. Well, folks, I don't know if I'll be doing a show tomorrow morning. I got to make a little trip, and it might be going back to where I recently started. I was off for about, I don't know, 3 months. And I don't know, I kind of pretty much got what I had to say out there, and I did it pretty well on some very long shows, too. I did a show for about 3 hours the other day. How much can you say? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I did for 3 months. Felt good. Felt good, I must say. Says take a break, Frank. That I will. I think I am after this broadcast. Let's see. You can meet up with Nico at SMC site. Yeah, I did see he had a show on there. I actually did see that. Well, a short, anyway. I don't generally watch all of Nico's shows. He just doesn't have anything to talk about, really. SMC side. I don't think he could afford to rent a room anywhere near SM. I don't know. It's got to be some backpackers, crappy joint or something. He doesn't spend a lot of money on hotels. You should sneak up on Sneeko. The foul mouth on that guy. Why? It is what it is. He is who he is. You know, what can I tell you? Yeah, sneak up on him and do what? And do what? Go to jail? I don't think so. He could try that with me, though. Yeah. He's welcome to try. Give me an opportunity. What the hell was I watching? That was so interesting. Oh. There's a lot of watchdogs out there in the U.S. Geological Society and other people that are, they're talking about some major events that could happen with earthquakes. Oh, another system in the Philippines Area of Responsibility, as they like to say, and the PAR, that another system might be moving in here again. The flipper? Oh, yeah, we haven't heard much of the flipper on here, have we? He's just going on with his life, I guess, like a smart man, like he should, really. Yeah, somebody did sneak up on the flipper that time, didn't they? I remember that. He sneaked up on Fazio, you know, who did that? Someone sneaked up on the flipper. Yeah, in the Philippines Area of Responsibility. I've never heard that phrase before until I lived out here. When I lived in Hawaii, I didn't say a storm is coming to the Hawaii Area of Responsibility. I've only heard that here in the Philippines. It must be a Philippines thing. There's nothing new about storms out here. That's one thing you better consider. There are storms out here. Yeah. Expat Forever says, LOL. Flipper don't need to be on YouTube. He needs to make money and take care of his wife. Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing. Give the man some credit if he's staying off YouTube, and sure, why not? Staying out of trouble. He's a smart man, I think. The Philippines Area of Responsibility. Amazing Philippines loves to say that because
he had kind of studied a little bit of meteorology at one time in his life, you know. But he loved saying, well, there's this storm coming in the Philippines area of responsibility. I think he's just like saying that. Like, ever go to a Mexican restaurant and they first serve you some chips with salsa? I'm actually getting this off a Seinfeld show, really. And Seinfeld says, I just think people just like to say salsa. Maybe they do. I wouldn't go that far and called Flipper smart. No, he's never been really smart, but I don't know. I think I'm the smartest person on here. I'm beginning to believe that. I make a lot of typos, but that's because a lot of times I dictate into my phone a lot, even on Messenger. And dictating into your phone does not, even on ChatGPT, oh my God, that's the worst. I'll ask it a question and it comes back with something totally different. It's like I'm talking to a real person and I'll say, hey, Dumbo, I didn't ask that. Oh, my apologies, it says. What were you trying to ask? Let's start again. I don't think AI is going to do it all for us. You know that? Have I done an IQ test? It would be much too high. No, I haven't done an IQ test, sir. I'd like to, actually. I don't know where you could actually have that professionally done. That would be kind of interesting. Don't underestimate me, sir. Okay, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. No, I never really had a need to do that. I could talk, I could speak, I could think, and that's getting me by. I had a friend in New York that died about a year now. Must be. God damn. Shit, I think he was up there around 115, 120, which is pretty good, actually, you know. He actually had it done. Then again, this guy was a shut-in, and this guy used to read and read and read and read and read and read. He didn't have any life at all. He had some illnesses and stuff, and he read a lot of books. He'd go to the library, take them home. It was his escape from his situation and life or lack of life, and he had to read books. But can you do the New York Times crossword puzzle? I don't do crossword puzzles. I never got into that. Played Scrabble. No, it's probably a good thing to do, actually. Train your mind a little bit, you know. Sure, not a bad thing to do. I just never had the patience to do something like that. I'm kind of hyper. Let's just put it that way. I'm kind of hyper. To sit down and do something like that. I don't have any patience for things like that. I really don't. I was never into board games. Not really. Oh, maybe. Oh, what did I used to play with board games? I kind of dabbled in Monopoly, things like that, but I tried to teach my Filipino how to play Scrabble, epic fail. I could play cards, like, you know, war. I don't play poker, anything like that. I could play war. Every kid in the world can play war. I don't think they even know what the hell that is, really. Very simple card game. So I played war when I was a kid, which was fun. A little boring, but it was fun. War. Everything war, everything violence. Fucking world, man.
Battleship. You sunk my battleship. Oh, boy. What's this shit that comes on there? Add a Q&A sticker. Fun weekend plans? Try it. No thanks. Nope. No backgammon. No chess. Checkers. I used to play checkers. Never played chess. I can't say it's too cerebral for me. It's just, you gotta have the patience of a fucking turtle or something. I mean, you just, you know. But it does train the mind very good. I mean, it's a good thing to learn. I'm not saying if you're young, you know, it could discipline you in certain ways. Yeah. I gotta mute this for a second. Hold on. Okay, back again. Man, you know what I feel like? Oh, man. I knew I forgot to tell her. I try to stay away from any kind of cake, but she makes a pretty good banana cake. And we don't have any flour around here. I was going to say to buy some flour today, but I forgot to tell her that. She makes it's really tasty. Yeah. Does cinnamon go with banana? Could you put cinnamon on a banana cake? I don't know. I guess you could. Suddenly I just feel like banana cake. I don't know why. Maybe because I don't have any healthy treats around here tonight. I think I ate all the banana. I don't have any bananas here, actually. I knew I forgot something today. Oh, well. Okay, so I'm just going to spend the rest of the night relaxing, contemplating my navel, watching something and repeat. What's this on here? Line Watch, Cuba Gooding Jr., Faces His Past in this intense thriller. No, that is, I like Cuba Gooding, but I don't think so. Let's see. What's on here, man? I haven't seen before. Super Cyclone. I've seen every one of these things. Here's one here. Doomsday Prophecy. The planet is splitting apart, and no one can stop it. Aren't these entertaining? Well, I'll tell you what. There's a reason why there's all these disaster movies, because the possibility does exist, and we've had disasters before. Now, if you're going to be living in the Philippines, you're going to live with disaster one way or the other. Whether it's your presence on YouTube or just living out here, because, you know, between typhoons and super typhoons and earthquakes, landslides, flooding, monsoons, I mean, take your pick. Take your pick. Pick a card, any card. You know, it is a challenge, actually, to live out here when you think about it. And nobody really sees it that way. Look at the news all the time, the things that's going on, the people that are dying on the roadways on their motorcycles, they're not paying attention, or don't know how to drive. There's so much happening every single day in the Philippines. What are you saying? Finland is pretty big, and the Philippines is actually bigger or close to Finland size. But the problem is, because it's so separated, with all the islands separate, it's not like one, I don't know, we want to call it one continent or one particular place. Did you know the Philippines has a population of 118, I think it was 118 million people. 118 million people. No backgammon, I said, no. And guess what? The greatest population, I believe, lives in Luzon. That's a place you definitely want to stay away from. I don't know why they're all concentrated in Luzon. I have no idea. I guess it's a place to be, but it's really not the place to be, because guess what? Which doesn't make sense about this is that where most disasters happen, it always starts around or hangs around Luzon. every disaster you can think of, and yet I believe that is the most populous place in the Philippines. What do you say to that? Just don't move to Luzon. That's an idea. Hey, I'm happy where I am. I don't have any problems where I'm at. But that's a little bit too volatile for me, Luzon. Or Manila, that whole area, I just don't like. I'm glad I settled in the general Cebu area. Well, okay, if nobody's talking, I'm just going to go back to doing a movie over here. Anyway, I don't think I'll be on tomorrow morning because I'm going to be on my way to the lovely Cebu tomorrow morning in conjunction with just getting off here for a while like I did for 3 months. Oh, wait a minute, Popeye. Say what you can do, Popeye. Just play over and over again all the simulcasts you've done to me. I think that'll get you by for a while, Popeye. Yeah, I think you could do that. See, if I don't do a live, you can't do a simulcast. Ooh, okay. Kind of leaves them in a hairy position. Who is that actress that John Travolta danced with in Pulp Fiction? What was her name? He can still dance good. I saw something more current of John Travolta. You know that dance where Tini does the Chuck Berry song? It's his version of the twist. I thought it was rather good. But I don't know where it got in my feed, so I was watching that. Didn't she die or something, that actress? I just forgot her name. But John Travolta still got it, man. He's like, 79 now? I can't believe it, man. Hey, Cartier. Welcome Back, Kotter. Can you believe he went from that to what he is now, from Welcome Back, Kotter? Unbelievable, isn't it? Unfucking believable. Freddie Boom Boom. Well, he didn't make it too big. Nor did I think even Urkel. Remember Urkel? I think he died, Urkel. I think he died. I'm not sure. He still looked goofy as an adult. Some things you just can't get away with certain features, I guess. John Travolta could fly his own planes, commercial airplanes. Pretty amazing guy. Who would think that John Travolta, that of course, with Grease and all that, that really set him off and all that. Pretty talented guy. Okay, you guys, I guess, are not in the mood to talk tonight, so I'm going to get off here anyway. So I want to... The beginning of the day, the roosters are just crowing away. Oh, listen to them go. Now I got a little time this morning before I have to venture out today to the big, big city. Welcome, welcome. All that she wants is to have a baby. All that she wants is to have a baby. I'm just joking around singing, but actually there's something to that. The maternal instinct of a woman is, you can't measure it to the worst nuclear weapon in the world. The power to that. The power to that.
women are made to have babies, to procreate. Now, in a normal day, daily love, you don't think about that, do you? But how powerful that that natural instinct is to have to push out babies. How strong the hormonal urge is to do so. After all, women date men, well, the younger ones anyway, that can still produce a child, that are not menopausal. The purpose is to mate, to find a mate. And a lot of you think it's all about the sex itself and what pleasure that you have about with the sex, but it's deeper than that. Life is deep if you haven't figured it out yet. It's not just about the sex. Women cannot help themselves. Men, it's more for recreation. Women, it's more for procreation. Now, if you haven't figured it out yet, such a powerful, powerful, powerful instinct. Anyway, I don't know where this came about this morning to even talk about that, but okay. No clickbait in the title, really. It's not. I think tourism. Is this the beginning of the end of tourism in this country and all of Southeast Asia? There is another, supposedly, in the Philippines area of responsibility. I love saying that. I don't know why, but I've never heard it before until I lived in the Philippines. When I lived in Hawaii or Seattle, they never said, when a big storm was coming, and they just said, well, in the Washington State or Seattle area of responsibility, or if I was in Hawaii, they never said, well, in the whatever, Hilo or whatever, area of responsibility, expect a storm to be coming. Never heard that before. Then again, there's a lot of things I never heard, like, she became unalived. Why don't you just say, she's dead, she died? But I don't know, this is a new generational term, I guess, because I've never heard that either. Who changed this? Who is responsible for this? I like to know where things are derived from sometimes. So many things, even little things that you never think of. Somebody sneezes, you say, God bless you. Do you have any idea why you're saying that? Well, this goes back a long time. You remember something called the Black Plague? Well, people would get sick. And what would happen is that people would say, God bless you if you sneeze, because the plague that was going on, they would always assume that you had the plague, and they were saying, God bless you, because they know you were going to die. True. There's a lot of expressions. I don't know. I should look it up. There's so many. There's even these folklore, whatever songs, ring around the posy, pocket full, ring around the whatever, pocket full of posy, ashes, ashes, they all fall down. That actually was a song that you'd hear little kids singing, and it came from the plague. The plague. I don't think half people on here understand where they get some of your cute little songs and sayings and where it originated from, actually, Anyway, I'm just passing on my wisdom, of course, passing it on to you, as I sometimes remind myself that some of the simplest things that we say have a source. a river has a mouth and a source, whatever. It's just, some of these things are mind-boggling, actually, that we take for, it's so commonplace, and some of the things we say, but we have no idea where it came from. Generational things, perhaps, you know, it gets picked up by one person, it gets passed on, and next thing you know, well, there you go. Like the Happy Birthday song, for example. I forgot who actually came up with that. But no matter what country you come from, it's pretty commonplace for you to hear that song, Happy Birthday to you, you know. Boy, I don't think anybody put a patent on that, but I actually heard that you could be sued. Who's ever done that? Happy birthday, simple happy birthday song. How about the smiley face? Well, nobody profited from that one. I don't remember who came up with the smiley face, but the smiley face is used universally. Imagine that. Well, another morning, but it looks kind of overcast to me. We have, coming to the Philippines area of responsibility, supposed to be yet another storm coming. Yet another. This has been quite an active year for a lot of stuff. Yet another storm. Businesses are not loving it. I can tell you that. Businesses are not loving it. Tourism industry is not loving it. Whatever role you play in the tourist industry as a business, or whether you're a store owner, a restaurant especially too, they're all feeling the pain for this. They're all feeling the pain. Let's add in a mixture. Now let's add earthquakes to that too. Let's add flooding to this. Philippines has not been having a great year. I can see it in my town. I've not seen as much tourists around. No. It's been pretty dead, really. I might see some white faces around here, but maybe they're the locals still living here. But no. No short of roosters, that's for sure. There's no short of roosters here. Hello? Ricky busting a nut. Okay. Why not? Oh, just trying to wake up here a little bit. Well, I've been up a couple of times. Well, got some business I need to take care of today. Gonna make a little trip to the big city. Leave the island. Leave the island. Sometimes it feels like Rikers Island. But you wouldn't know anything about Rikers Island. And what Rikers Island actually is. It's overcast. Yeah, I got another system, I guess, coming through. Eventually, anyway. I don't know, what do you blame it on? Climate change? Is it coinky dinky that we're having so many storms this year here in the Philippines, which is known to have that. It's nothing new. I don't know. I just don't understand how tolerant people can be of this out here, but what choice do they have? You're born and raised out here. It's where you live. It's where your family is. Your home is your home, whether it be fancy or nothing more than a tin shack. But home is home to these people out here. And let me tell you, they're the most tolerant people you ever meet in your life. Incredible people who put up with so much and they have so little, but yet they get through it. You don't realize how strong people are till you live their life. How many losses they've had in their life due to storms, flooding, landslides, road accidents out here. Incredible. The list goes on, the possibilities of losing your life in this country. It's kind of a test. If disease doesn't get you from, unfortunately, there's a lot of very unsanitary conditions out here. It's true, but it's something that people have to live with out here. They have to live with it, excuse me, and pollution, mosquito-borne diseases, but you know, if you live out here, you made the choice to do so if you weren't born out here. Some people say a beach is just a beach, but not really. These are Philippine beaches. They have their own, kind of their own personality. But don't be deceived. Those beautiful hues of green and blue that you see in the oceans out here, and how clear the water is, can be deceiving. Because a lot of people dump a lot of shit in the ocean out here. I don't know if you know this or not, but if you're outside of the 3 miles of international waters or something, you are allowed to dump all your refuse, all your crap in the water, like cruise ships and stuff like that. All dumped in the ocean. I guess it becomes organic. For some reason, at that point, it becomes organic. Fish will eat it, whatever. The very fish that, you know, you're eating from the ocean. You drive car, mister? No, I do not drive car. I do not drive car. All right, what's the purpose of this morning's broadcast? Well, there isn't. I'm just regurgitating a few syllables here. Whatever comes to my mind. That's the beauty of having your own show. Say what the hell you want. Within limits, of course, as some people found out. Limits. There's limits to just about everything. Limits to how much you eat. Limits to what you can say. A lot of people think, well, I live in a free world, a free society, but do you really? You can't say everything on here. Again, as, you know, people out there have found out. Freedom. Oh, Janis Joplin's song. How did that go? How did that go? You know, I'm not big on lyrics. Freedom is just another way of nothing to lose. Okay, freedom is just a, and you could fill in the blanks on that one. Janis Joplin. Freedom is something basically of having nothing else to lose. That's a good one. Yeah, we're kind of going all over the planet here this morning on different things. It's just my unique way of incorporating different topic matter into just one show without all the fluff. I've watched a lot of YouTube shows, and it takes some people a whole show just to come to one point to figure out what the fuck the topic is. Just get to the point. What's your topic? Cut the clickbait shit out, you know? Hey, girls. Okay. You gotta go? Go ahead. All right. Sometimes you just get to the point. Blurt it out. What do you have to say? For listening pleasure, for me, I just can't go through somebody's whole show to try to figure out what the fuck their topic matter is. Just get to the point, son. Get to the point. Oh, it's Savino. Hello. Did you see there was a American guy that got locked up in a Philippine jail for 30 years? Yeah, what was the story with that? Yes, I did. Oh, what was the story about? Yeah, I did see something on that, and I recognized the 30-year deal. He was involved in something, though. Maybe you could just update me on that. Yeah, I did see some kind of article on that, actually. Well, I also know somebody else got life in prison. That Chinese woman who pretended to be Filipino or something, and she ran for mayor and all that crap. That one I know of. And some of the same shit going on, you know. There's everything from trafficking to pogo type activity and all that, which is pretty commonplace. Yeah, get locked up for 30 years, you have to have done something considered pretty bad out here. But I don't remember the story behind it. But yes, I sort of know about it, but I don't remember the details of that. 22 people, what the hell is going on here? No tea yet. I'm gonna wait on that. I'm just too lazy. I don't feel like making my tea yet. Too much effort. Too much effort. I'm gonna try to make this as boring as possible. So Popeye has a hard time with this one. He's gonna have to break apart everything I say on here. And make him, require a little bit of effort to do his monologue on this one. I'd have a hard time with this one myself if I had to do what he was doing, I wouldn't know what to say. Add a Q&A sticker. Why do these things pop up? I do see a lot of these things where, people getting locked up for this and that. And some of them are stupid things that they did that you should probably know better, but, people are people. Okay. This is just a show about nothing, but it is about something. In other words, the Seinfeld show is a show about nothing, but about something. Hey, did you get up and brush your teeth? Oh, that's something, right? Did you take a piss when you get up out of bed? Oh, that's something. Just talk about nothing. And people love that. Talk about anything that comes to your mind. Rather than doing a structured topic, which sometimes bores people to death. just kind of wing it. That's all I ever do on my show, is I just try to wing it. And you can, whatever you get out of my show, you get. You know, if you come away with something from my show, then God bless you. All that she wants is to have a baby. All that she wants is to have a baby. Well, don't they all? It's a rite of passage. As I mentioned earlier on that. Not many people just think about that all the time. He's thinking, oh, the girl's horny, she just wants sex. Not true. Procreation, my friend, procreation. The instinct is so huge. But men, they just want to get laid. They don't care about the results afterwards, whether women get pregnant or something, and they run away, as most expats do that come out here. Have their fun and say, bye-bye, honey. See ya. Don't want to be ya. Isn't that pretty atypical? For the expats that are coming here to get their dick wet. Save yourself the time and trouble, man. Just, stay in your fucking country. That's all you want. Go pay for a whore in your country. It'd be a lot cheaper than flying out here and having a hotel and food and everything else and transportation. Just stay in your own country and do it. That's what I say to that. You can't be that desperate that you have to fly all the way to the Philippines just to get laid. Come on. Reality check. Hello? Reality check. I'm surprised that Popeye hasn't thought about that. He don't even want to enter the Philippines for some reason. He'll find a lot of lame excuses why he doesn't want to go to the Philippines. Oh, that's a cop-out, dude. That's a cop-out. You know that is. I don't know, mate. Maybe that would be a useless trip because the machinery, it's not working. Well, that's a possibility. I would not be surprised. But they have pills for that, right? Right? People, they have pills for that? Maybe even those pills don't work. I got a million of them, folks. I got a million of them. I don't know. When I summarize all the years I've been on YouTube and I hear all the bullshit on it, I've heard every story in the world. I've heard every lie in the world. I've seen every kind of form of behavior in the world right here on good old YouTube. Is this like the new generation? Is this the millennials? Or what is it now? Okay, there's always something. The new woke. That's the best one yet. The woke generation. I'm saying, what the fuck is that? The woke generation. Now it's the woke generation. They've all awoken? Is that what it means? They got some revelation? Epiphany? What is it? Who came up with this thing? I'd like to know who comes up with this stuff. Inquiring minds want to know. If you have half a mind, you might want to know, because you'll be practicing or stating or saying something that you have no idea where the origin of this word or concept has actually come from. The woke generation. What's next? Nothing would surprise me. What does it mean to be the woke generation? A generation of people that have finally woken up and seen the truth? Is that what it means? Everybody's awakened to reality. Well, in a sense, that sounds good. The woke generation. Are they really woke? Because some people seem fucking brain dead. Like they're walking around in a fucking coma. comatose, The Walking Dead, where people are oblivious to what's going on in the world, what's going on in society, what's going on with the environment, what's going on with the future, if there is one. The possibility is nuclear war, a rip in the ozone layer, and we all get fried like a microwave. People aren't woke. Far from woke. If they had half a mind, they wouldn't come on here and attack people. If they had half a mind, they would go on with their fucking life and enjoy what they have. If they had half a fucking mind, people wouldn't think the way they do. They wouldn't act the way they do. Grown-ass adults acting like prepubescent children. Who's woke? Maybe we need to awaken society. Wouldn't that be a novel I did? Awaken society. Put that spark in their gray matter and let them be aware of the reality of life. Your life, our life as a society on this planet, the fact that we're living on a dying planet, nobody cares. If it doesn't affect you personally, you don't give a shit, do you? No, something has to affect you personally to awaken you, to truly be part of the woke society until something hits you, and you'll awaken, all right. But it has to be hitting you personally. If it doesn't, you just don't give a shit. Unless it affects me, unless it affects my wallet, or, money, well, you'll be awoken. Oh, we got a lively crowd here today. I don't think they're woken or even awake. I'm surprised I'm even awake at this hour, but I don't sleep late. I wish I did, but I don't. They say you need 8 hours of sleep a night, 8 hours of sleep. Yeah, but the thing I'm hearing, for whatever reason, people are really not getting that. I mean, younger kids, they sleep as long as they could. It's not on a school night or something. They go to sleep, and sometimes they don't get up till 12, to lunchtime. I witnessed that right here. It's amazing to be able to do that. I remember the last time I was able to ever do that, to get a solid 8 hours of sleep in. But you see, I'm a part of the woke generation now. I'm kept awake. You like that one, Popeye? Okay. If anybody wonders, who's this Popeye guy I'm talking about? I like to rib him a lot. Popeye's a guy that simulcasts my show every time I come on. He's an older gentleman living in Florida. His wife left him. He was on a low-level Navy career. Even worked in the pox department. That he used to make fun of me because I did work in the pox department. And he made fun of me for that. Then alas, it comes out that Coinky Dinky, that he worked too after the Navy in the pox department. Imagine that. And he was ribbing me. I don't know what you ribbed me about working in a pox. What's wrong working in a pox department? Shouldn't be embarrassed of it. It's a good kind of a civil job, The pox department. Could be worse. Like living his life, Oh God, I'm sounding like him. He always ends his sentence, It's like he just had a fucking orgasm or something, which I don't think he could even achieve. But anyway, we won't go there. How is everybody doing this morning? Apparently my audience is not awake. Savino's the only one that's really making a comment in here. I think you're just sitting there and sucking it all in, aren't you, Ed? You're just sucking it all in. Mike says, good. Good what, Mike? Good. What's good, Mike? Tell me something that's good. Please tell me something that's good. I'd like to hear something that's good, Mike. Oh, Mr. Whistler. Oh, you're here. Okay, well, it's nice to know your presence. It's nice for you to come to my show, but say hello. Come on here. Don't be shy. Not on my channel. Introduce yourself. Let me know you're there. I don't ask for much. Maybe I ask for too much on my channel. But anyway, yeah, there was this discussion and thought last night that might go back into a hiatus or permanent, one or the other. Oh, I don't know. I've been kind of examining this whole concept of me staying on YouTube, which I've been examining for like a fucking decade. I still was there, right? Here I am, but here I am, launching like a hurricane. I cannot entertain the troops all the time. It takes a lot out of me. Well, it's something, a guy on here who calls himself Popeye, who's like this waste of humanity. Someone who boasts about a career he had in the Navy, kind of a false valor type of thing, and loves to talk about the Navy because it's all you could talk about. He hasn't been to the Philippines in like 40, 45 years or something. Still, he comes on the Philippines genre. It's like a real hateful cuss, He comes on, attacks people, especially me. In fact, he's doing a simulcast of my broadcast right now to show you how this guy's life, what it's come down to. And all he talks is hate and tries to rip apart everything I say on my show and find fault with me. Man, when it's come down to that's it. It's over. I mean, it's over. If that's what your life has actually come down to. Now, he's like a cartoon character, though. That's for sure. No doubt about that. But the sad thing about it is, you go into service, it's an illustrious career that he had. Oh, the fighting he's seen, the big battles he was in, the foxholes he wound up in, waist deep in water, getting rashes between his legs from the water, the pain this guy has gone through. Well, actually, he's not been through any of that. He's never saw any action. The only action he's seen was his right hand on his fucking cock. There you go. That summarizes him pretty well. But what a sad life, though. I just can't even imagine it. I'm sorry, but I just can't even imagine it. That he has to come on YouTube and devotes a show just to me. Actually simulcast my broadcast as he's probably doing right now. He does every day. Boy, he was at a loss. I had gotten off YouTube for approximately 3 months recently. And he must have been going through some agony. Agony of defeat. Probably his feet too. Probably his bursitis. Popeye is obsessed with you. Well, there's no doubt about that. Obsession. And I'm not talking about the perfume. This is obsession, at its worst level. But, it's actually fun listening to people like that because, it makes you feel so much better about yourself in so many ways. You just say to yourself, man, things could be bad with this or bad with that. But it sucks to be him, and it's fantastic to be yourself and not him or people like him. thank God or whatever you want to thank, the stars, whatever, that you don't have to be him or people like him. People like him don't die. They uggle away. They're so ugly internally that they just uggle away. They're fugly ugly. That's how bad it is, internally and externally. Fugly ugly. You can't get worse than that. You can't get more ugly than that if you're fugly ugly. And he is fugly ugly. I could name a few others on here, but why bother? That'd be take a really long show, actually. What's that guy selling in the morning? He passed by. They're selling some kind of, I don't know what it is, in a bucket. You know, living in the Philippines, it's not an easy thing for those wanting to move out here, and I'm not trying to discourage you. There's a huge culture, not that we never talk about this, but I want to emphasize a few things. The culture is radically different than Western culture. The longer you live out here, you just pick up on more things, you know. You think by living out here, you know it all, but you don't. You don't. Some people say that, you know, who have done this thing, they said, well, you know, the Asian experience kind of wears off on you after a while. Something positive here, Mike. Yeah, here is something good. Pastoso ravioli and pastoso marinara. It sounds good. The one thing I do pick up at SNR, I can't say it's terribly healthful, but cheese is not exactly unhealthful. I love cheese ravioli. I don't like the beef ravioli that they sell in stores, you know. I'd rather have, you know, fresh ravioli that was freshly made by somebody. I mean, real ravioli made from scratch, not some machine or something. But the one thing I like to buy, because when I'm hungry, I can't think of something to eat. The one thing that I like to have in my freezer chest is a frozen ravioli. You could do so much with that. I love cheese ravioli. You kind of got me off topic here, but then again, what's the topic anyway? There never is a topic here. It's not like atopic dermatitis. My show is not atopic dermatitis. It's not really about any topics at all. It's just about life. We're living on the third rock from the sun. We're showing this freaking ball, this spear, if you will, spinning through space. The average person doesn't even think about their environment. Oh, I know I'm here. I mean, I'm here. I'm living my life. And did you ever figure out how you got here? No, not because your mother and father decided to get a little frisky, and there you are. But do you ever even question your existence, the existence of man, woman? Do you ever question the very planet that you actually live in? Most people don't. They don't. Did you get up in the morning? Oh, I got to go to work. Got to punch in the clock. You know, then the boss allows me, you know, a half-hour lunch. End of the day, I punch out, go home to my wife and kids. Honey, I'm home. Lucy, I'm home. Where's little Ricky? Babaloo, Babaloo. No, I'm not going crazy. This is reality, folks. This is reality radio here at its best. You know, well, it is, after all, the woke generation, right? So why don't I wake yous up? Wake me up before I go. I gotta have my cup of cocoa. Yeah, give me something good there, Mike. Give me real good. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Give it real good. Papa, you know, I gotta give a message to you. You need to lighten up, dude. You're just too wound up. You're too tense. Loosen up, man. Loosen up. It's okay. It's all good. You're still alive, you know. Thank your God and, you know, drape yourself with the American flag and all that stuff that makes you happy. You know, just attack life, man. Get out there and just do something, anything. I don't care what it is. You know? Pick a destination. And you're in America, for God's sakes. Well, there's wonderful places you can go to in America, but you don't leave your unmaintained home. I don't understand it. I just don't. Everybody is living under pretense, it seems. They got the better life than somebody else. Well, maybe they really don't. But why do they do that? Well, they're too embarrassed to show people how they really live. And some claim to have a lot of money, but maybe they don't. Maybe it's all this big facade. You ever think about that? We just take it for granted. Oh, yes, I got all this money. I'll do this, I'll do that. Maybe they do. Did they earn that money? Was it inherited? Or did they have any money at all? Or did they just make enough money to be able to get by and maybe make trips and things there and do some nice things? It's all nice. It's nice to travel, no problem. But how much could you really believe them? People say a lot of things on YouTube. Doesn't mean it's true. Ever hear that old saying? Well, it's not an old saying, but how some people are so absolutely gullible. Well, it must be true because I heard it on the internet. That gives reason to think it isn't true. Now with AI and all this shit going on, there's nothing true anymore out there. There's nothing. Some people say it's a great thing, AI. I guess it could have its applications, but seriously speaking, I mean, I'm old school. I want to see an article or something or a video or something on the internet that's, you know, real reportage. That people took a camera and they actually photographed what was on, you know, what your camera lens was seeing. Not some fucking AI and editing and all this shit, AIG, whatever the fuck it is. I'm technically challenged. But it's all coming to an end. Well, there are some things that are pretty obvious. Like, you know, somebody being attacked by an alligator the size of the Empire State Building or something. That's pretty obvious. It's not real, you know. It's just our society, the woke generation. I just don't believe they are awoken. They're not. I think everybody's living in their own fantasy world of what could have been, what should have been, but didn't turn out. So they got to build themselves up in their character, their whole, you know, they build up this whole iconic thing for their personality and their online personality, you know, and it's just one great lie. If you're lacking that much in character, I mean, and you have to build yourself up to be something that you're not. Okay, let me give you a crazy example. But it's a good example. Something that makes sense, it doesn't make sense. Ever hear like where women are kind of stuffing their bras? I know you're saying, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it's a good one. Women stuff their bras because they don't have big tits, right? Of course, you know, the mating thing, you know, procreation or whatever. You want a guy to be attracted to you sexually in every other way, right? So they stuff their bra. But did this woman, the same thing as a guy putting a sock down at his crotch to make like his dick is bigger. But did you ever think Did that woman ever think that, there's going to come a time you're going to become intimate with the guy? And you're actually going to have to remove your clothes? And he's going to be able to see whether you got big tits or not. It's just a quirkiness with people. It just makes no sense at all. Why are you going to stuff your bra or wear padding in your bra? That's the newest thing. They don't have to stuff tissue anymore. Now they got bras that are padded. What are you doing that for? The guy's going to see you later on down the line, right? If you got small tits, you got small tits. I've always said anything more than a mouthful is a waste, really. But keep it on my point here. The guy's going to see you in all your glory, that you don't have big tits after all. It might be a disappointment because maybe he likes a woman with big tits. And the clothes come off and you say, what the fuck? And he might be disappointed. You might lose the guy because maybe he likes women with big tits. But no. It's like clickbait on YouTube. That's what it is. It's baiting the guy to get him to be attracted to you. Why can't you just be yourself is what I say. Be yourself. I'm always myself on YouTube and outside of YouTube. I'm not going to try and pretend to be something that I am not. Hello, truth seeker. I am dating myself, right? I don't think women have stuffed their bras since night. I'm just saying, bro, go along with it. They have padded bras now, I know that. But yes, you can go back to the time when they were doing that before they had padded bras. I mean, cut me a little slack here, truth seeker. Cut me just a little bit of slack. I get it. Yes, I understand that. I even said that. If you listen to me carefully, which you're not, you need to learn to be more attentive. I did say that now they do have padded bras. Okay. Thank you. You're a little late on mentioning that, but if you listened carefully, I already said that. You're out of touch. You are dating yourself. Oh, dating me in time, okay. No, I did mention that. I always put in that little clue. I always added it in just as a backup. I know we're well beyond the stuffing their bras with toilet paper. Hey, let's not leave the men out of this too. I don't know if they come up with anything different these days, but men also used to maybe put a sock in their crotch to make it look they had a bigger dick. Well, it's the same goddamn thing. It's the same goddamn thing. If you have to take off your clothes in front of a woman, and you got a little mushroom, Papa, I don't like that one, she's gonna know it. So what good was stuffing that sock down there? Everything in the world is such fucking facades and pretense and everything. Why can't people just be real? Stop using filters on your girlfriends on YouTube, when you know they're not the most attractive people in the world. And you gotta use filters on it, or they do use it on themselves. Why don't you present yourself as you really are? All the filtering in the world is not going to change what you look like unless you want to have complete facial surgery. You are what you are. Why hide it? Nature already spoke, okay? The DNA already spoke, and whatever you look like today, that's what you look like. No makeup in the world, no filter in the world is going to change what you look like. Sorry. Truth Seeker says, American Graffiti, the movie about the 50s, had girls stuffing bras. Yeah, that's a good movie. I'd like to see that again, actually. I'd like to look it up and see if I could find that, actually. Also, did you see there was a bad fire, 30 Cottage Place in Mount Vernon, New York? I'm not really in touch with Mount Vernon, New York, although it's my birthplace. You seem to know that information, so I guess I'm very well researched. I guess you've been following me for a long time. Cottage Place. Yeah, I know there is a cottage place. Yeah, there is actually. Now, Cottage Place, I would think that would be some apartment buildings. And I think that would be outside the Hartley Park area, if I'm correct. But you would know more than me, right? Bad fire, 30 Cottage Place. And how do you know about Mount Vernon? Or he's just been following me a long time. Ed Savino. There's bad fires everywhere. See, I'm right. I know the place. Huh? See? My memory ain't that bad. Yes, it would be apartment buildings. It's probably around the Hartley Park area. And that's not far from what they call the Circle in Mount Vernon. Well, it's basically a turnaround, which is not right next to 300 Gramerton, which is a large apartment complex they turned into condos and now have gates around there and security guards. And 300 Gramerton was a multi-residence apartment building, many apartments. It was low income for the most part, had a lot of drug addicts living there, and they decided to clean up their act after years and years. And they call it the Circle. There never always was a circle there, but they put a turnaround over there. They call it the Circle, to help with traffic. Not that there was that much congestion in a little town like Mount Vernon, which is only, by the way, 4 square miles as far as size. Frank, just like everybody else has been following you and everybody else for years, that was all over your Facebook today. What was all over my Facebook? I don't even go to Facebook. My Facebook. I'm filming for stories that come out on Facebook, all these feeds that come out. I see that all the time. But I'm not even active on my own Facebook page. The only thing I use on there is Facebook Messenger. That's it. I don't really post anything on my Facebook page at all. Oh, it's not that important to me whether there's a fire in Mount Vernon. There's been many fires in Mount Vernon through the years. Yeah, Mount Vernon used to be known, they call it the City of Homes. What the fuck, they coined some other phrase now, what they call it, I forgot, City of Hope or something. There's no hope for Mount Vernon anymore. I think they call it the City of Hope. Hope for what? Did you survive a shooting or something? I don't know. It changed a lot. Sorry, I should have put it that way. The Mount Vernon fire was all over Facebook. Well, it must have been pretty big. A lot of these buildings are pretty old that they have around Mount Vernon, unless they've been renovated. It changed. Town changed. Something, in one hand, I like to go back, and I talked about this once. It'd be nice to walk the streets that I used to walk and growing up, and my parents have walked. But that would be a very sad experience for me, though, because I know what Mount Vernon used to look like when I was growing up there, It was a nice little town for the most part, located in Westchester County, which actually was the most affluent county in America, actually, Westchester County. Believe it or not. But yeah, it's changed so much that I think I would be sad looking at all these places. Even my old elementary school turned out to be some kind of a treatment center for badly behaved kids or something, or I don't know. It's just so many changes went on there. Now, the Circle was great in Mount Vernon, over there, that area that I talked about. they had Artuso's pastry shop right there. How could I forget that? And not too far from there was a fish store, sell frozen fish. Forgot the name of it. I was always fascinated with fish. Even though I didn't eat them, I was always fascinated with the ocean. I used to go in there just to look at the fish, the different kinds of fish that came from the ocean. I'd look at them and, wow, fascinated with that. But there used to be, I think it was Artuso's gelato. They had real cannolis and, oh my God, they had such fantastic pastries. Boy, if I could turn the clock back to that, Oh, something positive. Mike says there's 18 months till retirement. Oh, congratulations. 18 months, just stay alive. It kind of reminds you of people that, they want to take their part of their Social Security retirement. They want to wait till the highest payoff on that, like 67 or whatever. And not everybody lives to be 67. See, that's the problem. The smart people retire at 62. They might have raised that now too, but I know that they're changing. I think for 2026, they're changing it where the highest level is 67, you get the best benefit. But now it's going to be 67 years and 8 months, not 68 years. It's going to be 67 years and 8 months. I bet you didn't know that. Yeah. So what do you plan to do with your retirement? You going to move to the Philippines? Or is that out of the question now? Well, there's got to be a reason why you come on the Philippines genre. You must have an interest in the Philippines. So spit it out, Mike. Regurgitate a few syllables on that. Well, decision-making time. You're going to sell the farm? What are you going to do? You're going to venture out into the world? You're going to become a nomad or digital nomad or just be nomadic and, just fly to different places and experience the ambiance of a foreign culture. Isn't that nice, the freedom? Anything you want? Well, if you're well planned financially, yeah, you can do that stuff, I guess. I was never really well planned financially. As most aren't, really. But, if you got the financial backup to travel and spend time in different countries, that's great. That's wonderful. I envy you. No major changes on my mind, just live life if I get bored. Well, let me ask you. You obviously seem to have an interest in the Philippines, or else you wouldn't be commenting in this, my channel, which is, Philippines based. So what brings you to the Philippines genre, may I ask you? Spend time with your that's nice. I wish I could spend time with my grandchildren. I wish I could. That was taken away from me by a very selfish mother. I'd love to get to know my grandkids and see them get older and all that. I would love to do that. Can't. Nothing to do with, like I haven't had an effort, but you can't control what mama wants. The kids should never be involved. That's what I say. The kids should never be involved. Yeah, people do find the Philippines interesting, yeah. And despite, there's a lot of negativity about the Philippines, obviously, you hear it on, it's really based on everybody's experience. You couldn't get laid even if you tried to pay somebody. I mean, if it gets that bad, then you go to talk bad about the Philippines. Like Jim, his wife, Dexel, Dexo. I don't know where they come up with these names. Like Dong Bong or something like that. It's just really weird names. However, getting beyond the name thing, people have bad experiences, and well, as a result of that, they're always downing the Philippines for just about everything. Because it didn't work out for them there, you know. Mike says expats are interesting. Some of them are tragic. Others seem to have it together. Oh, there's a lot of expats that definitely have it together. You see, one of the things is whether you have a girlfriend or wife or anything out here, you know, whatever your situation is, sometimes the Asian thing does wear off on you. No, that's true. To a certain degree, it's kind of wore off on me a little bit, but not a lot. Not a lot, but it has. There is some aspects of living in Asia that, you know, I mean, you get used to it. You know, no matter where you go, there you are, and there's Asians everywhere. After all, it is the Philippines. What do you expect, you know? Expect a whole country of Nigerians. This is not Nigeria. This is the Philippines, obviously. That's what you're going to see every day, no matter where you go. Get used to it. If it bothers you for some reason, I don't know, go back to Western culture or whatever. But then again, you go back to Western culture, you got a whole potpourri of different ethnicities and all that stuff. So I don't know. Whatever pleases somebody. You know, but nobody's happy with everything in life. They're never happy with everything. You got to find fault with something, but it all has to do with projecting. It all has to do with their own circumstances in life. You know, they're having their own problems. They don't know how to deal with them. Especially haven't been laid in like centuries and shit. That's going to make you a bitter person. I would imagine it would. And I know somebody exactly that's simulcasting me right now that's living the dream, the dream of listening to my voice. It kind of freaks me out. It's kind of creepy when I think about it. It's kind of really creepy. This guy's sitting there masturbating to my voice or something like that. It's creepy. Believe me, it's creepy. As I see it. Not everybody has the best life in the world. There are always circumstances, as anything else. But you know what? I still believe that you got to try to make the best of your life. You might have disabilities. You might not be able to walk. You may have no arms or something. But the human spirit is what actually gets you by. And when you lose that spirit, that's when you die. It is tragic, isn't it? Oh, you talk about Mike Cason, for example. He seemed like a nice guy, but couldn't go back to USA to get treatment. Well, there's two sides to the story on that. They were all attacking him because he was getting good donations. He made a lot. Bless his soul. Why not? But, you see, some people don't want to choose to go back because, you know, maybe your wife can't go with you. Maybe she just doesn't have the visa credentials to go to the United States. And what if you died during an operation there? She couldn't go out there to see you. So, you know, there's a lot of reason in mind why people make that choice. Yeah, you got the Medicare, you know, absolutely. You got the Medicare. And it is a good idea that if you don't trust the medical system in the Philippines, you got that option. And it's good to know that but you don't actually have to go. You can go to Guam, and they got some pretty good health care there. But the same thing is, Guam is not an Asian country, and your wife, girlfriend, whatever, is not going to be able to go to Guam. It's a U.S. territory, but it's like considered the U.S. You're going to need a visa or something for a Filipino to get into Guam. I've only been to Guam because it was a stopover. I got to go outside of the airport. It was nighttime. There was nothing to see. But technically, I've been in Guam. Technically, I've been in Taiwan. Technically, I've been in Japan and other places. And they were, of course, you know, stopovers from a plane, but technically I have been there. Never got to explore. It was just a stopover, a layover, but I was there. I could say that. But no, I'm not world traveled. That's my only regret. But these days, I don't know. It seems like every fucking country is having some kind of turmoil. Something's going on. This doesn't even make you want to go to some of these countries. Civil wars, some kind of internal turmoil going on there. Economically, socially, whatever. Always something going on. You as an American could be a target in a lot of these countries. Theft, whatever. What you say is true, but still tragic for Mike. A good cardiologist in hospital can keep you alive. Well, you know, it's considerations I make too. I'm not getting any younger, and neither anybody else. I don't live near a good hospital out here. I already, you know, resigned myself to know that if I had a cardiac event, I may not make it because, you know, how long it would take to get me to Cebu to a good hospital. But these are the choices that you make, and you just hope that it doesn't happen, of course. But, you know, anything that could happen, will happen, you know. Even so, you could be in Cebu, and there's some really good hospitals, right? You could be living in Cebu City, right? Which, by the way, I don't got too much time on here to talk, but... And if traffic is heavy, you still might die. And you're right there in Cebu City. Or you might be in Manila. They have a great hospital there, one of the better ones. But, you know, Cebu's got some good hospitals. But the point is that because of the traffic, they don't really care. When you got heavy-duty traffic, you can't even get through that shit. People sometimes don't move, or they can't move, because you got, you know, traffic jam. He was a regular smoker for 40 years. Good health besides that. Well, there's lots of reasons why you're going to have heart problems, and a lot of it has to do with plaque, stuff like that, you know. Arteries get clogged up, and then they go in there, they do a roto-rooter on you, put a stent in there to open up your arteries, but then sometimes even that goes wrong. Some of your stents could break loose or something. I've heard of cases like that too, but you can't win all the time. But I think once you get a heart attack or something, it's in the cards that you will probably suffer yet another heart attack at some point. It's not 100% guaranteed you will, but generally, once you have a heart attack, I mean, you've already weakened your heart, and, you know, there might be some other events that happen as a result of that. Sad but true. It's a sign right there that, just like Mike's Philippine Adventures, whatever his name is, he's got something going on with his heart. But I think he's taking it a little bit too lightly. That's just my opinion on that, but I think he's taking it too lightly. He's not a very active man in any way. If you've seen Mike, well, then you'll know what I'm talking about. He's not exactly a very active person, does his shows sitting in his chair. You don't really see him going out, walking the streets, doing videos of whatever. Remember Mike, he had a heart attack and kept smoking. Well, if that ain't a wake-up call, it would be for me, that's for sure, you know. It is a very horrible habit, and it's very hard to quit. If anybody knows, it's me. But unlike Mike and other people, like I always say on my show, is that I at least do other things to benefit my body, like I'm doing as I'm speaking to you right now. A very magical tea that I make in the morning here. I'm cutting up my lemon now, or whatever you want to call this monstrous thing. It looks like a giant lime or whatever. Okay, hold on. Ouch. Damn, that was hot, this cup. If you don't want to do everything that's good for your body, my theory is at least try to do something else. It's going to keep you hanging in there for a while. But habits are terrible because even though you may love somebody to death and you don't want to cause grief in their life and die on them, well, everybody's going to die, but that's why it's called addiction, smoking, drinking, and you still wind up doing it. Unfortunately, it takes a wake-up call for most of us. True, sad but true. I regret the day I ever picked up a cigarette, I'll tell you that. I think about it every time I do smoke. Every single time that I ever light up, I say, what the fuck are you doing, man? That's how bad it could get. It's not good, obviously not. But we're not here to talk about smoking. But yeah, Mike, I don't know, I never had anything against Mike. I did not religiously listen to his show, just to let you know. But I know of him, I've seen his shows. Okay, I'm just almost done with making my magic elixir. I'll leave out the ginger this time. I'm just lazy. It's right in front of me, but I don't even feel like it. Okay, and here it is. Oh, what a memory I have. Hear that clicking sound? I remember that growing up. When I'd get up in the morning, I was still in bed as a kid. My parents would be up having their coffee, and this sound here, that's the first thing I'd hear. The second thing was I'd smell cigarette smoke, which followed the smell of the coffee. They went together, apparently. There you go. Oh, that's right. I am going to add some honey. Thanks for reminding me. I don't put honey in my tea every day, but today I will. But thanks for reminding me. Here we go. I got some organic honey here, raw and unfiltered. Thanks for reminding me. There you go. Huh? Kirkland, which is okay. There we go. Oh, all right. Not too much. Not too much. Not too much. There's a lot of natural goodness with honey. Did you know that they unearthed honey that was still intact, centuries old? Honey, can you imagine that? You took off all your videos again. I guess maybe I'm in the preparation stage of getting off again. It's the wind down. I think it's really a combination of things. Truth Seeker. Yeah, Kirkland brand. But I got to get ready to make a trip here pretty soon. I'll be on for just a little bit longer here. Oh, no, I'm back and forth on that shit. What is even a reason for building it up again, you know? This is trouble. YouTube is trouble for anybody who decides to have a YouTube show on there. You know, you got your exceptions, you know. Some people have very successful channels. They don't get hounded by trolls and stuff like that. But that's not the reason to get off. I mean, it's some consideration, but it's sometimes it just gets old. You know, you like to entertain yourself sometimes. Okay, what's going on YouTube? You go to some popular channels that you're used to listening to and all that, and then you find that, God, I can swear I just heard the same thing yesterday or the week before, It's just complete redundancy on here, and it gets boring after a while. It really does. It's the same players doing the same shit they do every time. Nothing seems to change on here. And I give kudos to people who've actually gotten off YouTube and said, fuck this shit. Even if they're making money. They said, I don't need this anymore. It's counterproductive to my life in one form or way. Chuchi, I say, almost never see a channel with trolls. I don't know where you've been. I follow a lot of channels and really never see any trolls. Well, it's according to what kind of channel it is. If you're a Filipino, I mean, especially a Filipina, that's a wonderful way to make money because there's so many Filipinos out here. And they all love to gossip and they all, you can do good. You can make that extra money to kind of help the family and stuff. If you got a good, even if you don't have a good show, you'll get followers. It works very well for Filipinos. Most of them get a lot of followers. To hear I talked about the other day, you got a new crazy guy that's on, not on the genre here, but he's called himself Pyjama Man. Another sicko that's kind of like a Vitali wannabe. He basically wears all different kinds of, I don't know, he's I don't know what he is. If he has some Asian in him or Hispanic, I don't know what the hell. I've seen his picture. Pyjama, Pyjama man. And he's trying to be like another Vitali with all these antics with people. He goes to concerts all over the world and events and political and everything else. He likes to jump on stage. He likes to go hug people on stage. Boy, talking about somebody with an attention disorder that needs the attention. But, you got all the copycats. Oh, we got copycats on here, don't we? But copycats where, Vitali done it and that other guy did it, and they made the millions of views. They were making good money. That's what it's all about. Now, there is a combination of elements involved here. Popularity to make money and just plain old fucking mental illness. Combination of both. I don't know what the balance is between the two, but there's definitely both in there. Oh, God, I even discussed that with Gilda. No, a new chat. They're going to find me no matter what, okay? Trolls are going to find you no matter what. It's not worth it. Hey, look, if I knew I could make 10 grand a month doing a show, I'm all for it. But that ain't never going to happen. That's delusional thinking. I was a contender. Could have been a contender. I certainly could have. I don't know where I'd be today if I didn't have all the problems with trolls in the past. You never know. No, I don't really need to do anything at this point, really. Except to enjoy my life. Social media is not the answer. I can't go along with all this shit with daily clickbait, putting sexy women on camera just to get views, going to the red light districts and photographing all the whores and shit. I just can't bring myself to do that. I'm not that desperate for subs and views, and I gotta subject myself on that low of a level. Just not gonna do it. I don't need that much attention, trust me. Could have happened if I always stayed with the original format. No matter what I did, I was attacked. They'll find a reason. They don't like your voice, they don't like your topic matter, they don't like the way you look or something, how you part your hair. I mean, there's always something, You got haters out there that hate for no reason at all. You give them a real reason, ask them, why do you hate this person so much? They're not going to give you an honest answer. It's kind of like, the cattle thing, they go along with the cattle. If it's good with the other cattle, it's good for them because they want to be part of this group of cattle. They want to be accepted in a group of people who maybe in their life they have not been accepted by their peers and so forth. You know, they want to be accepted. They want to join something that they think is bigger and better than anything they've had. And if they can get the attention, even if it's negative attention, it still works for them. It's all about attention. Talk about a lot of lonely people, all the lonely people. And boy, there's a lot of lonely YouTubers out there, man. And we know that as a fact. And that's what drives them to get this attention. Because negative attention is still attention, man, no matter how you look at it. Look at Popeye, how lonely he is. He's simulcasting me as we speak right now. I mean, what does that tell you? He's extraordinarily lonely. You know, you could almost feel sad for the guy, but I mean, I don't. But you could almost feel sad for the guy living the life he does. That's horrible. I don't have to come on here. I come on here by choice, but I'm not looking for this attention. I'm not an attention whore. I could care less what people think about me or if they take my advice or whatever. I just go on, do a show, and I spurt out a whole bunch of stuff, and, you know, it's like throwing spaghetti on a wall, see if it sticks, you know. That's all YouTube is. Throw some against a wall and see if it sticks or slides down. It's going to do one or the other. But why latch onto you instead of the other 1,000 channels? Why Because I have something to say. That's why. Because I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind and what's the truth. You call yourself truth seeker. Well, that's who I am. Borrow your name for a second. I seek the truth. I speak the truth, more likely than seeking it. I speak the truth because I have absolutely nothing to hide. Some people say, Frank, you get really personal. Well, I'm a very personal person. If I got nothing to hide, then, you know, I would have ran away from YouTube, a long time ago. If I had done the things that I was accused of doing, I would have been off YouTube from the inception of it. I would have been gone. But since I've never done any of these alleged things, I have nothing to hide. I'm not going to crawl under a rock. I don't know. YouTube was exciting in its early stages, I think. Well, not everybody and their grandmother had a YouTube show or something. It was exciting back then. As I said, I used to listen to a couple of channels. Some of them turned out to be creeps, like Rike. But I used to listen to Rike and what he had to say about the Philippines as well before I ever moved out here. And some other channels. There was also Postcards from Cebu. I used to listen to him. His wife Vivian died many years ago, Filipina. He's living back in the States. I used to listen to him. I'm trying to think of who else I used to listen to, but going way back, way back. If you could do it over, would you have been as open? Yeah. I was always open, even in the beginning. If you got nothing to hide, don't hide it. Just know your limitations on what you want to talk about because people take notes. Like Stalker Breavis. Breavis and some others have been following me since the first time I've ever been on YouTube. Taking notes, videos, and I was stalked by him. So I gotta watch out. There's some real freakazoids out here, man. God, play Misty for me, you know what I mean? I'm your biggest fan. Oh God, when I heard that. Do 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 do. Scary dude. I don't mean physically. The guy is just out there, not coming back, out in left field, not coming in for the ball. You gotta be careful on here. People may say words and call you things and shit, but you don't know what they're capable of. You really don't know. Some people, they don't take very well to rejection, and that's kind of what happened with Brevis, and that's kind of what happened with Barry, to be honest with you, and I talked about that. I rejected their friendship. They weren't the type of people I wanted to involve myself with, and I don't like to involve myself personally with anybody from YouTube, to be honest with you. I don't hang around with a bunch of foreigners. It's not my intent to do so. But people like this, it's like, right from the get-go, it's like, uh-oh, holy shit, what's this all about? What the fuck? Seriously? Nah, you got to make that conscious decision. You got to make that decision and use your instinct and say, no, this is trouble. And I was right. After all. They are trouble. They still are. Barry's behind bars. He's still trying to cause trouble. I mean, some people just never learn. Or they're brain dead or something malfunctioning, drugs or something, alcohol, I don't know what. But fucking A, man, It's pretty intense. Some of the people are pretty intense. Stalkers all over social media. We're not just talking, YouTube. They're all over, just stalkers. Some guy might be infatuated with somebody's woman or something. I think that's going on along with my situation too, I think. Popeye and other people, they adore my girlfriend. Don't mind what they say. They'll call her horse. They'll have 1,000 names for her, but they only wish they had what I had. That's part of it. It's not all of it, but that's all part of it. Tesla or Edison, your morning show is iconic. All these new names I'm seeing here, people that listen to me that I don't even know about. You should always introduce yourself if you listen to my show. But, as I said, we might be coming to a conclusion after this show here. I got about another 20 minutes. I got to make a trip to the big city. The big city. The big city. Got to get out of my cocoon here. Take care of some unfinished business and other things too, besides that. Yeah, iconic, but you don't see 100,000 subs here, do you? Well, like I said, I don't promote my channel. It's word of mouth or accident. People come here or whatever. But, meta tags, all that shit, so people could find me and all that. I don't do any of that shit. No, I don't care. I have a relatively small audience. Well, not relatively. I have a small audience. It's okay. It's more personal. Mike says, I think some people in general crave drama. They have had drama their whole life, and when there is no drama in their life, they seek it out. Exactly. I mean, look at Popeye. Perfect example of nothing, someone with a guy that's getting old and has nothing going on in his life at all. He'll say, I don't talk about my personal life. Well, that's probably because there's nothing in his life to talk about. Because if your life is so exciting, you'd come on and do a show and talk about your life. You don't have to get too personal. Oh, I went on this trip, or I did this, or hey, I went out with my friends for a beer. He doesn't do any of that shit. Because he doesn't do any of that shit, because he can't talk about it, because there's nothing to talk about. My show is basically poetic license is what it is. It's poetic license. I will talk about what I feel I need to talk about, within limits, of course. But I don't hold back the truth. And again, I base my truth. If I'm talking about another YouTuber, it's what I have seen, it's what I have heard, and that's the difference between me and the trolls. They come up with a lot of bullshit lies and hearsay, try to label you as this, allege that, but is it truthful? No. But it gives them something to talk about, create drama, create havoc for the person if they can, and that's the whole purpose. And they get off on that, literally get off. I don't think it's figuratively. Jasper, God, he's still on, huh? My God, I'm surprised somebody didn't off him by now. Literally, not figuratively. I'm surprised. What a creep that guy is, man. What a creep. But it takes creeps to make a good show, to get those subs, because there's a lot of creepy people out there that are seeking out other creepy people. I don't know if it makes any reference that I'm living in the Philippines or not, but there are many people with my name out there. Not that many, but there is. You might get confused. You could always ask, are you the guy on YouTube or whatever? Blah, blah, blah. You'll see. You'll see. Okay. Alrighty. Tesla, Edison. Oh, Tesla or Edison. Okay, got to say it right. Both a couple of geniuses. Okay, it's that time. I got to go. Where am I at now? Like the song, do I stay or do I go? Da, 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 da. Only I would really know. It's a back and forth battle, my friends. It's a back and forth battle. I hate to say that I'm getting off YouTube and then I come back on. It just happens. Right, Robert in Florida? Popeye? Popeye's always popping back on, but only when I'm on because he has nothing else to live for. I do got other things to live for besides coming on YouTube. If I didn't get some form of pleasure from it at all, I'd never go on at all, I guarantee it. But there's always too much trouble on social media. And it's not even that. It's just I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary. Oh boy, I'm a songbird, what can I tell you? Let it be. Sometimes you just gotta let it be. It can be hard. Hey, look, if I succeeded being off here recently for 3 whole months and it didn't bother me, I could do it again. Why don't I just put it honestly and say that after this show, it's better you just tell the truth. That there is a better than good chance I will not be posting for a while, or that I will not be posting at all, and just be that proverbial fly on the wall, which I had more enjoyment of, to be honest with you. Just watching the masses of people here, hysteric people with hysteria just attacking each other. No, I don't like to listen to that shit, but it is free entertainment. I'd rather see them attacking each other than me. I think you know what I mean. But Popeye has to do his monologue right now, so on me. So let's let Popeye do his monologue. There's not much you can say on this show, really, because I've been all over the planet with stuff. And, he'd have to come up with a lot of material to talk about. He's not capable of handling my longer shows, for one. But he'll always bring up something from the past. And as I said, man, there's a lot of mental illness on YouTube, man. And we could pick them out. We could point them out right away. We all know who they are. I could mention somebody's name on here, and they know exactly who I'm talking about and why. It's not something they have to think about. They already know that these people are lacking something in their life, brains, for one, that they're extremely or extraordinary lonely people. All the lonely people. And there's a lot of lonely people out there. They could even be in a relationship and still be fucking lonely as hell. And that's why they're so bitter, like Popeye, whose name is Robert Clausen, by the way, who lives in Florida. Yeah, Robert Clausen. He's an aging, I'd say gentleman, but he's not a gentleman in any form or way. But he gets his rocks off, literally and figuratively, from attacking people on YouTube. I don't think he does it on Facebook or anything like that. I think he just concentrates on YouTube, where he was part of a hate club on here, a very popular hate club. And he just continued that for years to come. Hasn't dated a woman in, I'm not exaggerating, decades. Hasn't gotten laid in decades. Very decadent man. Sad, lonely, pathetic. I think when your life gets to be something like that, go swallow a bunch of your own fucking prescriptions. End it all. End it all, I say. Just end it all. He says a lot of terrible things. How I treat my daughter, because we don't talk. Yeah. Take a gander at that. That's a loving father with his infant daughter in his hands. That's a picture of me back in the day. That's my daughter, who doesn't even talk to me. I raised her practically on my own since she was 5 years old. I look like an Italian? You know I do. Look at that schnozzola. Look at that hair too, man. My lovely daughter. My beautiful little girl. You can't control everything in somebody's life, you know. You can't do that. You can't force people to be in your life. Everybody's got their own psychology. Psychopathy. Some things you can control, and there's some things that you just can't. With that being said, I gotta go. Gotta go to lovely Cebu. Take care of some important shit. And recreate one way or the other. Some good food that I've been dying for. Although some of it might kill me, some of the things that I have a yearning for. But I'm gonna go way out. I'm going way out this time. I got a special Mexican restaurant. I got a special Italian restaurant. Oh yeah. And I'm going to eat. And eat and eat and eat. See some of the family members out here. See my girlfriend's mom. We're pretty tight. She may forget people, but she never forgets me. I guess I'm unforgettable. Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. And I am that. I am unforgettable, but in a good way. See, Popeye, there are people that like me out there, and I know it bothers you because nobody really likes you. There's nothing special about your voice, about your personality. Your topic matter is just redundant. You use the same old fucking videos to depict me as being this villain. Get a fucking life is all I say, man. Do all the fucking monologues or soliloquies that you want to do, but it ain't going to change you. There's nothing that will ever change about you at your age, and that's pretty sad. Too sad, too bad. As far as me being on again, why don't we play it by ear? How's that for honesty? How's that? As Popeye likes to say, after he finishes my simulcast, well, there you go. No, well, there you go, sir. Imagine that. I'm a New York City boy after all. After looking at my baptismal certificate, I always assumed that I was born in Mount Vernon, New York in Westchester County, but that would not be correct. Looking at my baptismal certificate, although I was raised in Mount Vernon, I was born in the Bronx. And my baptismal Record says White Plains Road. This is very strange. I am indeed a New York City boy. How about that? Oops, I'm home. What happened? What happened? That and more coming up. Sorry, Papa, you missed this one here. It's a little bit late, but I'm sure you're probably still up, or the alarms went off in your house or something, but here I am. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Well, I'll tell you what happened in a minute. And more. Well, last minute decision to not make the trip because the inclement weather that was predicted in the Philippines area of responsibility, of course, didn't have to deal with flooding and any potential things that would happen in Cebu and not be able to get back on a ferry. $10. Not following you. Well, somebody's happy to see me on. Must be Popeye. I see hearts floating out there. Yeah, well, I'm still indecisive on my continuation on YouTube, but here I am. No excuses. Okay, Emily and Archie. 16. What happens? Just jumped up to 16 people. Oi! So actually, I was planning to make a trip to Cebu. Not that you have to know everything that goes on in my life, but had a little business to attend to. But basically, the inclement weather. It's quite breezy, windy over here. It did rain last night, and the fact that it's supposed to have rained heavy, I don't know if it did. Rain heavy in Cebu, the potential flooding, and so forth, and the potential that we wouldn't be able to get back on the ferries. Well, that kind of put a damper on my plans. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Emily and Archie. But anyway, it is what it is. Another day. If the weather is okay tomorrow, might be a different story. We'll play that trombone tomorrow. It's okay to steal little lines from people now and then. As long as you're not stealing their girlfriends or wives. It's fun to watch the interplay, with these vloggers who are married and have a kid, things like that. What's his name? He's the Estonian guy. I never really remember the name of his channel, but he's got a nice girl, nice wife, whatever, a kid and all that. He's the guy that, gets into accidents a lot because he's always got his stretched out selfie stick in the car, in which he wrecked the truck already and bought another car, small car, and he's still doing. He hasn't learned his lesson until
until he kills himself or his wife and his kid, you know, he's an accident waiting to happen. Hey, Viking. Yeah, yeah. Well, we didn't want to take the chance, and then we had heard something that maybe the ferry wasn't running, and I think that still goes, but it's okay because, you know, we didn't go anywhere today. I didn't want to take the chance if there's going to be more flooding in Cebu and all that stuff. I didn't want to deal with it. So, henceforth, here I am. I'm home. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I was talking about this one guy. You know, I'm talking about the Estonian guy. So I've never seen a relationship like that where his wife, and I guess maybe she's just, you know, a lot of gratitude that he's always buying her gifts. And, you know, Filipinos are very jealous people. This is just kind of a statement of, or kind of opinion of something, or something that I've noticed, I found interesting, where this Estonian guy has this freedom to go out. He'll hang around women, he'll oogle at them, he'll, you know, go out and do things with them together. And he's got a wife and kid at home. Amazing. 24 people. Now, in his latest adventures, you know, there's this same girl who he likes to hang with now and then, who's like 24 years old or something like that. And they went to his favorite area with some, I don't know, hot springs or whatever it is there. And she's over there walking around, no slippers or nothing. And she's got this kind of a string type bikini on, you know, revealing her, well, fat ass, actually. Other than her big ass, you know, she's not that bad. She's not that bad looking either, actually. And he's always teasing and kind of testing to see if that woman will go with him and have sex with him. He'll ask the questions, you know, would you consider dating older guys? He just comes right out with it. But meanwhile, his wife is watching all this shit too, you know. Okay, keep that in mind. Yeah. How interesting is this, you know? And she says, no, I only date men up to 38. She claims to be 28. I don't know. She's over there walking around in this very, I mean, she could have, you know, wore a more conservative type of bathing suit. And for a girl that's not interested in a man his age, she's sure doing a lot to entice this guy, okay? And she also gets jealous when he talks about other women or his wife or whatever. So is this a normal thing for Filipinas? Well, there is jealousy in Filipinas, that's for sure. But I truly believe that she's just kind of doing her best to kind of entice him. So that's kind of fun to watch. That's kind of fun to watch. But then you're thinking to yourself, okay, what kind of a relationship does he have with his wife? Does she let him do anything he wants to do because he makes he's making some good money on his YouTube? Or maybe the thought that maybe, hey, I'm happy. You're always bringing me gifts and stuff. You know, whatever it takes to make the money. Maybe she's cooperative with him in that way. Maybe that's their relationship, you know. Just take care of me. I don't care what you do. Just don't let me know about it. But if I see you do something really terrible on the video, I'm going to talk to you about it, perhaps. But which really leads to the point that already, you know, they're jealous, Filipinos. What Filipino wife is going to say it's okay to go hang around with a young Filipina, go out and do things together? I'm not saying that a man can have a friend. This is not America, but even so, but especially with the jealousy in the Philippines, that she's going to allow her husband to go out and hang around with this scantily clad, and I repeat, scantily clad Filipina. Something don't measure up here, you know, because that's not the norm. That's not the norm. And that's not the usual Filipina. Or does he do this purposely to get viewers? He says to his wife, look, you know, I put some honeys, besides you, baby, you know, to his wife, on camera. We're going to get more views. That means more money for us. It means I could buy more presents for you. Oh, some people are smart enough to figure out how to grab their audience through trial and effort, or just copying other people on what they do. But it's kind of interesting to watch. I mean, that girl was definitely scantily clad. I mean, half her tits are hanging out. She's got like I don't know, what do you call that? Almost like I don't know, tongue bathing suit, basically a string going up her butt. Her ass is mostly exposed. And walking around in the jungle like Jane and Tarzan. She didn't wear any slippers. Scantily clad. He's in the hot springs with her. And you mean to tell me that his wife is just cheering this on? Yeah, Jim, good. That'll make for good viewing, more subs. Maybe we'll get more money. Good morning. Maybe we'll get more money. It's amazing what people do to get viewers on here. Oh, then there's some videos out there, more and more videos. I'm hearing of foreigners that are getting scammed and ripped off, and the beat just goes on and on and on. There's another guy who, where is he from? Scandinavia somewhere. He had to get the services of Rafi Tufo. He came here back and forth, with no ongoing money. He worked odd jobs and mechanics and to make his money, saved it up, and make his trips to the Philippines. Came originally with about 1.1 million pesos, got ripped off from a woman and all this stuff, and he went home to lick his wounds, made a little money, came back this time with about 500,000 pesos. Same thing happened. Then he even came back. He didn't learn. He was down to his last 100,000 pesos. 100,000 pesos. It got to the point, I don't know, he couldn't even get back to his country. What was he? I don't know, he wasn't Norwegian, but he was, I don't know, some Scandinavian background, I'm thinking. It had to get the help of Rafi Tufo, so Rafi Tufo was willing to, and he wanted to be an overstayer. That's it. He wanted to be an overstayer for 8 months. And Rafi's going to pay the overstay fees. His staff is going to accompany him to the immigration office and get him all straightened out and send him on his way home. Well, the theory from a lot of the people who commented on that piece I was watching is that he'll get a little more money together. He'll wind up right back in the Philippines again to do it all over again. To some people, it's desperation. To some people, it's a sickness that they don't learn. Hi, Frogman. What about Snotty Boy? 30,000 views in 1 hour, sitting in Angela's filming. Well, he knows how to do it. If you don't understand by now, you never will. Okay? Putting women on camera is what gets you views. Some people are planning to come to Walking Street to get laid or something. Scotty knows this, although he's a doofus. And what's with his hair? Like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It all fluffs back to one side. The guy looks like a caricature of something in a cartoon. I don't know if you've noticed that. And what is he, like his late 40s at least, 48? He's got to be that. His hair needs a little bit of work. His brain needs a little bit of work. And talk about immature. I mean, come on, guys. Hanging around, pointing your camera at people that maybe don't want. In fact, I remember that lady boy that approached him and told him, I don't want to be on camera. So that was kind of a, I don't know, kind of a proverbial smack in the face for him. He doesn't learn. He'll continue to do the same thing because Scotty depends on the money he makes on YouTube, as many do. And Scotty would not be able to make these trips. And he don't spend any money. He doesn't really eat big meals or anything like that to conserve his money. And he stays in
crappy places, mostly like, backpacker hotels and shit like that. So, I mean, is he living the life? I don't know. I guess you'd have to find what living the life is. He's just a nomad, not even a digital mode. He's just a nomad. He can't get and keep a woman if he wanted to. That's pretty common on here. No, he couldn't. He couldn't. Not even if he tried. I mean, he tries, I'm sure, but it's the guy's quirky, creepy personality that keeps him from having any woman that's actually interested in him. And the same thing goes like with Ricky and people like that. They'll never get a real woman. It's not involved in money. It's just like Jay, who claims oh yeah, I got 3 women here in Bali and all that other shit, and he ain't got shit. Oh, he'll get women to hang around him, buy him drinks, just like Kevin did and what Ricky does. He might even get laid. He might even get laid if the money's good enough. But Jay claims that he's never paid for his sex, and I laughed, literally laughed when I heard that. Coming from that guy, there's no woman in the world interested in that guy, not even for money. And she'd have to be awfully desperate to do the deed with this guy. He's creepy, probably has smelly breath between his 3 packs a day and his alcohol, and probably not brushing, and the sweat from his hairy chest. You'd have to pay some chick a lot of money for her to go spend a night or an hour with somebody like him. That's why they're alone. And they travel around. It's like, the nomads in history used to travel around instead of, practicing animal husbandry and things like, getting their crops, planting crops for permanent food instead of like meandering around the countryside from one place to place. They decided the smartest thing was to settle in and, have their animals for beef and whatnot, and goats and whatnot, and grow their crops. But what the nomads did, that they would stay a little while to plant crops and stuff. They wouldn't till the soil. Anyway, the soil turned to dust. There wasn't enough nutrients. It didn't produce any more crops, so they move on. Then they finally woke up, like Jay needs to wake up. They finally woke up and they settled down in one area. They made their own housing. It developed into settlements. They, animal husbandry, all that, if you don't know what that is. They decided to, cultivate the animals for food and for other needs, and plant crops. They learned how to, till the soil and replenish it with the old crops, which basically break down into other organic material, and therefore you can get crops every year or every season, whatever, and you could continue the process of doing that. But that's what nomads did. But a lot of these people are like nomads, and not digital nomads. I mean, they're not working from the country or anything like that I'm aware of. Although didn't Scotty say he was teaching English or something? I don't know at one point. I don't know. But anyway, the show's not about Scotty, but I'm glad you brought it up or mentioned him, because yeah, I did want to make comment on that, because I have always noticed his pattern, as I well notice other people's patterns on how they actually keep their show afloat. And most of these people can't afford to go back to America, whatever their country is, because even, I was even reading something, even in New York, the restaurants and hotels are losing business. People are afraid of the economy. If you don't think it's tanking, then I guess you haven't been following the news, or you're just brain dead. It's not just the Philippines, it's all over. Yeah, they got to pay their employees, and now the restaurant workers, for example, in New York, which I believe it was, are going to be paid actually $2 more an hour. And that's going to affect the business. It simply means that you're caught in a catch-22, and it's a catch-22 because, okay, the economy's tanking, they're not getting business, but they still need employees to try to run their business. But although they're losing money, now they got to pay $2 an hour more to the restaurant workers, which is going to drain their pockets even more in a bad economy. And they could wind up folding, okay? But then when they fold, of course, the restaurant workers are out of a job,
And anyways, it's kind of a cataclysmic effect, a domino effect, if you will. Oh, you're not going to stop any of these people unless a fucking jeepney or bus hits them or something. That's the only way you're going to get rid of them when they get a disease or something. Of course, I don't wish that on them, but, let Mother Nature take its place like it has with a lot of vloggers on here so far. The list is getting bigger and bigger. And I predict there's more to come for good reasons and valid reasons why. And, you probably know it and I know it too. So no need to go into that. Anyways, it could be a short show. I actually wasn't even planning to come on at all. At all. It's just a little bit disappointed today. I couldn't make my trip. It's not a bad day. It's nice and windy here today. Beautiful temperature. We had a little rain early in the morning or overnight or something. Overnight. It's really nice. Nice breeze. No complaints. In fact, actually, it'd be a good morning to go for a fucking walk on the beach or something. Might be a little interesting wave action or something, or barely around here. You don't get big wave action unless there's a huge storm, but I might decide to do that. It doesn't look like it's going to rain, so that's pretty good. There's true people in the States make $20 an hour working at McDonald's. I haven't kept up with it, but they're making a lot. But it all gets counterbalanced, It's just the scale is just not even. It's not balanced. Because everything else in your life goes up, and even though you're making $20 an hour. I mean, if Filipinos can make that kind of money over here, they'd be considered wealthy. $20 an hour for an 8-hour day. That's $160 a day. That's pretty good money for a Filipino. That's never going to happen here, unfortunately, for them. That's why they go overseas to work. But they're also taking advantage, too. Just because they go overseas to work does not mean that they're making the big money. No. They know they're Filipinos and they work for cheap. Like the Mexicans were always hired in the United States, especially the illegals. Either accept what salary I'm going to give you or I'm going to send you back to Mexico. Well, what's the choice? They're going to work for the guy just to make some money and not get sent back to Mexico. It's the way it works. They do that with Filipinos too. They take advantage of them overseas. They don't make the big money. But if they work in America, they're going to have to get American wages, though, if they had an overseas job, which is still better. But then again, okay, it just gets worse and worse. They have to have housing, especially while you're going to work in New York. Really? I mean, no. Hey, let me tell you something. I have a friend of mine who lives in a brownstone. This brownstone was built in like 1850 or something. A lot of these brownstones are. Okay, it's a studio. It's like 18-foot ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows. And he's in a rent-controlled apartment, brownstone. Of course, I've been there many times. He's on rent control, and he doesn't pay much money at all. The rent normally for that studio type of brownstone apartment could range up to $5,000 to $5,500 a month just for that. Because it's actually located in a more desirable area called Gramercy Park, where a lot of rich people live. Gramercy Park. And he will not get out of it. He's probably been in there for 50 years. I think 72 or something. If you got into a rent control, it was offered at that time around 72, and he's been in there since, so he qualified. When he dies, though, unless he has a relative that's going to take it over, it just goes back to the owner. The owner would love to see him die or get out of there. In fact, actually, owners try to pay off these renters big money. We're talking about $100,000 plus just to move. But they're not going to budge from that because you can't afford anything in Manhattan, certainly not in Gramercy Park. Oh, there's 75 an hour driving a bulldozer. No, he's smart, but he's in his 80s now. And I don't know what his health is right now. I haven't been too much in touch with him. Of course, I don't know, the direct emails or communication has been changed. I don't know. I got to get them through a certain way. I have to get a hold of him because I had him on my Skype thing, but then they discontinued Skype or something. It's something else now, but I don't know. I didn't want to get into it, but yeah, you can't believe me. Brownstones have been around. Of course, they renovated through the years. I mean, and interesting enough, there's a tortoise that just died that was 140 years old, 141 years old. And they were talking about what this turtle lived through. New York City was just a city just 100 years prior to that. And that this turtle lived through different revolutions and periods of wartime and so forth, 141 years old. Yeah, tortoises, they could live a very long time if they're taken care of. Such as old buildings, and there's still very old buildings in New York that are still there. Do you know that they built, I'm changing subjects here, but there's a house I think is still there. I forgot which street it's on. I haven't personally seen it, only pictures. It's a house that the owner did not want to move. There are 2 skyscrapers on either side of that house. It's just an old house. And I don't know the present circumstance with that, because I didn't see this story from maybe 10 years ago. But they refused to be one of the people to get bought out for the property so they could build these buildings. Instead, the builders built the buildings right around the house. Right around the house. They didn't want to give in. They could have made a lot of money. But they said, no, I'm not for the development. This is my home. I'm not going to go anywhere. Right on for them, right? Yeah, but it goes to some other thing. I don't know. I've always had Skype. Oh, God, my first job, yeah, it wasn't a lot of money. But you're living in a different time. So that $3 an hour may not have been bad, and it could have sustained you. But, even $20 an hour now is not a lot of money. When I left off the job I had in Seattle with the Parks Department, I left off at basically something like $17.31 an hour, somewhere around there. Not exact, but it was 17 something. And that, that was actually half decent money if you're somebody who had a house or was going to make payments or to survive on, according to your lifestyle, like anything else. But yeah, now, I mean, $17 an hour, even for a single person living in America, unless you want to live in Arkansas or some God forbidden place, in the Ozarks or some shit like that, you do very well. But most people live in the Ozarks don't work anyway. They're all on welfare, and people in Alabama are all on welfare. We have an in-house expert on that, but unfortunately he's not around to tell his story. Viber and WhatsApp, huh? Okay. I used to have WhatsApp. I don't anymore. We're not going to be on much longer. We're not making a big habit of this and these long shows and all that crap. I just thought I'd peek on, because there is actually a couple things I got to do this morning instead of my trip. And we might just, may try tomorrow. We may try tomorrow. And here's a good one here too, guys. I want you to listen to this. Somebody is really trying to keep track of even my girlfriend, by her Facebook page and all that stuff, right? Now, here's the story. They posted, and I forgot who did, but they posted showing that my girlfriend was selling an air conditioner. No, we don't own the air conditioner. Well, we do now. But her daughter had this air conditioner. It was only a year old. It was like brand new. They didn't use it that much. And when they did use it, they cleaned it out. It's just excellent shape. It's just a small one for a tiny room. So my girlfriend found 3 different buyers for the air conditioner. But when she was brought over, I said, no, that's nice. Maybe we use it for that small room, in which we are going to install it today. But somebody went on Facebook, I think it was Frank Battaglia Replay or Frank Battaglia something, whatever channel, whatever. and they show a picture of the air conditioner as if to say that we're so broke that we're selling our air conditioners or something. No, we're actually adding to our air conditioners. This is going to be an extra air conditioner for the small room. But they post this kind of shit all the time. Supposedly we're selling our house, which we're not selling our house. We're not getting rid of things in the house and cleaning out the house to make money to survive and all that great stuff that they post on there. Oh, it was on replay, right? Someone wanted to buy it for Bummer. That's a good one. I like that. Hey, Mikey, I like it. Okay. No, we decided to keep the air conditioner. It's pretty cold for a little air conditioner. I mean, we just turned it on in the dining room just to see what kind of air was blasting out of there. It's pretty good. So anyway, we got some mounting brackets, and we were ready. I mean, the job is almost done without even being done. In that little room, it's a very small room, and her kids use when they come over sometimes. It already has an opening in the wall. It's just blocked off on the outside by a piece of painted plywood, whatever. And all we got to do is knock the plywood out, and it's the exact size, almost the exact size for this air conditioner, for its size. Mount that puppy in, and outside, some mounting brackets into to stabilize it. Et voila, it may be a little insulation around the edge or something, and there you go. And we're buying it off his daughter for rather cheap, too. It's like brand fucking new. No name brand or anything like that, but it works really well. When you have guests and stuff like that, if it's extremely hot, you got to show a little courtesy to them and, at least have a powerful fan. And if you have an air conditioner, just say, yeah, use it. You don't worry about your electric bill. Let your guests or family members be comfortable. Don't cheap out, Yeah, I saw that on the replay. I said, hey, Gilda, take a look at this, No, Gilda wasn't selling our air conditioners. No, she wound up buying it from her daughter. Well, by my request anyway. I said, no, let's just buy it. Never mind finding buyers for your daughter. They brought it all the way back from Cebu to sell it. Her daughter came over with her boyfriend. Well, her daughter's been here, but now her boyfriend came over. And he came over with the air. I said, you carried this fuck all the way from Cebu? Well, they got porters and stuff like that, It was not a hassle. But I said, well, let me take a look at it. Oh, that's sweet. I said, fuck that. Don't try to find a buyer for her. We'll buy it. We'll put that in the small room. Anyway, that's my show. I'm not going to say anything about me coming on or off. I'm just going to shut up. Period. That's it. There's nothing to say. All I can say, nothing radically going on, but there's some things I had to do while I need to go to Cebu. They're very important and very maybe good. And maybe do some shopping or something, which I need to do if I have time to go to SNR. So there is some supplies I do need. I can't get here. I just can't get here, man. Just can't. Don't get me wrong, going on a diet of food locally is not really unhealthy. I mean, unless you're going to be buying fried foods, but I eat a lot of produce and fruit and stuff, and I need a little red meat. I could get a little red meat here. I could even get some frozen ribeye steaks locally here. I can get that stuff. So unless you just want to buy a lot of frozen foods, which I like to buy, like frozen broccoli, which I can get in Bantayan. They sell the frozen broccoli. We bought 2 or 3 bags of that recently. I can get certain main things I want here, but being really frivolous and funky and, and just going way out, obviously SNR offers a lot of different types of frozen foods. I would love to get some frozen cheese ravioli. I would love that. I would buy probably 4 bags of that. More blueberries. I'm out of blueberries, God forbid. Things like that. Just things that I couldn't get here. Okay. Even certain types of cereal. I do eat cereal now and then, but it has to be a specific type of cereal. What else? I don't know. There's odds and ends that we get at SNR. Oh, that special butter type stuff we buy. It's that is basically made of olive oil. I want to get a bunch of that. All right, that's all I have to say. Nothing more to say. We talked a little about some YouTubing stuff, some YouTubers, the craziness, the nonsense, the idiots, the morons, and so forth. And, you know, we could talk about that all day fucking long, but I'm not going to do a 2-3 hour show. That's it. I'm lucky I'm even on here today. But we didn't go today because of the potential inclement weather in the Philippines. Stay tuned. We will be with you shortly. Okay, well, it's not probably the most ideal time to be on here at all. Actually, according to the numbers here, I got one viewing. But that's pretty typical anyway here. Oh, I didn't know if I should continue with my topic matter. We still might be going, take the next to last ferry out of here. The weather is pretty good, actually. I think they might be running the ferries, so it's a wait and see, and it's going to be a last minute decision. Continue. Oh, so that's Anthony. Okay, levels. Well, what do we say about levels? And how does it pertain to the YouTube and life outside of YouTube? Well, actually, partially YouTube. YouTube, well, you know, levels of insanity, levels of aggressiveness, levels of, you know, being very cognitive, levels of how much of an asshole you might be. But then when you move beyond that, here's something very interesting. Sabu, lovely Sabu. Now, one of the biggest scams that really is going on right here on YouTube that you don't even think is a scam, but it's a total scam. Do you know, now Kramer said on Seinfeld, he says, Jerry, the answer is levels, levels. Nobody knows what Kramer's talking about. He's in his own world. So are other people. What they do, join our membership and you'll get perks. Are they giving out gift packages or something? What's the perks? But while you're at it, I do have some t-shirts and mugs for sale with the name of my show. Smart, very smart, right? But here's where people fall for this shit. So again, levels, different tiers, T-I-E-R-S, not tears from your eyes. So you say, well, for $19.95, oh, we're going to give you so much if you get the top tier level. People wondering, okay, well, you know, what comes with that? A piece of Aunt Bee's, you know, apple pie? What do you get for $19.95? Then there's the lower tiers. You got 1, sometimes all the way up to 6. Okay, so somebody thinks, oh, gee, man, I'm going to find out a lot more stuff if I go to that $19.95 or even join a membership at all. I'm going to hear things I haven't heard before. But the fact is, on this membership crap, it's the same shit that they talk about without a membership. But, you know, you want to be part of the club. I want to join. I want to have a membership. I want to be in good standings with this vlogger. So I'm going to waste my money, and it's recurring, by the way. If you don't know this, it's recurring. Your membership fees are recurring fees every month. So you're supporting this bastard, and he's not giving you any other information. Now, some people do the clickbait type of thing for membership. 8 Miles from Home does it. A lot of other people do it. They would act like they're going to do a special show. But this one is not going to be open to the public. Oh, no, 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 no. If you're really into the show, you say, well, now this is the psychology that goes on with this, so that's why I'm talking about it, okay? You become a member for exclusive content. What exclusive content? It's the same shit they talk about all the time. But the very gullible, naive people that go buy these memberships, they say a sucker is born every minute and all that, right? Well, that is so true. That is so absolutely true. A sucker is born every single minute. So they buy this membership. You think even a swift kick in the ass gets something, but you don't get anything out of your membership at all. These are just really bored. I remember watching some comedy thing or something on TV years ago. There's this old lady, apparently she's a widower, right? And this relates, really. And she sits on a couch, watches TV all day, and when these commercials come out for products, she goes right out and she buys these products just to have it. She wants to feel like she's part of it all. And the lady don't even smoke. When a cigarette commercial would come out, she'd go out and buy a pack of cigarettes. But she doesn't smoke. Get my point? All right. You want to feel like you're part of it all. So when people buy memberships, which again, I absolutely laugh at, they're not getting any more information. 8 Miles from Home may do something like, something important just happened. There's a clickbait, Something important. Members only. You can say, oh my God, I've been following these people. I love these people. I got to find out what's going on with the baby. I hope it ain't the baby. I hope it isn't Poppy the dog. Oh no. And they buy the membership just to listen what they have to say. And when they get there, they're horribly disappointed. It was something that was very minute. It was something that they could have talked about on a regular show. So anyway, that's what goes on. Brooke says, I got some, Garamas if you want to trade PVV. My user is, there you go. Exclusivity equals boring. You're exactly right. I've been watching, barely watching, it was putting me to sleep. There is this, it's kind of a documentary this guy's making. It's in Thailand or something. Now listen to this. Talk about creative people. Now, I don't know where this is. It's near an inlet of the ocean or a lake or something. They're back around these mountains or Thailand or something. This guy, without any special tools except, his machete and maybe a couple of other things, but he doesn't have any power tools. There's no power, nothing. So what he's doing, he's got his 2 dogs there too. Now, this guy is building on the water. He's built his own homestead out of bamboo and other woods. Okay, he made a fish pond in there. We can get fish when he wants. He made some chicken coops out of whatever to get chicken eggs or whatever. He'll go fishing from there. He'll take a boat out that he made by hand, and oars he made by hand. He has a shelter on there. He has like what he would call a little kitchen on there, covered when the rain comes so he could cook. And he even has a little pit on there to start his fire, to do his cooking. This guy has thought of it all. He thought, this thing is like several hours long, and I can't seem to get my eyes off this show, except the purpose to take a break. This guy does, and sometimes he grows things there, like his own vegetables and shit. Even corn on this little thing. It's like a little island. I mean, just we're talking about just, 30 feet by 30 feet or something, whatever. And he has other areas that spread out. It's all on the water. He can walk right on land if he wants. And what you're hearing is a TV, actually. His dog's following him or something, whatever. This guy does everything by hand, man. Everything. How creative you can be when you don't have the right tools. That's where I got to give credit to a lot of Southeast Asians that can figure out how to do things on their own, also out of necessity. That you have to learn, because if you can't pay for a helper, you got to do it yourself. You got to do it yourself. And this is incredible. I can't show you. I'll probably get a copy. It don't matter if I do or not. This guy, all on his own, he lives there by himself. He became self-sufficient for food. He gets fish. Sometimes he could just go into. He made his own spear gun out of wood and something expandable. You know, it's totally unbelievable, man. Totally unbelievable what this guy's done. How creative he is. He's got a really sharp mind. I better hook up this thing to the charger. Although I don't plan on being on too much longer, but if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to have to hook up. So hold on a minute. I'm just trying to get the air conditioner up. I got to plug in. I got to plug in. We are plugged. So her son-in-law is trying to. We got a drill that doesn't have a little special hole there for the Allen wrench to loosen up so you can get the bit out. So we're stuck with one bit that I doubt is even a concrete bit. So he's doing the best he can in solid concrete outside the window of a small room to drill some holes in there so you can put some brackets that's going to hold up the small air conditioner we bought from them. No, we didn't sell an air conditioner. We actually bought one. So there you go. And that's a hard job because it's just not working real well. He managed to get 3 holes in. He has 1 more. And we'll see how that holds. But there you go. There you go. There you go. They're cooking up some pork. I don't eat pork. Still gonna have to go to DIY, get some kind of spacers or washers or something to make it tight. But yeah, this guy is incredible. But getting back to the other thing, membership only. These guys are they're pretty slick. They're really slick. And there's so many naive people out there that'll buy into this shit. I gotta be part of something bigger than me. Bigger than me. Idiots. Total fucking idiots. But hey, you know, it's their money. But those are probably very lonely people that'll buy into a membership on somebody's channel. They gotta be really lonely people. And there's a lot of them out there, I assure you. And you've heard them yourself. I don't know what's worse. Watching these fucking real scammers, or just getting bored to death with the redundancy of their shows. Again, they're talking about how to meet a woman, the cost of living in the Philippines. Gag me with a spoon, just make sure it's a clean spoon. Gag me with a fucking spoon already. Can you not? I mean, shit, I could come up with topic matter in a second. In New York second, in fact, and that's a really fast second. Being from New York and born in New York City, actually, as I found out. What do you mean, Frank? You didn't even know where you were fucking born? That's a loaded question, actually. No, I was raised in Mount Vernon, New York, but the actual birth took place in the Bronx. Okay, there you go. I think they were living in Mount Vernon at the time. They were maybe visiting the Bronx, which my grandmother lives in. That's probably when it happened. Okay, but still, I was born in the Bronx, man. The Bronx. The Bronx. The Bronx. Some Bronx boy. And a Westchester County, Mount Vernon, New York boy. I'm both. How about that? Okay, let's see. The idiot You know, the guy who comes from Estonia. He's still driving around with his selfie stick out the car window, man. He doesn't learn. He just doesn't learn. He already wrecked the truck because of that. I don't know. Is it like some kind of a fucking virus illness that could be transmitted? I mean, they come up with all kinds of shit these days that gets transmitted through your fucking cell phone to your brain on some kind of a molecular level or something. Because I've never seen such stupidity in my life since I've ever been on social media. I can't believe what I hear, see, what people do. It's like their brains are affected. Maybe that's why they're getting more Alzheimer's these days. There's all kinds of shit going on that never happened before. They started to sound like the President of the United States, Trump. They're losing their noodle. They're losing their even their consciousness. They're losing their ability to think, to solve problems. Nothing registers to them in their heads. Nothing gets registered. Nothing. Levels are the answer. Levels, as Kramer said. I know there's different levels of consciousness, too. Are levels the answer? Well, ask somebody on YouTube. You can go to our starter level, and you're not going to come on here and learn about anything at all. But I'll be glad to take your money. Go up to second level. Same as the first. Go up to the third level, and I might tell you what kind of toilet paper I use. But if you want to go to the executive, some of them have oh, now that'll attract people. Some of them have executive levels. Oh, executive levels. I got to be part of the executive crew. So they pay $20 a month, whatever it is. They get on there, it's supposed to be so exclusive. Like, Epstein's exclusive club that Trump was definitely part of. That you all people, you voted for the motherfucker. They get there, and what do they hear? Not much that they didn't talk about without the membership. Same old shit. They clickbait you into getting a recurring deduction from your bank account every month. Idiots. Fucking idiots. Oh, I should stop there before I lose it. Not yet, my friends. Not yet. I'll let you know. Okay. So, buyer beware is what I'm trying to say. Fuck this membership crap. Oh, and there's more than that. I mean, it's not just membership. Now, while you're at it, and you're stupid enough to open your wallet to the membership, tell you what you can do too. I happen to have this fine collection. Fine collection of t-shirts with my channel name on it. Oh, yeah. And you could even get a coffee cup with my name on it, so you could promote my channel even more. When they came up with t-shirts that basically were advertisements from the very people, the business that put them out. It was clever. Same thing, it's clever. Because not only was this company was selling t-shirts, they're making money on it, but they would put their brand name on that t-shirt. I'm wearing one right now, it has some small letters on it. And they're also getting free advertising for their company. Now that was absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. People don't see that. They don't see that because people are blind. They don't think. They just want to be part of the capitalist society. I gotta join in, man. I gotta have a membership to this. It's gonna make me something really special. And I'm gonna pay somebody and make them rich. And I'm not gonna get anything out of it. There you go. That's my show. If I had more to say, I would. Just want to get it to the point this time while I'm vlogging. Idiots.